remember the Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swing, and there's a drive deep into left field. Langford going back, looking up, it's gone. That ball was tagged. Ketel Marte with home runs now in 4 consecutive games against the Rangers. He has given Arizona its first lead tonight at 5-2.
And he's back. So are we. Good morning, Metroplex, the Hump Day edition.
Hey, Hump Day.
Already here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Had a 2-0 lead, but you went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Ketel Marte does it again. Fortunately, even after losing 5-3 and ending the 6-game losing streak, the Rangers are still a game and a half back in the wild card.
Man, Josh Young had been so good for 2 weeks, and yesterday it looked like he had never seen a pitch before. And it was the same pitch multiple times. It was that off-speed pitch low. I left a few guys on and unable to just scratch more runs across. And of course Marte, who is now a Ranger killer officially.
Yep.
Just officially just that. I mean, it seems like it doesn't matter whether he's been in a slump or not. He's going to come out there and he's going to jack one in the left field.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been. I was just now trying to look through Hobie Milner's game log this year. I don't know that there's been a time he's given up 3 straight base runners like that. Maybe once. He did it against Kansas City, it looks like. But otherwise, that was just, come right in. You're in a tie game. You had gotten a good bullpen day, again, for the most part, out of Jacob Latz. And then Hobie Milner comes in there and single, boom, home run, and in a flash, it's gone.
Yeah, and also, let's go to the 7th. Beeks comes in for Arizona, and he throws 12 pitches. 8 of them are balls, and about half of those are not even, near the strike zone. So you would think that the next hitter with 2 on would come up and take a strike and see a fastball. No. Swings, wave it at the off speed, and then eventually flying out. It's just I saw this in the Houston game too. They had 2 runners on. Houston had 2 runners on. Fried had walked a guy and then hit the next hitter on the first pitch, at the upper back. It was clear he couldn't feel the baseball, so they bunt. The very next, and he gets the feel for the game is gone.
Not taking a pitch or making them work.
Make them work. It's you got to scratch runs across the plate.
So the 6-game winning streak is snapped. They also had a franchise record 6 straight games of 2 or more home runs. That got snapped. They do have the 19 straight errorless game streak alive. The news on Adolis Garcia, it is a grade 2 quad. Obviously was not in the lineup yesterday. Does not sound like he is going on the IL, but that's not ideal for Adolis.
No, and was trying to figure out recovery time on that, and I've seen differing things 1 to 2 weeks, but that's just for a regular person. Then you get somebody who's got athletic trainers at their disposal and hyperbaric chambers, and you can run in a pool with a treadmill on it, all that crap, right? So I mean, you're hoping that's less than 10 days.
Well, and I mean, we've heard all year, Brett Boone's talked about it, Sandler's talked about it whenever he's come on. Defensively, the Rangers have been so good this year, and that's one of the things that's really boosted the pitching that they're getting. And so, even though Adolis had hit better recently, obviously he's been a struggle at the plate this year, but Adolis in the field has been massive for them. He's been, most of the year, he's been one of the top 10 leaders in Baseball References and Fangraphs defensive runs saved.
Yeah, and I downplayed it yesterday because I was just frustrated because I feel like Garcia always gets these types of little pulls, and he's just got to run exactly right. But he did have 11 hits over his last 6 games. And then you talk about defensively, and this is the absolute worst time to be losing anybody else injury-wise. So, yes, I just wanted to confirm it is a significant loss.
Well, especially when you think about defensively, given what they've lost with their pitching lately. Some of these guys have come back down to earth a little bit. You've lost Evaldi. Being able to have strong defense behind you is going to be able to cover over some of that pitch to contact stuff when a guy like Corbin's out there. You've got a bullpen day. And so that is going to be a frustrating thing to not have over the next few days.
So the Rangers will get back to it this afternoon with Jack Leiter, who all of a sudden feels like a savior.
Yeah, he really does. Because you can't expect to win your bullpen days, right? You can't. That was what last night was, and even beyond that, I mean, you can't expect to win Corbin games, and they did. But so to split those is fine. But now you get to Leiter, And then, you're going to have DeGrom, right? DeGrom's going to go eventually. You're going to have, the top of your rotation, and the way Leiter's pitched, where in the last, 13 innings, he's allowed just 2 runs and 17 strikeouts and 2 walks. You expect that to continue. Although Arizona has shown, regardless of whether they made trades with Suarez and they can still hit.
Yeah, and you say, like, you can't expect to win your bullpen days. I'm getting to the point where I expect them to win when Jacob Latz pitches on a bullpen.
Yeah.
He's been so good doing these. I think his ERA in the last 3 times he's been asked to start a bullpen day, his ERA's 3.
It just seems like it's
3.
It seems like it's guaranteed 5 innings a minimum, and then you're less than 2 runs.
Yeah, his last several starts as a bullpen starter: 6 innings, 2 runs, 5 innings, 1 run, 4 1/3, 2 runs, and then last night 5 1/3, 2 runs. That's pretty good if you're getting that as a bullpen day consistently.
He's their underappreciated contributor this year. They're kind of glue guy. My Dane Dunning award for Jacob Latz. So the good news is still game and a half back on your home for Rangers baseball. You'll get it again this afternoon. Let's give you the Cowboy update for the opener tomorrow night in Filthy. Tyler Guyton, once again, a full participant in practice yesterday. Schottenheimer, who will join us at 8:20 today for the kickoff of the Brian Schottenheimer Show, said Guyton is trending towards playing. You also have the Trayvon Diggs question still up in the air. So Guyton at least seems like you're going to have your starting left tackle out there.
I mean, yesterday's like a lighter practice. It was considered their Friday because it's obviously with the schedule shift. But, yesterday, like, every day's been something different. So it's like, okay, he's out there and then he's doing more. And this yesterday he was out there without the knee brace this time. So he had been wearing a brace the first couple days of practice when he's been out there. Yesterday, brace was off. He was moving around, stretching with the whole group, looked like it. And Schottenheimer talking about him turning towards playing. That's a good sign that he'll be available to you. It's just knowing the growing pains he had last year, it's going to be baptism by fire. He's basically lost all the training camp. You're going to say, all right, go out there. Let's do something.
Coach also made a comment that Bobby said was getting a little play already in Filthy. Quote, "You don't get any extra credit for beating the Eagles on prime time. I told the guys to go out there and play loose."
Yeah, and so he was talking about, it came in, Todd Archer had asked him if, hey, have you thought about it all, the speech you're going to give to the guys either at the team hotel or before the game? Have you thought anything about you're going to say your first, time out there coaching as a head coach? And he kind of laughed. He's like, yesterday, I caught myself earlier this week kind of doing a, like, Philly, primetime, what's better than this, guys, blah, blah, blah. And he said, and then I stopped, and I was like, what are you doing? Stop it. He's like, and then he turned it into one of these, look, every game out there is a championship opportunity. Like, you're trying to win games and do different things like that. And so, but there's no basically added points for beating the Eagles on primetime. It's the same as beating the Giants at noon, which is what they'll play next week. And laying it out there like that is something where then I think there were some people, even me when I first heard him say it, I was like, that sounds like you're just downplaying the level of the rivalry a little bit.
It's all coach speak.
Coach speak.
Every game's the same. Micah Parsons is going to say the same thing. Well, maybe not Micah, but normally anyone in Micah's position returning here is going to go, just another game. Just another game. When we all know that they're lying. We all know they're full of BS, so that's what this is.
Besides, like,
you don't want to overweigh it and act like losing to them makes you 0-2.
Right, but it does. Division games count as double. Because the team ahead of you, you're either up 1 or down 1. That's 2-game swing.
This was clipped by Eagles Nation on Twitter, this quote. And of course they did clip out all the lead up to it where he's very clearly giving the context that exists there. But when he says it, you look in the comments on there and people are going, dude, compared us to the Giants, have fun getting packed by 30. If you treat this Eagles team like the Giants, I have bad news.
Give me out of here.
Eagles are not the Giants, and the link is not just another stadium.
Give me a break. I'll keep the eye roll going. As Nick Sirianni tried to say he didn't know tomorrow night, this is your boy Chop, he did not know tomorrow night was the banner unveiling, and he will not be on the field as they do it because of the emphasis of moving on from the Super Bowl to the next season.
Yeah, see, I would almost buy that he's not going to be on the field more than.
Well, he's not going to be on the field.
I don't. I got a massive. I don't know about that. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine.
You think
Are
he's
they getting their
lying?
rings?
I don't think they
They don't get the rings.
typically
Like, it's not like NBA where they get the
Yeah.
rings that
On-
night.
on opening day
It's
or
usually
whatever.
like Robert Kraft would always have those Patriot parties,
Sure.
and they get the
Yeah.
rings then. So they'll unveil the banner.
So
no
is he not?
rings.
Is he going to skip the ring thing because he's moved on?
I don't know. When is it? Is it during the season?
I don't know.
Imagine how weird that would have looked if when the Rangers unveiled their bed sheet at Globe Life, when they dropped that banner, if like everybody was just like, we got to move on, so we're gonna go back into the
They've
clubhouse.
definitely not moved on.
Yeah, we're we're gonna go back into the clubhouse and just not be out here when this is happening.
Eagles got Dude Wipes as the official sponsor of the Tush Push.
I got to say, all right, I got to put this in the win column for them, man. I mean, it hurts. But, you know, the Tush Push is getting, like you said, is getting the sponsor of Dude Wipes. I mean, that fits.
My question, though, is what's the sponsorship?
Tush, the butt, right? It's the butt.
But
No,
like,
no.
when they sneak the ball, are they just in stadium throwing up a graphic of like that tush push was brought to you
Yeah.
by Dude Wipes?
But it's right. It has to be in stadium. Like,
Yeah,
my
like
mind
on the
went to
road.
the advertising cell. Like,
Right.
what is Scott Long telling them they're getting for their Dude Wipe money being spent?
Yeah.
Because you're not doing anything on the.
On the
It's going to
TV.
be on NFC, AFC, CBS, Fox.
Right.
You don't own those rights.
No, it's going to be in stadium,
In
so
stadium.
the 70 or 80,000, whatever the link holds.
What are the
see
exact
it.
rules related to props again? Like if you just have like a pack of Dude Wipes on one of the players like stuffed in a sock, then when they score, they can just like pull
Whip
it out
it
and like
out
wipe
and-
down the ball.
Yeah, and Joe Buck would throw a fit. That's disgusting.
And then, of course, you are going to be facing the newly crowned number one player in the National Football League, according to his peers. Saquon Barkley came in at number one on the list, with Mike and CD 35 and 36.
That's not real. Look,
Yeah, he had
Saquon
a
was-
great year. I mean, like last year, you could say that he was like he had the best year of anybody in the league. If you want to say that, sure, fine. He's not the best player in the
he
league.
definitely was. He had the best season anybody had last year, no doubt
Yeah.
about it. But like that's why I keep wondering, what is the list?
Right.
Is this literally just supposed to be what happened this year and nothing else? Because I mean, if that's the case, what was he was like 80 last year or something? Like, and then he soars up to number one because he did have a great year. It was the best.
Yeah.
But if we're answering the question of just who had the best season, I don't need the players to vote on that. Like if you're telling me like just in general who are the best players in the game going, then I'd rather hear in general like how that applies in the context of more than just that season.
So Saquon ended up at 1. Lamar was 2. Josh Allen was 3. Jamar was 4. Pat Mahomes came in at number 5. Joe Burrow 6. Derrick Henry 7. Myles Garrett 8. Justin Jefferson 9. Patrick Surtain 10. So that's your top 10 of this year's list, voted on by the players.
They pointed out, it was on Twitter yesterday, I think, and it was going viral, just the idea of 4 of the top 20 were on that same LSU championship team.
Oh,
Burrow, Chase, Justin Jefferson, and then Derek Stingley. That's
pretty good.
When you go back and look at that roster, I mean, at the time, I know everybody said it was a great team, but when you go back and look at that LSU roster, it's like looking back at the early 2000s Miami team.
Bobby was working the Cowboy phone lines again yesterday. He will tell us what he found out next. And Micah's agent finally speaks to give their side of the story inside the Star on the official home of America's team. Next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting started on the Fan.
But we're
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Loaded Hump Day edition here on Sean and RJ. College Kegger with the new rankings coming up at 7 o'clock after the opening college football weekend. We got coaches bickering back and forth as well. And then the show of whales really shows up today. Mike Tirico with the call of the opener tomorrow night in Philly at 7:20. The debut of the Brian Schottenheimer show at 8:20. Nick Eatman at 9. Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone at 9:20 from Arizona.
It's a big day, and Tirico is always one of my favorite guests that we get on here. He's always so good. We could ask him about horse racing if we wanted. We could probably hit him with like water polo questions. He's gonna have an answer.
The agent finally speaks publicly. David Mulugheta, number 1 on Forbes. Micah Parsons, of course, you know the name by now. Jerry Jones, I think, even knows the name by now. He went on First Take with Stephen A. Smith and answered all the questions. What happened during that fateful March Micah meeting?
As far as Micah's concerned, he was out of the country. He got a call from Jerry's assistant and was asked to come in to meet about leadership. So when he got back from his vacation, he came in and he gave him a call, told him he was back, he was ready to meet. At some point during that meeting that was represented to him was going to be about leadership, it turned into contract talk. And, if you're a 25-year-old football player and your boss, who happens to be the most powerful person in the NFL, starts talking about contracts, it's hard for you to end that conversation. So they had a conversation. Micah nodded his head out of respect. Obviously, there's a power dynamic that's a little different there. One guy is the owner of the team and the GM. And the other one is Micah Parsons, a young 25-year-old football player. So I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication there by the time Micah walked out, but at no point did Micah believe that he was negotiating a contract.
This is going to go down as an all-time Dallas Cowboy mystery, just like who started the Herschel trade. They're going to fight. They're going to fight about this to the end of time, whether Micah called Jerry to say, I want to come in and talk contract, or Jerry tricked him into getting in that room.
It will take on a life of its own as we get further away from it, and the Cowboys. It appears the Cowboys' stance is going to be Micah initiated this. Like that's what their stance is going to be from here on out. And that's the narrative they're going to try to push. It just matters of whether or not you believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean, not just that. Their narrative is going to be Micah initiated this and Micah followed up. And David's saying it's completely different. David's saying, no, they reached out to him to talk about something that wasn't even related to contract, then tried to nail him down to something. It's two completely different representations of how it happened. So it really has become all right, well, he said, she said, we have no evidence. I don't think any evidence is going to come out. You literally are just having to figure out who's being upfront about this.
The secretary is the smoking gun of evidence. Peyton, next time you speak with her, when we have Jerry on next week, you got to ask, hey, who called who? Who initiated? She's the star witness.
Yeah, because here's the thing. We're really in a pickle. Nobody believes a word agents say.
Right.
Ever. They're lawyers. They're dirty. Nobody also really believes a word billionaire organizations say either.
Right.
So
again,
you're picking between devils.
If you had to pick, who would you side with?
In terms of who do I think is
did Jerry lure him in with a leadership discussion, or did Micah say, I want to come in and negotiate?
I'm guessing, what's the line of 3 sides to every story where it's like, his side, her side, and the truth or whatever. Like, I'm guessing it's probably some blend of, there was a call that was like, hey, we need to talk about leadership. And then Micah going in there, and then Micah probably coming back around and going like, we already talked about this. Let me come back with these things. I'm guessing it was something that basically we're getting the facts that we've gotten. I would guess some of them are true over here, some of them true over here. And then in the middle, we get the confusion.
Yeah, because Jerry's oddly dug in on this. Like, very dug in.
Like, yeah.
Like he's
lied to.
Yeah, so, like, from that standpoint, like, I kind of believe him a little bit just because he's so dug in. If he wasn't so dug in,
yeah,
I'd be like, all right, you're just.
I mean, one of the things David has talked about, not yesterday with First Take, I don't think. I didn't hear him mention this. But I know one of the things that David's talked about this is if Jerry is, like Jerry's perspective is right, he's like, I would be upset too. Like Jerry's understanding of it, if he thought that's what it was, and this is what, then I would be upset too if I was in Jerry's position. But that's not the way it went. This all comes down to Jerry misunderstanding, and I'm saying this is what David would say. This all comes down to Jerry misunderstanding what that meeting was supposed to be.
Now that I could buy, that Jerry misinterpreted what everything is. I could buy that.
David, why didn't the Cowboys just deal with you directly?
We didn't understand why they wouldn't talk to his agent, since I would say probably 99% of the contracts that are done across the NFL are done with player representation. This day and age, contracts have gotten to a point where they're so, convoluted. There's a lot that goes into them, from guarantee structure to APY to signing bonuses to cash flow. So to expect somebody like Micah Parsons to be one of the best defenders in the NFL and also a great lawyer when it comes to contracts, I think it's a bit unfair. His job is to go out there and chase quarterbacks, and our job is to go out there and chase commas for him. So, I'm not sure exactly why it went this way, but we were always prepared and open to negotiate a contract with the Jones family.
He also said, we reached out to Adam Pacifica, the cap guy. We reached out to Stephen Jones. Jerry felt he had reached agreement. So that was the beginning and the end of it. Did Micah really want out?
I think the most important thing is that Micah wanted to be a Cowboy, right? He grew up cheering for the Cowboys, wore the blue and white at Penn State, wore it in the NFL with the Dallas Cowboys. He wanted to be a Cowboy. We did everything we could for him to remain a Cowboy. We reached out, and like you said, I don't really do these interviews. We try to keep the negotiations out of the media. But in this case, so much information has been put out there that we wanted to just address a couple of things. But as far as Michael is concerned, he wanted to be a Cowboy. We did everything we could. And sometimes you got to be a little careful with what you read in the media as far as what was offered to Micah, the guarantees that were offered, the APY that was offered. There's so much that goes into an NFL contract. If you look at many of these contracts that the Cowboys have done over the past few years and the recent ones, the guarantees don't stretch much further than the first new year. If you look at Micah's current deal, he has guarantees into, 4 years from now. So again, there are certain things that have been put out in the media to make it look as though Micah turned down a fair or a great deal, but that's simply not the case.
Bobby, elaborate on what he's talking about, and what did you and David Mulligetta discuss yesterday?
Yeah, I think that mainly what he's talking about there when he says where the guarantee is structured and how this breaks down. So the idea is, if you've got a contract, if somebody's offering you a contract extension and it's 5 years long, and it's reported as it's 5 years and it's $202.5 million, and there's $130 million of it that's guaranteed or something like that. What you're looking at then is the first 4 years could be where the guarantees fall down, and that could be all $130 million right there. And if that's the case, then you're talking about a deal that's basically 32.5. I'm not saying these were the exact numbers, but as an example, it's 32.5. And then it's a $70 million season on the back end that's not guaranteed, that they will either cut if they don't want to hang around, or they will negotiate a new deal at that point and change his contract number. That's why they'll put void years on the back years too, is because if they can't come to an agreement and there's non-guaranteed money there, but they want to keep the player, then they can just go, all right, well, we're converting that into a signing bonus and we're shifting money into future years now so that we don't have to have that number there. So it's all an accounting trick. It's a game that everybody plays. But I think the sense I got talking to David yesterday was that the Dallas and Green Bay numbers, even though they weren't close in average per year, and there were all these little things, like, he didn't need the Green Bay deal to stay here. He just needed them to negotiate the way that the rules basically dictate you do. If they did that, and I don't mean David needed that, I'm saying Micah needed that. Yeah. Micah wanted it done a certain way, as he had communicated to David. And I think Micah, for him, it was, again, it's the structure. When David's talking about the first year, it's basically the Bland deal we talked about yesterday. Bland's deal, he's on his final year of his deal right now, his rookie deal. He's got the first year of the extension next year. There's no guaranteed money, no totally guaranteed money after that first extension year. None. He's got one more year that he could earn if they keep him on the roster. But if they choose to cut him in the spring, Deron Bland gets none of that other extra money. And he's essentially a corner who played for 2 years and $36 million.
So the real importance seems to be the first 3 years of these deals.
First 3 year cash flow is the thing that's most important a lot of times to agents in terms of figuring out how much a deal is. And Micah's deal with the Packers is the first 3 years is 3 for $124. So, I mean, he's a $41.3 million player the next 3 years. And that's how they try and stagger these things and figure out what
what
works.
would the first three with the Cowboys have been?
The Cowboys have not publicly said what theirs would have been, but for instance, somebody like Bland, whose deal looks like $25 million or whatever it is, Bland's deal the first 3 years is $16 million a season. It's $8 million less than what it's reported as is the annual value.
Mulugeta said the offer was 40.5 APY, would not be the highest contract. He was asked, did you get the highest non-quarterback guaranteed money? He said it would not be the highest in the first 3 years. Okay, so he's talking about the first 3 years. Then he said, we wanted 4. They offered 5. That was a holdup. And then the Packers gave us that $3 million difference in the designation between linebacker and defensive end. So the Packers like, we'll make it up for you. We'll throw in an extra $3 million. So that's David Mulugeta yesterday on First Take. He said, we were open after Micah's 3rd season of doing business. They said they had to get Dak and Lamb done. We said, fine, we understand. Dak's the leader. We asked again after Micah's 4th season. They said, we'll let you know. They never reached out to Mulugeta. Did you tell Jerry to stick it up his ass? He said, I did not say that. I've never uttered that phrase, but I did say, you think you're just sending this over to me to be stamped? You've already done all the homework? Don't bother sending it. He did tell Jerry and the Cowboys that.
What's your point?
I think it was self-explanatory. Mr. Jones said it was never personal for Micah or himself. Yeah, right. The back's doing much better.
Oh.
He's been on Cowboy anti-inflammatories for a week, and Micah would not have sat. The Cowboys were never told that Micah was going to sit out games. I don't know whether...
I believe the Cowboys were not told that.
Right.
But, I mean, I also believe it's just because the Cowboys weren't communicating with that side at all.
Yes.
But, so
they wanted that threat to linger.
Yeah, I believe the Cowboys weren't told that. I don't know if I totally believe that, like, Micah wouldn't have considered it, but... Like, I definitely believe they did not tell the Cowboys he was going to sit out.
What about for George Pickens? A lot of Tolos are worried about that. And Mulugeta said, look, it's business, not personal. It will not affect. Jerry said the same thing as well. It's like they're going to have this amnesia and just move on to the next player. Totally new relationship and discussion. I think Mulugeta will tell George, don't go into that office.
Right. Probably, yeah. Now,
and I don't think George will. I don't think George will go in the office.
Now, David's not his agent, right? It's just the same company. It's his
David's his agent.
But it's his partner that handles him.
Nope.
That's what I read yesterday. It was his partner that okay.
Andre Odom is somebody who works with David on a lot of deals. Andre Odom works with him on Micah. But, no, David's involved in George Pickens.
Look, man, I mean, you could say he wanted to be a Cowboy. If he wanted to be a Cowboy, he'd have been a Cowboy. It's like if you really want to stay with your wife, she wants you to go to therapy, you don't want to go to therapy, well, then you don't really want to stay with her.
Although there reaches a point where when they call back and say, hey, let's salvage this, and then Jerry goes, no, we're trading you, or you can play. So you can play on the 5th-year option and you
or
can trade
take
in the spring.
The original deal, which I don't even know.
No,
if
they didn't even offer that.
Yeah, offered at that point.
But yeah, they said at that point it was, we're trading him, or you can play on the 5th-year option, and we trade him in the spring. But those are the options.
So that's the explanation from the other side. On your home of America's team, we got the real action kicking off tomorrow, pregame, play-by-play, with Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, and the postgame all year long on DFW Sports Station. Why is RJ Choppy getting in the middle of this Dallas Mavericks baby mama drama? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cannot wait for the college football kegger with the new rankings at 7 o'clock. You got coaches bickering all over the place. Then the whales start showing up. Mike Tirico, 7:20. He's going to have the call of the opener tomorrow night on NBC. Brian Schottenheimer, the debut of the Shotty Show at 8:20. Nick Eatman and Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach in the final hour. But baby mama, Dallas Maverick drama, RJ Choppy.
This is PJ Washington. And look, as a divorced dad, I'll be brutally honest here. I am kind of sensitive to the dealings with pickup and exchange when it comes to the kids. Is that an absolute beating when you first start off? It is,
the
and I
pickup
also
drop off exchange.
It's a beating because it's awkward. It's
yeah.
very awkward.
Anxiety.
I also don't overreact is the wrong word. I don't react to when the two fight and it gets ugly, because anyone who's been divorced knows it's like you could absolutely see how it gets to that point where there's fighting and it's ugly, and it's you will look back in 10 years and say, oof, I want that day. I want that back, right? You can absolutely see how that happens. So I don't try to overreact to those things, but there was a video that was posted out there of PJ and his ex, Brittany Renner, doing a drop-off and exchange of the child. And in the video, you could see, the child being handed to PJ. And as soon as it goes to PJ, the kid starts wailing.
Does the lean.
The lean away.
Yeah, does the human surfboard.
Yeah, the lean away. I've never heard it called that.
I mean, that's what I envision when my kids do when I'm handing them to my wife. I'm kidding. It's usually when she's handing them to me.
And there's a lot of thoughts online about this. And my thought on this is it's pretty simple.
It's showing that the kid doesn't want to go to the other parent.
Right. And generally what I've found is kids, my youngest one, he was about the same age. It looked about the same age. He was about 2 years old, 18 months to 2 years old when we got divorced. Or at least when we started the process. And there were times where he was, he didn't want to go. And because he's a 2-year-old. 2-year-olds are, they want to be in their own playroom for any number of reasons, right? But how much of that is the kid constantly hears at home, hey, daddy left or mommy left.
Yeah.
Or
I feel like with divorced parents, it's just a game of...
It's a game.
Topping.
It's a game.
Topping each other, winning the contest.
It's a game. And, there were people saying, he should have just left the kid at home or whatever. And look, and I have a right, and the mother would have a right to see the child. You have a right to your kid. Your kid does not have a right to tell you he does not or she does not want to go with you at 2 years old. Mm-hmm. At 15, that's a different story. At 12, even at 12, I would be like, yeah, you know what? You don't have that right at 12. When you start to become more of an adult and you don't want to come see mom or dad, I have no problem with that, or I have less problem with that. But at 2 years old, the kid, he doesn't have the right to say, I don't want to see that.
And you know what doesn't make that better? Saying, you're right, you stay here. If you're wanting your son or your child to get closer to you and not have these separations be as tense, it doesn't get better by going, oh, okay, I'll cede to you. You will never come with me, because then every single one of those will be that way.
And I don't know the backstory here, because there was I think from what I read, the mother was involved with making the video, and
Brittany Renner's mother, and I think PJ's updated significant other. So you had 4 people fighting.
And the mother and the significant other started fighting and jawing at each other, and they brought money up. The mother brought up money, the amount of money in the child's bank account versus how much his car is. Man, the moment you start bringing money up, it muddies the whole thing. You're the mom. Stay out of it, I guess, is what, and everybody needs their own support system, but That doesn't make it any better because the kids hear this. Even though they're 2 years old, they don't think they understand. They still hear it, and it still traumatically impacts them for the next 50 years. My 12-year-old, because we played that video or that audio of him saying, "You shut up and I want to be a baseball," he still will not let me record him to this day. I can't take a picture or a video of him.
Yeah.
Because of that, which happened when he was 2. So it's a tough spot. It's a tough spot for both of those.
Now they were yelling and screaming, window down, step out of the car, I'll beat your blank, all this stuff.
Standing on business.
PJ Washington. And PJ's like, seems like so stoic and quiet, and then things just erupted. Ollie had, when we were like, oh my God, this kid needs therapy. He's a psycho. We need to get him to talk to someone. He had transition issues.
What's that?
So he couldn't go from when he was sitting there playing with his toys and it was time either in school or at home, all right, it's time to do the next thing, he'd have these meltdowns and freakouts. So I'm sure this kid was doing something fun, right? I'm sure, I would guess that a divorced parent, the moment the other one comes to pick them up, wants them to do the most fun thing possible.
Yeah.
So that, everyone sees that it's the most fun at my house and this is where they should be. I'm just guessing, but Ollie would just transition. The biggest fight and explosion with him was at a July 4th party. We're all supposed to go outside and watch the parade, and he didn't want to leave his truck. So just moving from one thing to another. But anytime he hears voices raised in the house, we could be sitting there laughing with each other. He intervenes. He steps in to try to be like, we're like, no, we're just reacting to the game. No, we're laughing at this joke. But he thinks it's yelling. He thinks it's screaming. And he did this since he was like age 3. He had this
knock it off.
sensitivity. Yeah, knock it off. All right. This CEO at the tennis match. This is incredible. And Jesse Holly, Michael Jordan, all you tough guy fathers, I don't want to hear you criticizing this billionaire who was at the U.S. Open and stole this hat from this kid. Because y'all always tell me, Corey Majors, I'm throwing you in this category as well, don't let him win. You set up that Nerf hoop, and you better swat every damn shot they take. You play a video game, and you better stomp them by 60. Because during this tennis match, this player goes on over, signs a hat, hands it to this kid.
It's Camille Mogsrock. Sure.
Way to clarify.
Yeah.
We'll call her Vita from now on. Got you.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
Well, this Polish millionaire CEO snatches the hat. And then what he did with the press release and the statement afterwards was amazing. He basically said, hey, I was teaching you a life lesson. Don't be so slow. If you were faster, you would have had the hat. And this guy got Yelp bombed or review bombed for his business, forcing him into another public statement. But he basically said, tough, kid.
Tough.
If you were faster, you'd have it. That's what he said.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually you would think like a billionaire or a millionaire is like, they don't need that. They don't need these little things to.
I can't be at a there's no way you could get me at a baseball game. And unless it's the Corey Seager home run in the World Series or the Aaron Judge home run ball that I'm immediately selling for money.
Selling.
You cannot give me a baseball. You could have 3 straight baseballs hit to me in the stands. I have no desire to take that baseball home. That's just me. I'd much rather get a picture with an athlete. I've taken every single ball and tossing it to every single kid around.
Yeah.
This hard on this desire. This desire to keep these random balls or this autograph. I mean, people love keepsakes. People love autographs. But man, he said, yes, I took it. Yes, I did it in a rush. But as always, first come, first served is life.
Wow. Literally, though, he has to reach in front of the kid's face to take it. It's directly in front of. It's like being handed directly to the kid, and the guy's like just not even looking. He's like, here's hat, and just kind of. He doesn't even see it got snatched from him. But this is.
I'm glad they found him. I'm glad they doxed him. Doxed. Is that what the word? Doxed?
Yeah. Aiden had it up on the fan cam as well. Said it was an educational gesture.
Oh, yes.
To teach the boy a sense of gratitude and responsibility.
Well, look at that.
The tennis player found the kid, gave him the hat, gave him merch or whatever, and now this guy is trying to apologize.
This is never worth it. It's never worth it on the chance that you are on camera.
People lose their mind.
And you get busted for this, and it will... this is not... I mean, this is one of the worst examples we've seen of it, But how many different examples have we seen of somebody taking something from a kid or trying to like reach out in front of this, and immediately the internet goes, we're going to find where you work, where you live, and ruin your life.
I love that part of it.
No, but I'm saying it can't be worth it. The threat, the societal threat has to not be worth that hat or that ball or whatever. You can't take it from the kid. If the kid's around, you got to move.
Yeah, what is he going to sell it? Make another $10,000?
Couple of pieces of celebrity news. One, people are worried about. The other, I'm infuriated over. The Rock has lost like 70 pounds.
Yeah.
And he showed up to like his movie. By the way, this movie looks damn good. He's playing the role of this UFC fighter. I thought he was trying to say he was losing the weight for the role, but no. He looks like this jacked up freak that's, has muscles popping out of every single orifice in the film, but it's not a typical Rock film. He's trying to be like take on a serious role. It actually looks really good, but The Rock is not looking like himself.
No, it looks it's very disappointing. Really is. I'm happy for him that he is like going all in on this method acting thing like Christian Bale and.
But he didn't need to be that.
Yeah, he doesn't need to get that small. This is smaller than that.
This is smaller than that. It's just it's like you used to have.
I don't know whether it's for another role after the UFC movie one.
Maybe. He looks sickly though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kristen thought he was sick.
Yeah, and your sleeves are supposed to be tight along your striated biceps, Rock, not flopping in the wind.
Yeah, because when you look at the photo of him, like right here, look at it. He just looks like gaunt and just thin, and I don't know that looks almost like ill.
And by the way, they gave him a 15-minute standing ovation.
15? Are you sure?
That's what it was. They said a 15-minute. So what was going to happen during chopping it up? You guys are going to stand up and just clap the entire time.
No, they went Rocky and Rocky.
How you could handle and hold a 15-minute standing ovation?
Yeah, come on now. The other one I'm furious over, this Pam Anderson, Liam Neeson relationship was apparently set up and fake.
I didn't even know they were together until I saw this headline.
Yeah. Naked Gun. And then it's like, oh my God, what a cute. They finally matured. They got together. And now everyone is saying it was a PR stunt to help sell the movie. I now hate both of them. And Liam Neeson has been an all-time loved character. Pam, I try to give the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh man, people busted on you for years and Bimbo. Literally. And I watched her documentary and all that. And now I'm like, screw you both.
Yeah.
This is cheap.
Because I always thought like Liam Neeson you're right. He was beloved. But I also thought like little sideways, like you're not, the whole Taken role, like you're not this badass.
No,
but you played the part really, really well.
He's also got a sad backstory as to why he's even single to be able to fake this relationship.
His wife passed away.
Yeah, it was Natasha Richardson, the mom from The Second Parent Trap. She died in a skiing accident.
How far did Arch and the Longhorns fall? The movers, the shakers, all the drama, the bickering, the fighting with the college football kegger. Then Mike Tirico next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Bagel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
How far did the Texas Longhorns fall after their number one ranking went away when they lose to Ohio State in the season opener? Here's the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. We all knew, I think, that Ohio State was going to leapfrog Penn State and go right to number one.
Heather Dinich didn't.
Sure, so she had LSU, right?
LSU.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
And didn't she say Texas could be all the way down at 10 or something?
Yeah, that was like how the committee would do the rankings if it were today. She's like kind of there. She's always in these meetings with the committee. I don't know. I don't think that she had to have the top four be conference champs. I don't think that's the way it's going to work this year. But Ohio State is the number one team in the coaches poll. They are also number one in the AP poll. There's a little bit of differences in the polls. Like LSU is third in the AP, fourth in the coaches. Texas falls to sixth in the coaches, seventh in the AP poll.
AP is what matters.
Well, it doesn't though, because they don't use it.
No, but I'm saying AP has the most influence on what's happening. Like in terms of like being representative of how like the CFP will think of things and do the AP is usually a better guide.
And they're both stupid. They got to get rid of these things. But how far did Alabama drop? That's one of the things I also wanted to look at.
Where did they start off?
8. So in the AP poll, they fell to 21.
21.
And in the coaches, they fall to 20. Florida State is 19th in the coaches. Florida State is 14th in the AP. That's too much of a jump.
Like if you're going to jump them that high, I would think you would say, well, they're better than we thought, thus we can't drop Alabama 13 spots.
Thus we can't drop. Look, I mean, you can't, A&M, Texas Tech, they were all in the top 25. You can't have Florida State jump all that. Like they were already there. Now, this is why you should get rid of the polls. Just get rid of him immediately, if not sooner.
Got some news coming in real quick. Thanks to Alec Medford. He's great at texting during the show, not attending station parties. Andre, Jeremy TR also sent the Cowboys and Hunter Lipke have agreed to terms on a 2-year extension worth up to $7.5 million. So Hunter Lipke getting paid by the boys.
Oh God, I mean, yeah, you couldn't sign Mike if that's what the resources were going to be used on was your $3 million fullback.
So careful. There's certain Ranger baseball accounts that can't detect your sarcasm.
No, they definitely can't. They definitely cannot. How did Texas' odds shift in terms of their chances of making the playoff? Well, not much. They dropped a little bit. They went from a 75% chance to make the playoffs now to about 65%. There's still no value with it. You still got to bet money to win money. You got to bet extra. So you got to bet $2 to win $1 just on Texas there. I think the window to get in some of these bets for them is just gone. There's just too much that we've seen since week 1. There's no great value bets out there that you wanted to place right now. So there's really no worry about the Horns. I'll tell you, the team that's getting a lot of love for being in the top 12 when this is all said and done is A&M. They're kind of that sneaky team that a lot of people have in their projections right now to be able to backdoor their way in.
Bet Online sent me the odds to make the 12-team playoff percentage chance. Ohio State, 91%.
Oof.
Penn State, 83%. Georgia, 73%. Oregon, 66%. Texas, 65%. So their playoff percentages dropped 10% after the loss. LSU, 63%. Notre Dame, 63%. Clemson, Miami, Bama, Ole Miss, Michigan, Auburn. A&M has a 30% chance, along with the Tigers, to get in, and RJ's Vols, 25% chance.
I still don't understand Bama. They're. Now, I will say this.
Bama dropped 25% down after the loss.
All these recruiting services basically have said this is the most stacked Bama team in years. Kalen DeBoer must have forgotten that they have an offensive line. That's where the games are won.
Bobby will tell you why Bama's still lingering.
Because they've got an undue reputation that people continue to want to give them, even though they haven't been the same program in the entire COVID era. and there's no way. I don't know which recruiting services would have said they have the most stacked class this year, because this is like that kind of chatter people have said for like 3-4 years, and it's not been. It's like if you look at their recruiting classes, they're not pulling in the same recruits that they always have.
I have a theory testing this theory. We always talk about NFL fan bases who are suckers, like Chicago, Detroit bets heavy, San Francisco for years were put up there. I wonder if Alabama sees a lot of heavy betting, even though, Alabama we don't think has any money. Are they keeping that up there for the sucker bets?
Yeah, they might. They might have to.
They're 16-1 to still win the title. Ohio State, Georgia, Penn State, the Longhorns are 15-2, so plus 750 to win it all. LSU, Notre Dame are 9-1. Bama and Clemson, Oregon, 16-1. I wonder if there's just a lot of heavy Alabama betting.
See, that's the thing that's funny about it is like Chicago, like when you mentioned that, like that's the Chicago fans. Or Detroit, it's the Detroit fans. Like Bama, this is just their suckers nationally who aren't even Bama fans, who just still believe in this Bama mystique.
Yeah.
And are like, oh, it's the same thing. It's not. You're this is like betting on the Cowboys 3 years after they won Super Bowl 30, where it's like, guys, you're not spotting the transition period here. This is not the same team.
Yeah. College football kegger here on 105 through the fan. Bill Belichick says North Carolina is better than they were. So define success for Bill and UNC in year 1. At this point, after seeing that game. 6 wins?
6 wins. That's
legitimately what success should be. Given what he blew into town and was paid for, he's got to be better than that.
He's got to be better than that.
Yeah.
But year 1.
70 new players. They said maybe 2 draftable ones.
So I was Gary Danielson.
And their quarterback, I think, got $4 million.
Yes, he did. Gary Danielson. I like Gary. I think Gary's really good. He said, for everybody going after Bill, he goes, everybody was praising Matt Patricia for what he did to Arch.
Yes.
And he goes, and Matt Patricia was running the same exact defense that Bill was.
Right.
And the difference is that Matt Patricia's got 11 NFL players and Bill has crap.
Then know your personnel.
That I don't disagree with. I don't disagree with, but what you're able to do with those guys.
Look, if I'm Belichick, I'm sitting there saying, how many of the points came off these crazy, humongous big plays? So a pick six, was it a fumble, drop, return?
You had the
75-yard run. So I'm this is the way I'm trying to justify it. I'm saying, look, these are 20 points off the board that really should not have happened. You want to throw in the pick six, fine, that was a mistake. These other kind of fluky things are things we're going to clean up, and we're not going to have 17, 20 points given to the opponent every single week.
Yeah, but it's also concerning that like they couldn't move the ball for like 3 quarters, and then Max Johnson gets in there in a blowout and kind of does.
What, 2 hours and 20 minutes before a completed pass again?
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, it was 35 unanswered TCU points between completed passes.
I look at that quarterback early on, and I'm like, okay, this guy looks like Penix.
Yeah.
Lefty, touch. He made throws that were good enough to where I was like, all right, they might have themselves a quarterback here, but
didn't work.
I just want to know who, and I'm not joking, I want to know who's responsible for the balloons. How did no one, someone someone has to ask that jackass, hey, Bill, who put those balloons up? And watch his seething response. Watch him completely melt down.
Calvin Watkins tweeted a photo of the podium yesterday, and he goes, waiting for Brian Schottenheimer, no balloons, though.
Yeah.
Well done. All right, war of words. It's as if these college coaches have never seen a microphone before or know that the internet exists and your words travel. Do you want Gundy, Dabo, Brian Kelly, or the Tulane Northwestern?
Brian Kelly.
Brian Kelly and Dabo. Okay, so Dabo basically was talking about, we'll play the clip here, talking about losing to LSU, and he said something in here that kind of irked Brian Kelly.
That is a physical group. It's a very smart quarterback, and that is a back. So they're going to be a problem, and they got some explosive dudes, and it was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a game. Down to the last play, right out of the gate. It's like getting the final exam day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
All right.
This is a perfect job, an explanation, an example of why the media is evil, because not one person, I guarantee you, took the first half of that. Those compliments.
Right.
Dabo was complimenting LSU. It's going to be that report card at the end.
Yes, absolutely. You know, like it was like both teams did a lot of good things, but, you know, they also didn't play their best. Guess what? Week one, you probably don't play your best football.
Right.
You're probably not very crisp. Brian Kelly did not agree.
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half.
I hate him.
Brian Kelly?
I hate him.
Big W for Brian Kelly in that.
Big W for Brian Kelly in that. An L for Dabo here, an L for Dabo elsewhere. Fran Brown is the coach of Syracuse. Fran Brown has a son on the team.
Winners get washed.
Winners get washed. Fran Brown pays his own son's tuition so he can get a scholarship to give to another player.
That's cool. Dabo
gives his own kid a scholarship and makes somebody else pay their own way. That is the difference. And that's a bad look. Now, to Dabo's credit, he's had 2 other kids play there, and he made them pay their own way. This one got on scholarship. For whatever reason, maybe Dabo's got money problems.
Maybe the kid's really good.
He's a holder. He's the holder. He's an elite holder.
Are you for real?
All of his kids are. All 3 of his kids have been the holder at Clemson. They've been the Sweeneys have been the holders since 2015.
Wow.
Dabo makes $11.3 million per year. Fran Brown makes $4.
Oof. All right. Dan Lanning versus Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy.
This is a guy I can't stand.
Yeah.
My God, I can't stand this guy.
So he was talking about to The Athletic about Oregon. And he said Oklahoma State on its roster has spent about $7 million over the last 3 seasons combined. And he said Oregon spent around $40 million last year alone. And that's just 1 year. He goes, I may be off by a few million, but what I'm saying is they're spending a lot of money. The Washington AD and Nebraska athletic director claimed Oregon's NIL budget was $23 million. The Ducks have like one of the highest NIL budgets in the country. Dan Lanning decided to take that and put Mike Gundy and tell him to keep his hands out of their pockets.
Oh, yeah, there's no audio for that.
All right, very good. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you what he said.
Did you send it? What happened with the audio?
I thought I sent it.
I don't see any audio in my inbox.
All right, I didn't send it to you. I sent it to somebody else. Here it is, right there.
Oh, we got a commercial debate coming up.
No, that one's on me.
Oh, okay.
That one's on me. It's in the outbox. That one's
stuck in the outbox.
That one's on me. But he said, like, we pay to win.
Yeah.
We pay to win. Some of these teams pay to be pretty good. We're not paying to be pretty good. We're paying to win.
Gundy was putting out their expenses. He was trying to expose their expense report, spending $7 million. And Lanning's like, hey, I'm not we're out here to win. We're not making excuses.
His exact quote was, I got a ton of respect for Coach Gundy. Ultimately, how blessed are we to be in a place that is invested in winning? If you want to be a top 10 in college football, you better be invested in winning. We spend to win. Some people save to have an excuse for why they don't. Gosh, Dan Lanning has the best quote.
He does.
He is so good.
Rooted in substance.
Yeah. We're fighting for wins. They're fighting for retweets. There's a difference or whatever he said. They're fighting for clicks.
College football kegger here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and you, thankfully, on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The Hall of Fame broadcaster who has the call of Cowboys-Eagles tomorrow night on NBC, Mike Tirico, joins the show, Hump Day edition, with the commercial-free expressway. Mike Tirico is next. But let me...
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
And the guest list kicks off today. It will also include Brian Schottenheimer, the debut of the Schotty Show at 8:20. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9. Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone every hump day at 9:20. But we started with the Hall of Famer. We have the radio call on this station. He's got the TV call tomorrow night, NBC, Football Night in America. Back with us again, the great Mike Tirico on the D&M Leasing Hotline on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Guys, good to catch up. Happy season. How you doing?
Doing okay. I feel like
okay, just okay.
Yeah, the wind is taking out of my sails, Mike, of this trade. Can
I coach you up? I coach you up?
Coach me up, coach.
Can I coach you up? Listen. So it ended in early January. You've been waiting 9 months for tomorrow night, right?
Yes.
Nothing like the 17 fans hope the 18, 19, 20 game days with the Cowboys. So I'm going to let you pout. I'm going to let you be miserable. Let you sit and wallow in your sorrow for another, I'm going to give you 12 hours.
Okay, 12 hours.
But by tonight, when you do the face-on pillow thing and you go to bed, it's time to turn the page. Because it ain't changing. It's giving you more groceries than you could shop for, to use Coach Parcells' old line.
Yeah.
And you're making a lot of good meals every day out of it. So dig in and just start over. How about that?
You know, that is that's very good advice, Mike. Unfortunately, when I go and Google Mike Tirico, I'm now brought back down to earth when it says salary cap management by the Cowboys probably led to this situation in trade. So now I'm all up in my feelings all over again. What did you think of the deal?
So I thought I thought it should have been handled earlier, right? For a variety of reasons. Whether it is, I don't think that taking Dak to the end, taking CD to the end, taking this to where they played out with Micah. I don't think that was the best way to do it. I think when you can be proactive, aggressive, and get ahead of these things a little bit earlier, cap wise, it leads to more controllable, better outcomes. All that aside, this can make sense if the 5 players who replace that number of cap, meaning the extensions you do, the draft picks. Yeah. All that stuff, if that flexibility is very good, then you may end up with a better situation than having an edge pass rusher who people have to game plan for, people have to double, but it has not helped you win playoff games. You won one playoff game, right? And we know 4 playoff games with Micah, 1 sack. We know all that. So it can work. I don't think it needed to get here. I wish it would have been managed differently not to get here if I was sitting from a Cowboys fan perspective. But overall, this can work out. May not be better this year, but for the next 5 years, there's more flexibility and more opportunity.
How would you summarize the cell phone reaction that you got, or talking to all your league buddies or Collinsworth, whoever it is? Is everyone like shocked, stunned, thinking the Cowboys got worked, or are there some defending what they got back?
No, I think it's mixed. I think on the surface, everybody says, okay, Cowboys didn't get enough, right?
Yeah.
When you start to think about it, it makes some sense. Now, I would have liked to have had this extra draft pick in this year's draft, so it gave me more flexibility to create a better team on the field this year. If the Cowboys are in win-now mode and Dak is in year 10 at age 32 and CD in his prime, you add Pickens, I would have liked to have that flexibility going into the draft where you did acquire Pickens in a draft weekend trade, as opposed to waiting for next year. Now, you could make the argument that the 26 and 27 drafts seem to be really stacked with a lot of talent. So, especially at the quarterback position. So which does a lot of things. It gives you a lot of flexibility. Maybe somebody's desperately going to need a quarterback in slot 12 or slot 13, and you may parlay the extra one into something else, right? So there's a lot of down the road that can work here. So I don't think anybody thinks the Cowboys got worked. You just don't get 2 1s in trades anymore. So that's aside. The other reaction, at least in our group chat, was, is this real? Yeah, it's real. oh, damn, we got Packers-Cowboys week 4. How great is this, right?
Oh, man.
If truth be told, that was our group's reaction. Like, oh, my gosh, we're lucky enough to have Aaron Rodgers, if he's healthy, with Pittsburgh against Green Bay in week 8, which might be the only time Aaron Rodgers in his Hall of Fame career plays against the Packers. And now to get Micah's return to AT&T to play against the Cowboys in this season when it will still be a scar that's in the process of healing, that's just gold. So, yeah, as Curtis Strange, my old golf partner, once told me, guys, every shot makes somebody happy. And that shot made us happy. He said, wow, the Sunday of the Ryder Cup, Packers-Cowboys just went from really good to off the charts.
Oh, baby. Mike Tirico joining us here, 105 through the fan. Okay, so you're excited about the Packers-Cowboys. Are y'all not sick of the Cowboys? You play them, you air them all the time. Like, it's got to be annoying if you're on the network and you're constantly inundated with this team that never obviously comes through in the end.
Really? Of course not. Chris said the line in an interview. It was somewhat tongue-in-cheek, and then, of course, taken for folks to use as fodder. Like, would you take the Cowboys every week? Yeah, they're always interesting. And there are good players on this team. There are good stories. I will tell you guys this. We did something that we don't always do, but sometimes try to do week 1. We always come and spend time with the home team. Our Sunday night group hasn't done meetings by Zoom. We try to get and see the teams in person. We were down in Frisco on Monday. So we were at the Star, watched the Cowboys practice, talked to Shoddy, talked to Dak, talked to CD. And here's what I'll tell you guys. When you walk in a building and one of the biggest ticket items on that team has been traded, it usually feels deflated. It did not feel deflated at all. Like, there is a good energy. There's a foundation of a building culture, all of which are great buzzwords that don't mean a damn thing if you're 6-11, right?
Right.
But I'm going to tell you what I thought we were walking into and what we walked out of. Very, very different positive feel that this thing could be all right this year.
Mike, who do you think the Cowboys are as a team heading into this one? Not just the culture that they're trying to build, but just in terms of the personnel and what Brian Schottenheimer's trying to accomplish. What do you look at the Cowboys and say that they really are all about heading into this game?
We got a good center and 3 ones up front, right? You got to protect. You got to protect. You've got the 12th, 24th, and 29th pick of their respective drafts. If I have that right, the Tyler trio, like they need to be 12, 24, and 29. Now Booker's going to have his hands full in game 1. No doubt Jalen Carter's going to knock on his door and check him out right to start. That's a no-brainer. But you've got that. If you can do that, we spent a little bit of time yesterday going back to watch Javonte Williams' rookie season in Denver. My goodness, he was so good and so terrific after contact. Now, that's 4 years and an ACL repair ago. However, we've seen signs. Good offensive line. Shoddy loves to run the ball, ability to run the ball, and then let's play. Are you going to double Pickens and Lamb? If you do that, you can run the ball. You can work with Ferguson, middle of the field. You got Tolbert, you got Turpin, you've got some speed to work with on the inside. You've got options. So this offense has a chance to be good. And guys, I will tell you that Philadelphia's offense is, I think, maybe just as good as it was last year. Their defense will be a work in progress. They've got changes. Half their secondary is different. If you just go 4 DBs, not 5. They've got changes up front. I think they've got players who are coming in there, but I don't know if they're going to be whole week 1. I think they're going to build a little bit on the defensive side. When you lose 4 starters and 10 players on your defense, you're not going to come out and be great week 1, I would think. So I think there are opportunities here for the Cowboys, and I think this team on the offensive side of the ball could be an exciting, explosive team if you keep Dak healthy.
Mike Tirico joining us here on 105 through the fan. Mike, what were your thoughts of the Brian Schottenheimer hire at the time in January, and has it at all for you evolved since then as you're getting ready to call this first game?
I mean, surprised that it wasn't the list of people you were thinking about was not Brian Schottenheimer right away. It's rare that an offense has a poor year, right? And is, 21st in points and 27th or so in running. in terms of yards per game. It's rare that offensive coordinator will get promoted within the same building. But it makes sense when you know Schotty. I've known Schotty forever. Worked with Marte. Marte was one of our partners on the set when we did the Cleveland Browns expansion draft. So to tell you how old I am and how long the Schottenheimer family has been, part of what we've done covering the NFL. Great family, great football coach. I think a guy in year one who can handle what the Dallas Cowboys job is. And it's a different head coaching job. I mean, the guys who've been in it, Jason Garrett, who I've gotten to become friends with and know him a bit better than I did when he was coaching. Talking to Jason, you understand it. Seeing Mike McCarthy and talking to Mike over the last few years, you know it. It's just a different job. So you need somebody who's built to handle it. And Schotty has seen everything in the NFL through his 25 years of experience and through growing up and seeing his dad go through it. As he told us the other day, heck, my dad went 14-2, number one seed, fluke play in the playoffs in a divisional game, and he got fired. Right? Yeah. So he knows what the NFL is all about. So I think maybe it wasn't the hire you were thinking, but when you look at it, it kind of makes it's like the Micah trade, guys. It's like when you look at it, really? But then when you stop to look at it, you can see what the Jones family was thinking and how it can make really logical sense without stretching the boundaries of reality.
Mike Tirico here on the Fan. Mike, you got a ton of Cowboy fans, probably the majority, who just don't believe winning another Super Bowl is possible with the way things are run. You just mentioned talking to Jason and Mike and knowing them. Did you ever get that impression or feeling from them like it's twice as hard here? Or is that something that is overblown because of all the Cowboy topics?
Where it's hard? It's hard in places where the ownership isn't involved every day. It's hard in places where you don't have the resources. It's hard in places where you've got to bring free agents or guys to the building, and the building is not something you're proud of because that's their work office every day, right? It's hard when you tell people, hey, we're trying to get fans interested in us, right? Guys love this, right? You tell me most of the guys who play for the Cowboys don't love the experience. Some don't. Most do. Many have turned it into a second or third career because of their exposure in the Dallas market and being the guy wearing the star. We're not doing 7-8 part Netflix series on a lot of other teams in the league, right? So, like everything, there's a little bit of blessing, there's a little bit of burden. And it's up to you to empower yourself to benefit from the blessing side and not let the burden side weigh you down. Can the Dallas Cowboys win a Super Bowl the way everything's constructed? Absolutely they can. They've won 12 games 3 of the last 4 years and been to the playoffs. Now, a lot of teams have these playoff issues. Think about the conversation in Baltimore, where Lamar Jackson has won 2 MVPs, should have been the MVP statistically last year, because his MVP season of 23 was usurped by the quality of his MVP season in 24 in his stats. Baltimore, with Lamar Jackson there, hadn't gotten to Super Bowl. Josh Allen is the MVP of the league. Buffalo, forever, banging against the wall. They haven't been to the Super Bowl in this stretch, right? So it's hard to get there. You can be in the playoffs a bunch of years and not get there. It doesn't mean the thing is broken. So the fact that it was 3 12-win seasons in the last 4, I kind of look at that and say, lose your quarterback midway through the season. It didn't look like it was going to be a great season, but you got no shot. And that's exactly where the Cowboys are. Dak must stay healthy for this team to succeed, period.
Did you watch The Gambler?
The Gambler meaning?
Netflix.
Oh, the whole, you know what? I just downloaded it. I didn't even know there was the name of the whole show. Yes, I watched every. Oh, it's so stupid of me. Well, it's The Gambler. It's The Kingdom. It's like I am Hard Knocks. Yeah. I am so documentaried out on the NFL right now. I need a damn game. Yes, I did. I watched all the episodes, and I just thought it was great. It was compelling. It was in some ways educational. But it was just a reminder of where it was, where it is, and all the characters who come through it. Like I said, no other team can do that. No other team can do that.
Mike Tirico joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Mike, you mentioned year 10, 32 years old for Dak Prescott. What is he at this stage of his career?
Well, he's not a guy who's outside the pocket a lot, right? But what he is a guy who has supreme understanding of the position, supreme understanding of the weight of the crown that you wear as the Cowboys quarterback, and he has a really good understanding of what they need to be successful. So can he do it? Yes. Just because Lamar in Baltimore and Josh in Buffalo, and to a significant lesser extent, but still mobile, Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, you are not going to get that kind of mobility. But I'll tell you, the team that made the NFC Championship game 2 years ago and won 15 games last year is Detroit. Jared Goff is not the most mobile guy. So you can do it with a quarterback who's not running all that much in the NFL. The difference is you need terrific offensive line play. And that's why, as unsexy as it is to be a topic on First Take, and Lord knows they've done every Cowboy topic. That's a good point. They've done every Cowboy topic imaginable, except maybe the most important. Can those 3 first-round picks in Cooper VB and Terrence Steele protect the quarterback?
Yes.
Because all this other Cowboy conversation and the 100 hours they've spent on it comes back to their quality depends on their offensive line play, period, for me.
Mike,
so
you've done
that's where I sit.
you've done a lot of Steelers games, and before the Cowboys traded for Pickens, we had him labeled as the craziest player in the league, biggest cancer, no one can control him. We trade for him, and now we're like, he's misunderstood, and Mike Tomlin, can't manage him the way that our first-year rookie head coach can. In your interactions with the Steelers, or if you even had it with Pickens, what were your thoughts about him?
We never did a production meeting with Pickens in Pittsburgh, but just always asked and just in that receiver mode, a little different. Okay. Does some emotional stuff on the sideline. Okay. Got that. So we just kind of rolled the dice that, we're coming to the Star. We're going to watch practice. We'd love to meet with Pickens and CD together, and we got them. And I didn't know what to expect. And, you talk about all these documentaries. There's an index card on behind Andy Reid's desk for those who did watch The Kingdom, the Chiefs documentary. And it is very simple, small white index card in red letters. It says, "Don't judge." And so that kind of springs in my mind when you're going to meet somebody for the first time. George Pickens was great. He was funny. He admitted to doing some crazy stuff on the field in games. He was pleasant to talk to, smiling, enthused. Was he putting on an act for us? I don't know. But it seems like the chemistry with CD and George is real. It seems like, from what everybody in the building said, he's been terrific since he's been there. So you know what? These guys are young. They can hit the reset button and have a next chapter. Maybe he wasn't a good fit in Pittsburgh. He told us, he said, receivers like me, he said, Dallas has had them. Historically, high personality, high energy, all of that. Everybody who watched the Cowboys Netflix doc, reminded of Michael in spades with all that. And God, we're reminded of Michael every time we see Michael, including on the sideline Sunday night at the Miami Notre Dame game. I think Michael was in more shots than Mario Cristobal, the coach of the Kings, which is awesome, which is vintage Michael, right? And good for Miami. So that's a long way of saying I'll invest. I'll emotionally invest until proven otherwise. Deserves a chance from watching him, anecdotally hearing how it's been at the Star, and talking to him in person to say, you know what? Maybe it's a good chapter 2 for him. Maybe this is the perfect change of scenery.
Mike Tirico joined us here, 105 through the Fan. All right, I want to ask you about the Ryder Cup. I think it's golf at its most intense level. They've split the last 4, home country winning them all. Is the home crowd at Bethpage versus Europe the storyline that you're looking forward to the most, or is there something else?
Storyline of the Ryder Cup is making putts. Storyline of the Ryder Cup is making putts. We talk crowds. It's great that everybody chants "Ole, ole, ole." They yell on the first tee, all that stuff. The crowd is quiet until you hit a ball. And then when you hit a shot, you either make it or you don't. Patrick Cantlay had the entire golf course against him 2 years ago and went on a massive birdie run on 15 through 18, or last Ryder Cup. Massive birdie run 15 through 18, right? some guys get inspired by being in that energy and that environment. The key for the U.S. is guys like Ben Griffin, who haven't been through it before, and Sam Burns. Like, are those guys going to be lifted by the pressure of and the enthusiasm from the U.S. crowd? And most of golf guys, not maybe at our level unless you guys are scratch. Most of golf comes down to making putts, and the Ryder Cup especially, it comes down to making pressure putts. So who's got the Titleist to get up there and make a pressure putt over and over and over? That's the difference. And the advantage to me for Europe, one, very little to lose. You're going to go into New York and play. And second, almost everybody is back from the last team. They are tight. They've got a good connection, and they're damn good players. I would say if there was no emotion, I would make the U.S. a slight underdog in this, just because Europe's bringing back 11 of the 12 guys.
Perfect timing with Mike Tirico on. Tom Pelissero is reporting right now. NFL Network. Trayvon Diggs is expected to play tomorrow night.
Ooh.
So just adds to Mike's ratings, and that'd
be a good thing. And by the way, Kaiir Elam is another player who makes this a very important who can control the balance of this season for Dallas. If you have Diggs out there and Elam out there and Bland out there healthy, and Kaiir Elam can find in his second window his new energy in a new building and a new franchise, if he can be a first-round pick corner like he was in Buffalo but never got a chance to play to that level, now you're talking. If you got three corners you can throw out there with experienced safeties, guess what gets better quick? Pass rush. And Dante Fowler had 10 last year, and everybody loves what Ezeraku has shown. I saw the James Houston run in Detroit in that 8-game stretch that he had, 7-game stretch, I guess it was, with 8 sacks and 22, and Sam Williams healthy. Maybe it all comes together. I know that's a lot of ifs, but there is a path, is what I'm saying, guys, right? There's a path to this working this year or the next couple of years without number 11 being there.
A special treat for us every single year. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. You're the absolute best. Have a great call and great season. We'll catch up with you again.
Appreciate coming on with you guys anytime. We'll see you down that way week 4, and just keep it in the headlines until then, huh?
The Hall of Famer, the great Mike Tirico on the D&M Leasing Hotline with the news coming out. Trayvon Diggs expected to play. More on that at 8 o'clock. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Man, teachers just can't let you have fun anymore. That is what my 15-year-old told me this week.
This is pretty incredible.
So apparently they have tests like week 2 of school already. We waited till like October.
Wow.
To have our first test.
You weren't even back in school yet.
Yeah, today would have been the day one. It was always the Wednesday after Labor Day is when we started school. So it would have been today. It would have been the first. That's why I'm in a bad mood today. It's like I got trauma. I have trauma from childhood. First day of school. But so Luca told me he got a bad grade at test. I go, well, what happened? And he said, well, the teachers this year started giving the class different tests. I go, what do you mean? He says, well, there's 4 or 5 different tests they give out to the students, so you never sit next to someone that has the same test as you. And I said, so what's wrong with that? And he looks me dead in the eye and he says, I can't cheat.
This took me 2 days to understand what you were talking about. I didn't understand the different tests being given and why that was a problem.
Right. So,
and he
like,
looked you dead in the eye.
This person's got you might have the same 10 questions, but they're in different order. So you can't, like, kind of do the side eye, see which one. Oh, is it B?
Wow. So did he get the bad grade because he tried to cheat?
I think so. Or like, he tried to cheat, then he realized it was a different name, and he goes, oh, crap. I didn't really study for this thing.
Wow.
So I got to do that. He's like, I can't cheat.
That's incredible.
So my younger one says, yeah, Dad, she patched. I still don't know what the hell that means. She patched?
The teacher?
Aiden, help us out. What does that mean?
Fixed the test. Maybe she patched it.
Like nerfed it? I don't know.
Yeah, nerfed it. Nerfed it's another word.
Sure. What does that mean? Help me out here.
Well, you could have asked him.
It's fixed.
It's fixed. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is absolutely something I would have had a problem with when I was in school too. I mean, like your teachers, you're getting in the way of my success.
So is that what you said back? I get it. I get the struggle.
I said you're not supposed to cheat.
Yeah.
But apparently, another little thing they have nowadays is you can retake tests.
Oh,
yeah. Don't do a good job on.
I loved this when I was in high school.
What? You had this?
Yep. You could retake it up to a 70.
Yep.
What do you mean up to it? You could. That's the highest you could get?
Yeah, that's the highest you get. So if you retake it and you get a perfect score, and you get up to a 70.
You take it the next day, or when is it
They usually
resubmitted?
make it within the week of.
Yeah,
So
usually-
the test is on like a Tuesday. You got till Friday to go and take it.
Wow.
But it's the exact same test. So you kind of already know the answers because usually teachers would give me the test back and they would say, hey, you marked A, it's actually B. So I'd go home, study the corrected test, go back in, I guess 70. Education for you, baby.
Bro, we're not trying to hold kids back.
Yeah,
Come on.
if anything says we want to pass you on to the next grade, more than you can retake your failing test to get a 7.
With the answers.
With the answers.
You know what though? This is why there are a lot of teachers out there who think like test taking like driven graduation, like basically like centering things around tests and stuff. Like you end up just teaching to tests and trying to get kids to pass tests instead of like actually focus. There are a lot of teachers who want reform on that.
Yeah, I mean now they just like my mom was a teacher for years. My ex-wife's a
Well.
teacher. They even say like they basically want you to teach to that the STAR test.
Mm-hmm.
Which
the
is
STAR test is that they will build for that all year. They'll send out like info sheets of like make sure your child eats a big breakfast that morning. Use only positive, uplifting language. Like they're giving you this thing to like, hey, really prep them so that they come in here and ace this because we can't have them failing.
Yeah, that's how they get their funding. And they get funding with that. So it's chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Another thing that is kid related. It's very, very sad related. But it is kid related. There was an 11-year-old in Houston. I don't know if you saw this. This is obviously a trend that, I mean, my kids do it all the time. We get it done to us all the time at night. The ding dong ditch. They ring the doorbell and they scurry. Well, this happened in Houston, and an 11-year-old kid got shot and killed. And it is a absolute cautionary tale. If your kids are doing this, man, you knew this was going to happen. You knew something like this was going to happen sooner or later.
I thought I saw the video of this. Was it pitch black? Not the shooting, them going up and ringing on the door. Because I'm like, if I open the door and I see 3 teenagers running away, I can't get myself to go get my gun. And legally, is the person who shot done? In trouble or not?
They did find the guy. He's in custody. So this was just
because I was wondering what they were going to do with on your property and trespassing.
Yeah. So this was just 4 hours ago that CNN had the story that they did apprehend somebody in this death.
Like, was the guy on the couch with his gun already waiting? How did he have enough time, like, to get these kids who are running off his lawn? And why would you shoot? Why would you shoot some young kids who were doing a prank?
Springfield, Illinois, Louisville, Kentucky, Maine.
Deaths?
In the last year, there have been. Those are just some of the states that have had instances of ding-dong ditching where the kids got shot.
Well, so what happens, I think this is about the same story. We've talked about it for a little bit, is kids will ring the doorbell, and then the prank is to kick the door as well. They kick the door open. You kick so hard on an older door, the door opens. I don't know if this is the exact same thing, but you have videos out there of kids doing that all over Ring doorbell cameras, everything, so that might have sparked the issue.
So how often, what do? You see who it is? You know who it is? Do you get to the door in time? Are they always gone by the time you open the door?
It depends on what time it is. If it's like 11 o'clock, I know what it is.
11 p.m.
Yeah, 11 p.m. I know what it is. I'm not getting up. I know they're just, and
they
we
don't damage the door. There's nothing.
Never seen that. We got a Ring camera, so like I can look. But I've never gotten up and after about 9 o'clock, I'm not getting up to go to answer the door anyway.
Yeah,
especially once it's dark.
I'm obviously not taking it to this extreme, but if you're pounding on the door past a certain hour and wake the kids up, I'm going outside and I'm catching you. And I'm going to tell you, don't ever effing do that again.
That's dangerous because they trick you to open the door, then somebody else rushes the door and opens it. And
that sounds like over paranoia. I know that has happened in some instances, but no, you get some of these of like, I need help or something, and then you open the door to help, and then there's people off to the side. But that's not common. It happens.
No,
That's a little bit like razor blades in the Halloween candy.
Use it as a cautionary tale. That's all I would say.
Yeah.
Use it to sit down the kids and say, look what happened. So you think you're being funny, you think you're getting, a little thrill out of it, this is what can happen.
Apparently, the fan text is saying that the story is saying that they did this multiple times within an hour, so he was like waiting for them on one of the last ones.
Yeah, that's
well. Now you're probably going to jail for
probably
a long
going to
time.
jail. Yeah, I mean, especially if they were
or not property. I don't know.
I don't know.
Are they on your property? People told me someone can break in your house, be in your house, but if they turn around to leave and you shoot them in the back, you're in trouble.
I've heard the same thing. I've heard the same thing. I don't know what the rules are in that one. All right, it is chopping it up here.
Someone breaks in the house, goes down your steps with your possessions. They trip on your faulty carpet. I'm in trouble.
Do you want?
You got an insurance payout now.
Do you want cops with flashing lights, man card drink glass, or Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce?
Man card.
All right. This happened to me. This is very risky. Is there anything more risky than a man ordering a drink and you're not sure what kind of glass is going to come in? Because you don't think about that.
Lots of more risky things, I think.
Well, there's more risky. But like we were at a restaurant and we looked at the cocktail menu. I'll just get like a bourbon, right? On the rocks. But I was like, I'll get something else. I'm getting sick of it. I'll always get something. So we saw 2 drinks we liked. We're like, all right, we'll both order it and we can kind of share. So we ordered one drink's called a sidecar, and the other one was called a scofflaw. Scofflaw, I was like, ooh, that sounds like it's an illegal activity. All right, that's going to be, I'll get that, very prohibition
I'll
style.
take a little sip.
Well, one came back, and it was pink. And the other one came back in a very dainty glass.
Yes.
And is there anything worse that you're at a restaurant, and you order a drink, and it comes to you, and you're the man, and it's in
yeah.
It's just a glass.
It's awful. It happens.
You got to hold it by the stem.
This happens to me every weekend. I end up getting the softest looking drink in the stupidest little daintiest glass. Yeah. It's awful. Terrible.
They should let you know when you order it. Hey, by the way.
They should put the glass next to the drink.
Yes, the picture.
The picture
of the glass. They really should.
This is why you just order shots. You just order shots, and you know exactly what you're getting every single time.
Because the description of the drink should lead you towards the path of what, what glass you're getting.
Right.
I imagine you ordered something, you two, that was brown liquor, and didn't have, a pink mixture in it. Did not sound like it came with an umbrella.
Yeah,
I would imagine that.
Look, I mean, if I order a French 75, I know that it's going to come in that kind of glass.
Yeah, if I order an Aperol Spritz, I get what I get.
You get what you get. You get what you get. But this thing had like bourbon and like Cavassier. I'm like, I didn't know I had no idea what kind of glass that was going to be.
But worse than that, because I'm secure enough to, I don't love it, but okay, I'm gonna sit here and drink it. The ripoff of the price.
Oh,
they think giving it with that nice little presentation, that glass justifies the $18
exactly
charge.
Exactly.
I bet it was. I know it wasn't $12.
No,
I know it wasn't $13, $14.
It was 16 and more. They were 16 and above.
And you feel like 3 sips, then they make you feel like an alcoholic.
Right.
Because you're done the thing in 3 sips.
You've downed it, it's gone, and now you're ready to go for the next one.
Chopping it up every hump day during the commercial-free Expressway. Mike Tirico getting rave reviews thanks to Tim Collins for setting that up. We're just getting started with a guest. The debut of the Brian Schottenheimer Show at 8:20 this morning. But first, it sounds like the Cowboys are getting awesome injury news. Does Diggs and Guyton playing change anything for tomorrow night? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Skills?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products?
Sing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The debut of the Brian Schottenheimer Show. It's going to be every Friday at 8:20, but because of tomorrow night, opener, unusual schedule, Coach Schottenheimer will join us at 8:20 this morning on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Belt. Mike Tirico was fantastic. Shotty will be great. Nick Eatman at 9. Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone at 9:20. And we're getting good injury news. Tyler Guyton, full go yesterday at practice. That's one. And then Tom Pelissero just minutes ago. Thanks to all the Tolos for sending it in, saying that Trayvon Diggs is expected to play.
And that's huge for the way your personnel groupings are going to work on defense. Because if you didn't have Diggs out there, you remember we just talked about this last week, that when you made the move to let go of Zion Childress and Andrew Booth in favor of guys who haven't been in your building, and you were potentially going to say, all right, I guess one of these guys is going to start in the nickel for us after being here for a week. That said that your personnel was not very strong at the corner group. So being able to roll with 3 guys that you feel pretty good about against an Eagles team that when situationally they want to throw the ball, they can, obviously with the kind of receiving weapons they have, that's big news for them.
Troy Aikman yesterday went on the Rich Eisen show. He gave his Micah trade reaction, but then talked about on the field how much pressure this Micah deal puts on everybody else.
Well, I said it during our preseason game that the leverage that I felt Micah had with the Cowboys was the simple fact that I didn't think they could win without him. And that's a bold statement, I realize, because players do get hurt, and then to imply that the season is over is not fair to those other guys on the team. But I just think that he is such a disruptive player, and for a defense that had their issues and they're going through some changes, to not have a central figure like Micah Parsons that offenses have to worry about is game changing for an offense coming into play against them. I think it was going to be challenging for them in a lot of ways regardless, but now even more so. And I think that of course, that adds more pressure to Dak Prescott in this offense to be able to score points and keep the ball away from the opposing teams. But, I do think this defense that was going to have some concerns going in, those become even more pronounced without a dominant pass rusher like Micah is.
Now, look,
you go ahead.
Steven said you could scheme pass rush, right? You could scheme pass rush. You can't scheme run defense. That's one of the things they went and did, or that was one of their reasonings, or at least that's what they claim. The funny thing is, you can
scheme it, but you better have some damn good corners.
Yes, yeah. I mean that helps.
Because to me, that means you're bringing pressure. Mm-hmm. You're leaving people exposed on the back end.
Right. You're getting coverage sacks. Coverage sacks are huge. The funny thing is that, like, and I haven't heard many people talk about this, but, they kind of leaned in, or they're leaning in to trying to stop the least efficient way to run an offense. Passing game, pass defense, running game, run defense, right? You're leaning into, we need to stop the run. But trying to stop the run is like trying to stop, like, the least efficient way other offenses score.
Here's the problem, though. If you can run the ball,
you can run out of clock and you'll never lose a lead.
If you can run the ball 6 yards a pop on a defense, I don't care if you're giving up 12. You're every single time a guaranteed 6 versus on average with incompletions, you're averaging 8 yards per attempt or whatever else. It is demoralizing when you're getting run on like that.
I know everyone's making fun of them for making a run stop move in a pass first league. I am not thrilled with the trade return. I'm really worried about this season. But I'm going to applaud them for knowing that they need a run stopper. We have years and games and years of evidence where you're absolutely helpless when Aaron Jones or whoever else it is running up and down all over you. I just have years of evidence. Like, no one will convince me otherwise. And you could actually point to Mozzie Smith if you're really, really upset and you want more reason to be mad at Mozzie. You can actually point to Mozzie as a reason this trade went down, because Mozzie was not a hit.
Yeah.
And they're like, we can't rely on Mozzie Smith and just Oso Odigizua and Solomon Thomas up front. And because of Mozzie, he's only on this roster, I believe, because you didn't have any other depth or replacements for him. Kenny Clark is here.
What did Micah say when Mozzie was drafted and he was doing that Bleacher Report? Like, no more quarterback sneaks, AJ. No more like that. His whole thing when he brought in here, they talked about how he doesn't really rush the passer. We think he can get there, but like this is clearly like we've got an NFL ready run stopper right now, and he didn't do it.
How is Vegas looking at the Cowboys now?
Well, starting with how this move impacted everything. What it did for Green Bay with the Micah deal is pretty remarkable. They went from 20-1 to 16-1, and then already down more. They went to 14-1 and then 13-1. So they have almost cut their odds in half. They are now the 6th best odds to win the Super Bowl at ESPN Bet. They also took over in the NFC North against Detroit. So they are now the favorites in the NFC North. Barely, right? So they're plus 175. Detroit's like plus 185.
Any one of you picking Green Bay to win that division today because of this? I'm not.
Not because of this, but I mean, I would have had them in contention. To me, it's a coin flip. I think Green Bay or Detroit, like that right now, I don't feel great either way. I absolutely thought either one of them could.
Okay, I would still have the Lions.
I mean, they're playing week 1 in Lambeau, so that's going to be a good game.
Get that epidural ready.
And who would you have? Winning the North today, you got to make your pick.
It's hard. I mean, Detroit had 15 wins
Green
last
Bay.
year.
I won't ride the fence. Green Bay.
15. It's hard for me to say that they're going to lose. They're going to shoot down 5 games. That's a lot. So I would probably pick Detroit. Now, Green Bay has the most bets and the most money bet on them since Thursday in the NFL. 22% of all bets, 26% of all money on them since Thursday. However, Detroit has had the most bets on them since Thursday to win the conference because of those lengthening odds. So their odds went down. People took advantage of those odds as well. Micah Parsons odds went from 8-1 to 5-1 to win Defensive Player of the Year. Now, what has this done? What are the Cowboys looking at for this Cowboys-Eagles matchup?
And Micah's the favorite, followed by Aiden Hutchinson, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa.
The Eagles at BetMGM have 72% of all money bet on them at 7.5. That number jumped already to 8.5. The Vegas gives the Eagles a 90% implied odds chance of winning, and that was pretty steady before the Micah deal with that. So it didn't really change much since the Micah deal. It was showing you that people in Vegas, the sharp bettors as they call them, were completely on the Eagles to begin with. Just the numbers gone up. I got it at 6.5 a couple months ago, and now it's already shot up to 8.5.
Yeah.
As we get closer to kickoff. I will say this: Vegas does not want the Cowboys to win the NFC. Period. There's a $10,000 bet to pay at 25-1 on the Cowboys to win the NFC. That's just one. There's many of them. The Cowboys are the biggest liability for all sports books to win the NFC, not because they have the most bets or the most money bet on them, but the combination of money and their long odds makes them a really, really, really big liability. So Vegas is rooting hard against the Cowboys. They're also rooting hard against Detroit. They have 19% of all bets to win the NFC. So basically 1 out of every 5 on them to reach the Super Bowl.
Cowboys futures odds, bet online, for them to win the Super Bowl, it's 66-1. You can get that today. NFC Championship game, just making it there, 35-1. Then you have regular season wins, over under 7.5.
Yeah, and that Chop, you said that switched after the Micah trade to where the
Packers are getting a lot of bets.
But the over under 7.5 for the Cowboys on the win total.
So the way
it
it
switched
was
to where the favorite was over, now the favorite's under.
So prior to the trade, if you wanted to bet the over 7.5 wins, you had to bet $140 to win 100, right? Now, if you want to bet the under 7.5 wins, you got to bet 120 to win 100. So the favorite was a lot of juice to the over. Now it's a lot of juice to the under.
Odds imply a 73% chance that the Cowboys will not make the playoffs. Minus 325, they don't make it. Plus 250 that they do make it. Dak Prescott MVP odds. MVP odds for the Cowboys if you want to bet it. 40-1 for Dak. CD 150-1. Offensive Player of the Year. Lamb 10-1. Pickens 200-1.
I'll say this.
There's a lot of people on CD right now that think CD's going to have like 150 catches this year.
Right. I mean, I'll tell you this. If you think Dak is going to be healthy this year, if the Cowboys have, you said, an applied odds of 75% not to make the playoffs, that means they're probably going to be 4-1 to make it. If you think Dak's going to be healthy this year, like if Dak is healthy throughout the entire year, they're winning 9 games.
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
That's just the reality of it.
Yeah, I want to win a championship.
I'm thrilled with him as my fantasy quarterback if he's healthy. I'm thrilled. Did you end up getting him in our league?
No, I have Penix and Jared Goff.
Was it you?
No, I do not have Dak.
Okay. I thought someone in here.
But if he's going to be healthy, they're going to win 9-10 games. That's just the reality of it. He's a good quarterback.
Troy Aikman with his overall trade reaction with Rich Eisen yesterday.
At first glance, I'm not a fan of the trade. You know, these type players are really rare, and you're looking for guys that can rush the passer. And with those draft picks, they'll be looking for someone just like Micah. And then ultimately you come down to the same thing of having to try to work out a contract. So we'll see how that looks. But it could very well be something that I think pushes the Green Bay Packers over the top, much like the trade when we acquired Charles Haley back in 1992.
So there it is with the Charles Haley comparisons.
Jake Rietma has Dak, by the way.
Rietma has Dak. Okay. 877-881-1053 for your questions for the Cowboys head coach. It's the debut of the Brian Schottenheimer Show. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to get in your questions for Coach. I'm as excited about this weekly as anyone since Jerry Jones, probably. We've had Jay Jeezy. We've had Mike McCarthy. The debut of the Brian Schottenheimer Show is next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, don't freak me out.
Brian Schottenheimer Show. It'll be every Friday at 8:20 throughout the rest of the season. Little change up, obviously, with Thursday Night Football and the Eagles tomorrow night on this radio station. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, while we wait for former coach Jason Garrett, who appeared on this program for 10 years. He was asked on PFT Live, what would he have said to Jerry Jones when Jerry suggested trading Micah?
Well, let's not do that. Is there anybody else who's interested? Let's get him over in the AFC, you know? And so who knows? And I'm sure that conversation came up. You know, you don't want to trade him in the division. You don't want to trade him, in the conference if you can, to a rival like Green Bay. So you would try to dissuade that decision, but who knows? And obviously in that situation, you say, okay, 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark, that's good, but this is Micah Parsons. This is a transformational player. Can we get more? You know, people have made the comparison to the Herschel Walker deal. Go back and look at what the Cowboys got for Herschel Walker. A lot more than they've gotten for Micah Parsons. And you can make a compelling argument that the defensive lineman with 52 sacks in 4 years is a more valuable commodity than the great Herschel Walker, as great as he was.
So that was Jay Jeezy. Yesterday we had Jeremy Fowler on. He combined with Dom Van Natta for this ESPN piece, getting all the details of the trade. And he said 2 NFL executives questioned why the Cowboys did not get more in return after the trade went down. Quote, very bad for Dallas in that they received little compensation in comparison to other superstar prime trades. That was from an NFC executive. We'll get to more on that later. We are now joined by the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. He told us at the Combine he would not be doing 6:30 like Mike McCarthy. So here we are with the new set time, hopefully for years moving forward. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Well, I tell you what, you guys sound well rested, man. I guess you guys can thank me for a couple extra hours of sleep, or you guys have been probably rolling the whole time.
So 6:30 was always out of the question. 6 o'clock hour.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, Mike's a morning guy. I'm a night owl. That's just kind of the way I go. But, again, happy to always oblige you guys. But, no, it's a great to visit with you guys, man. Look forward to doing this with you guys every week.
What time do you usually leave the office at night?
I'm probably 11:30, 12:30 guy most nights. And then the week's very different, right? You know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, your grind. Thursday, it slows down a little bit. Friday's kind of your chance to have date night with your wife, and then Saturday you're obviously into game mode.
Coach, you knew it was going to be a wild ride, but not having Micah at camp, losing and trading arguably your best player, I mean, could you have even imagined it would start off this crazy before facing the defending champs on the road?
Well, I tell you what, the fascinating thing is, you know, growing up in a football family, I've always been aware that there's things that comes across the head coach's desk, and certainly this is no different. I'm obviously excited about the team, but again, you know, really what I tried to do, guys, you guys visited with me out in training camp, was I literally tried to just limit the distractions and focus on the guys that were out there working, and I had great communication and conversations with Mike all throughout training camp, but at the end of the day, look, this was a unanimous decision, and again, I'm happy for Mike and his family. Obviously, it's an incredible payday, and I'm looking forward to seeing him, like I said, before the game in a couple weeks, and then maybe not so much on the field as we get going to play, but again, excited about this upcoming start of the season.
Coach, normally in big sports trades, we deem the team that loses the superstar, the known talent, as kind of the loser in it, but then you have people say, well, there's addition by subtraction. There's an addition to the culture. Have you been on teams that you can recall or remember? I'm not asking you to give the specific examples, but have you seen where the better player, the bigger name has left, and it has been kind of addition by subtraction because of those culture things?
Well, yeah, I don't think it's got anything to do with the culture thing. I think it's got more than anything to do with, okay, hey, you know, what does this look like 2 years from now? What does this look like after we utilize those first-round draft picks? What does this look like as we play football throughout this season and beyond? Because at the end of the day, you know, guys, we're going to be judged on wins and losses, and we all own that. And so, again, a lot of times these deals, when they happen, it takes time to figure out. You know, everybody's quick to say, oh, this team won, this team lost, but in reality, we really don't know that because there's so much left to be determined based on the capital that we have in terms of, the draft picks, the cash that's available, things like that. But at the end of the day, again, I'm really excited about our team. We talked about this for a long time. We were very, very deep on the edge pieces. Mike is an incredible player. I am not saying that. He is an elite football player. We did have a void inside that we were a little concerned about with our depth. We get a great player in Kenny Clark that is just a tremendous, player inside that can help solidify the middle of your defense. In my conversations with a few people in Green Bay, they were devastated to lose him because of the type of man that he is. And then, of course, you get the draft picks that, again, allow you to, do what we've done here historically, which is draft very, very well in the first round. And that's a big part of it.
Brian Schottenheimer here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, this is more of a philosophical thing. A lot of our listeners want to get your football philosophies as we move forward throughout the season and the years. I get made fun of because I keep talking about run defense. I've seen this team for years, and you've talked about physicality, get pushed around and kind of controlled in games where I feel helpless as a fan watching them not be able to stop the run. Talk about that and why people say, well, you don't trade the elite pass rusher in a passing league for a run stopper and focus on run defense with the analytics and all that stuff. Can you just talk to your philosophy of run defense?
Yeah, well, I think, I agree with you. And again, there's something when you're on the sidelines and you're coaching, you're playing, you're a fan and you're watching the game, and it's like first down run, 4 yards, second down run, 4 yards, 5 yards. It's 3rd and 1. Okay. New set of downs, converting 3rd down. Then it's a pass, but then it's another run. Again, when you can't slow a team down and when you have elite rushers, teams know they're like, we're not going to let you rush the passer. So we're going to come in committed. You guys saw it a few years back against Green Bay when they came in here and basically just wanted to pound the rock at us. And it's a tough thing because there's things you can do to create pressure on the quarterback. There are things. There's blitz packages. There's all kinds of different ways to do that. And again, I feel like we really have some elite edge pieces. I think you got Dante Fowler out there who's going to, have a terrific year. Donovan Ezaraku. I mean, I'm so excited to watch him go out and play, early in this part of the season. Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon. I mean, the names continue to go on and on. And but there is absolutely something to when your football mantra starts with two things. And this is what our football mantra starts with, guys. Number one is winning the turnover battle. You have to do that. We want to have 3 takeaways every game on defense and give none. We call it a goose egg. And then the second part of the mantra is own the line of scrimmage. It is an incredibly deflating feeling when a team just wants to run the football and there's nothing you can do to slow it down.
Where are you in your satisfaction with this team's physicality?
Well, again, I think we're going to find out a lot tomorrow night. I'm pleased with the physical nature of practice that we've had. I think, it started out in Oxnard. These guys learned how to practice the right way. These guys learned how to put the pads on. We wanted to have a physical training camp. We did that. We came back to Frisco, had the few practices in front of the fans here at the Star. Those were very, very physical. So my point is, I think, I feel like we're prepared to go into battle. I feel like we're prepared to go in and play a very, very good football team that is very physical like we are. And we'll find out a lot come Thursday night. But, at the end of the day, guys, I just told our guys this, I don't want our guys going into this matchup and being like, oh, we're playing the Eagles, defending champions, and I'm going to try super hard, and you just wait to see what I do. We don't want that, man. Hey, it's just another championship opportunity. Play free, fly around, enjoy flying around on the football field with your brother hitting somebody else, and that's kind of the way we're approaching this game. And honestly, you don't get extra credit for beating Philadelphia in Philadelphia on prime time than you do beating the Giants at noon at home in AT&T Stadium a week from now. So, again, that's something that's really important to me is each game is just another championship opportunity. That way, when we get to the huge stage of the playoffs and the Super Bowl, hey, guys, we've been here before.
Coach, you sounded pretty optimistic yesterday about the progress Tyler Guyton and Trayvon Diggs were making. As you guys get ready to take off for Philadelphia today, how much better are you feeling? Or is that still the same level of optimism for them to potentially be available tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. Again, we'll find out. We had good meetings last night with the training staff. I think both guys are trending in the right direction. We're through our physical work, guys. Like the way we do it. Wednesday's a padded practice. Generally, Thursday we're in shells. Friday we run around in helmets, but we're still running. And then today is truly a walkthrough. Today is okay. Let's recreate the entire week. Just kind of hit some of the last minute situational things that we need to get done. But the physical aspect of our deal ends on Friday in terms of now it's about getting their minds right, getting them relaxed, and then getting their bodies feeling great, getting ready to go into a game.
Coach, what's your philosophy on fourth downs in terms of going for it versus kicking? Are you Mike was pretty aggressive. I know you've coached under some coaches that were more erring on the side of kicking it. Where does your philosophy stand?
I think I'm in between, guys. I think when you look at it, the entire situation has to come into the picture to make those decisions. You go into a situation and the defense is playing great, and you're playing a team where they're really good at possessing the ball, which Philadelphia is really good at possessing the ball. You factor those things in. We obviously have a kicker that can kick it from Lubbock through the uprights of AT&T Stadium, so that's part of it as well. But I would say I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm not a guy that's just cavalier. I think Dan Campbell's an incredible coach, and the way he does that works for him and his personality and his football team. But I'm somewhere in between. And then at the end of the day, there is some gut instinct feel where you're like, hey, I just feel this, and this is what we're going to do. And whether it works or whether it doesn't, I will sleep good at night when I trust my gut.
How do you weigh the difference between whether it's your team versus the other? Are you more likely to go for it against an elite quarterback who could score from anywhere, and regardless of how your defense is playing that day, or how does that play into it?
Yeah, I think it's all those things. We have kind of a plan going into each game. Okay, hey, this is the quarterback we're playing. This is the environment we're playing in. This is the way their team plays, their identity. But then once the game starts, you kind of get a sense of, man, defense is playing great, or hey, offense is on fire. That all comes into your factoring. Analytics plays a part, guys. We all have analytics. I'm not the guy that carries around the analytics book with me or has someone standing behind me. I've got a guy, Ryan Feeder, that's up in the press box who's elite at this. But it's just the analytics part is one tool of the package, and there's a lot of other things that go into it. But you do have a plan going into most games based on your opponent and how you think the game's gonna start out.
Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, you've been with the team the previous 3 seasons, so you know the evolution of the offensive personnel probably better than most first-time head coaches would walking into a job like this. What part of the offense are you looking at as you head into this season? You say, hey, I feel pretty confident that we're going to be better in this particular area this season.
Well, again, we're certainly thrilled about the addition of George Pickens. We're certainly thrilled about the addition of a couple of running backs, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders. Those are some guys that when you look at areas that we wanted to address, we were able to address those guys either, through free agency, through the draft, bringing guys like Jaden Blue in and adding some pieces, that will certainly help us. But again, I think really at the end of the day, I'm excited to go out and watch our guys play the physical brand of football that we want to play. And when you say that, people always go, okay, hey, well, this is the son of Marty Ball, or this is the guy that was part of the Hard Knocks, one of the first Hard Knocks with Rex Ryan, where ground and pound. Look, you can play physically a lot of different ways, and it's not just running the football. You have to play this game, whether you're running it, throwing it, in a physical manner. You have to be physical to get open on a pass route versus man-to-man. Quarterbacks have to be physical to stand in the pocket and take shots from free blitzers. Running backs have to be great at, picking up blitzes. When you chip defensive ends, you have to be physical. And so, again, I'm always just careful for people when they hear we want to be a physical team to think all we're going to do is ground and pound or run the ball 65 times. That's not the formula. For us, the formula is somewhere from 53 to 55 rushing attempts and completions. That's a number that, is pretty traditional. And as long as we're doing that in a physical manner, I think we'll be in good shape.
Coach, the challenge of calling plays while managing, being a game manager, has haunted a lot of people around here and a lot of people throughout the league. What's your plan for that? And we're all analytics fourth down experts now, and we all know exactly when to burn the timeout through the love of football and the interest that has grown. How are you planning to get a handle on that game management while being in charge of the offense while the Bullets are live?
Yeah, it's a great question. And again, I would say this, the one advantage that I do have is having been around Ryan Feeder, who's a huge part of that puzzle. He's the rules expert. He's got a great grasp of game management. I've been listening to Ryan's voice now for going on 4 years. And actually, when Ryan was on defense a couple of years back, I was a consultant working with Dan Quinn and those guys really more on defense. And so Ryan and I've been hearing his voice for a long time. And hey, here's the deal. At the end of the day, when you're in this position, there are certain things that you have to allocate to other people. And, again, I don't have to put together the adjustments on the sidelines for the offense all by myself. I've got an incredible offensive staff. Matt Eberflus is a former head coach. He's a great, sounding board for me. Nick Sorensen's a guy, a special teams coordinator that I've been around going back to Seattle, and he and I have been in the foxhole a lot together. And so it's truly using your resources, trusting your people, and then at the end of the day, knowing that, again, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to you listening to the people and then making a decision. I've normally been pretty good. When I talk out loud, I kind of come up with the decision that I want to make. And it's certainly something that you practice, you prep, you do all types of game management situations throughout training camp every day, and those continue on into the season.
Have you envisioned or thought about handling the possible nerves before your first game as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys in that locker room? Have the nerves already been building? Have you thought about dealing with it or handling it? How do you think you're going to be feeling?
No, I think, at the end of the day, I think, I'm anxious before every game. I don't think that's going to change in this situation. I don't think it's going to change 5 weeks from now, 10 weeks from now. I don't think it's going to change when we're getting ready to play a Super Bowl. I think that's part of the game. When you love the game as much as I do and these players do, you should be nervous and you should be anxious. And I think you use that anxiety as power. I think I will be emotional. I've said that very openly from the beginning, just because, during the national anthem, every game I talk to two people, and that's God and my father. And, I will be emotional thinking about him and him looking down on me in this opportunity.
Last one, Coach. Did you use the lemon?
I always use the lemons, guys. And again, when I jump off, because I do have meetings to go to, I would like for you guys to admit to the world that, again, when you guys brought me lemons and some other things, the lemons were a little smaller than what I usually like in my drink. So the shotty was good, but maybe not as good as it should have been if I would have had a little bit more lemon power.
Epic first appearance. Can't wait for the entire season and years to come. Good luck tomorrow night. Thank you so much, Coach.
Appreciate you guys. Talk soon.
Brian Schottenheimer, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys.
He literally would have needed to use the entire lemon.
It was to scale.
To get a proper...
Came from my hand scale. We can reset that story and react to Brian Schottenheimer's first appearance. Your impressions on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. What do you think? 877-881-1053 next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Chevrolet Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And the positive reviews rolling in for the debut of the Brian Schottenheimer Show. It will be every Friday at 8:20. Moving forward here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by the Black Rifle Coffee Company. Thanks for being a Tolo Hump Day edition. Continuing the show of Wales. We'll also keep rolling with Nick Eatman, top of the hour, 9 a.m. Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach at 9:20 after the 6-game winning streak was snapped. And then we'll send Bobby off to Philadelphia at 9:40. One of, if not, his favorite cities. My boy Ivan saying, man, that was a difference. That was a change, unlike Mike and Garrett, Zach Wolchuk. Well, even if they stink, at least the weekly coaches show will be good. I'm gonna be living and dying with this season for Brian Schottenheimer. I'm admitting it, getting it out of the way. I'm gonna probably end up being a shoddy homer. And I hope all these things work out for him. I'm in love. I'm totally in love. He's sounds right now unshakable, confident, calm, and I think he's going to be accountable. This will be the first time in post games where there's a blown decision or a bad judgment call where the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys in the last 15 years stands up there and says, I screwed up, I messed up, I should have done this, I should have done that. Those are my takes from Schottenheimer, who just joined us. The Lemons, by the way, we set up a sit-down thanks to the great Tad Carper. We said we should sit down with Schottenheimer and have a face-to-face before doing this weekly interview. Still waiting on the Jerry one. But we went into the office, had a great sandwich platter, and
crushed.
We took him some lemons. I took him some lemons for his shoddy drink. It's some vodka, some water, and lemons. And when I went home, I was like, I got some lemons. You know, I was not going to go to the store and go out of the way before going to Frisco. I got some lemons at home. Well, the lemons I had that were the ripest and not those dented, darker ones that were just squishy. You could tell they had passed their prime state. It was smaller. It was a smaller lemon. And when we unveiled the gift to Schottenheimer, he stared at this thing and looked at this lemon like we were pranking him, and it was a joke. So that was the lemon reference.
It was a shriveled up lemon. It was a lemon that had seen a whole lot of PEDs and not a whole lot of fertility drugs that are thrown in there with it.
It was a rock lemon?
It was a raisin.
It was today's Dwayne Johnson lemon?
Yeah. Now, my question is about the lemon.
Rock is bigger than the lemon that we get.
The rock.
How often are you buying lemons you just got them laying around? Because those to me, if I buy a thing of limes, they're dead in a week.
Well, It's a good question. More limes than I'm married to a Latina, number one.
Well.
So these limes are getting used nonstop, all the time. But I always feel lemon is one of the great gifts, one of the great things to use. I talked
Very
to
versatile.
Newey Scruggs for 20 minutes in Oxnard talked to me about lemon use. We were supposed to be sitting there talking about all the drama and the practice and this. No, Newey's talking about the use of lemons in water.
Lemons and water is supposed to be good for digestion.
You can put lemons in your guacamole if you want. I prefer lime, but lemon is just so bright. It's so refreshing.
Lemon and guacamole. The lime for sure.
Some people do. I love it, but anyway, that was Schottenheimer making fun of the size of the lemon I brought, and I said it's the scale, my hand. So just deal with it.
What would we have guessed? It was probably the size of. It was a little bit larger than a golf ball.
No, it was bigger than that. God, you guys are making it sound like it was the size of a lime.
He did though. He's picking up a handle of Tito's, and all he can look at is he picks up the lemon, and he's like, "Did you guys spend all the money on the liquor? Have nothing left for? Did you have to beg for these lemons outside the store?"
What did you take from Shotty on with us? You want to talk about how he still doesn't know about talk radio?
Oh no, I do think that's funny. Like Shotty does not. He doesn't consume talk radio. That's very clear. Like he mentioned that to us. He's like, yeah, I've never really listened to talk radio very much. So it was just funny when we said we're starting at 8:30. He's like, yeah, y'all got some extra sleep. It's like, well, no, we were still on the air.
Well, so we just came in here for his interview.
Yeah, but I would think, you know what? I think the fans probably love that. Great. I don't want somebody who's worried about the opinions of what other people are saying. He doesn't even listen. He's all focused on ball. I think it's Shotty. There is everything that is the reason why he got the job, which is he's been running for this office his entire life. Like this is what his entire life's work is built up to, is to have this job. So I understand there were a lot of people who, and we said this at the time, didn't like the hire, thought it was just a gift hire, thought it was a puppet hire, whatever else it was. The biggest thing you could say about Shotty was like nothing was going to surprise him in this job. Nothing was going to overwhelm him in this job. And that's half of the job here in Dallas. And so I think at the very minimum, they're going to be prepared. They're going to be accountable. They're going to be tough. We'll see if that results in wins. But to me, and I said this, I think his floor as a coach is Garrett. I think at the very minimum, he will be Garrett here. That's the floor. And I think he could do more depending on how his message resonates.
Do you know the guy he's talking about for game management balance?
Ryan Feeder. Yeah, Ryan Feeder's been here for a few years. That was initially a McCarthy hire.
So what is that going to be? That's going to be kick? Like, is that what's said in the headphone? No, kick, timeout here. Is that his job?
I don't know if that was specifically what he would do with McCarthy at the time. That's definitely what he's doing with Shotty now. But I think he started doing that. He initially started with just some analytics stuff, and then I think he moved over into doing that as time wore on with McCarthy. But yeah, he's there helping a lot with. He's like a math whiz and stuff. He's there with a lot of like the probabilities and things.
You think his floor is Garrett? Okay, because like Jason had like a really good winning percentage.
Yeah, because Garrett was generally 500 every year, and then it would spike some other years. So it was never like really dragged down.
Yeah, the 1 year when they
floor is
Romo.
Like a 500 coach where they always play hard. That's probably the floor.
Mark Schlereth, who I love, was on the G-Bag Nation, and speaking of play calling, the fellas asked Mark, who needs to be better, the play calling or Dak?
Yeah, I'm a big play caller guy. Like you got to have your quarterback in a rhythm, and you got to do all those things, right? And Shotty is really good when it comes to, fishing for information, getting into formation, seeing how they play it, seeing what adjunct kind of play he has off that formation, off that run action. He does a really good job with that stuff. So to me, a lot of that is play calling. The other thing is you're going to face a defense like Philly, and they got two beasts on the inside, and they got some edge presence with Smith coming off the edge, and I know Sweat left, but they've got some really good players there. Part of you as a play caller, that part of your responsibility is to take pressure off your offensive line by making sure that we're balanced, by making sure that we have enough run, that we have enough short set, that we have enough screens, that we have enough things to counter the pass rush. If you get into a position where you got to play a drop back game and Dak Prescott, like he did in that playoff game, throw it 60 times or even 40 times, you're going to get blown out. Like that's a recipe for a absolute blowout. So just got to understand that, and Schottenheimer's going to have to be really good as a play caller.
That's the biggest question to me. That's honestly, I think, the biggest thing that we need to see Is like, what is he as? It's been a long time since he's been a play caller, like consistently. It was 2019, and so like or 2020, that last year, the COVID year in Seattle. I feel comfortable with his management style, his leadership, those sort of things. Being a leader of men, getting guys on board with messaging, things like that. To me, the biggest thing is going to be, what are you doing with the offense? Are you aggressive enough? Are you using this personnel? Are you maximizing it to the best of its ability? That'll be the biggest thing I think that we need to find out about him.
Jake Ferguson. This was huge news for G-Bag. Ferg is the weekly guest.
Yes.
I hate this. This makes me so mad.
Wow.
They're gonna try and steal him now, and then every year they're gonna be like, "This is our guy, Ferg."
Ferguson is the new weekly guest.
He's ours
On G-Bag during the season, and he described the differences between last year's offense and this year's.
Yeah, I think, personnel-wise, I think there's just so many weapons. And, there's not just one spot or two spots we can go. There's so many different things we can do. And then from a play caller standpoint, I think it's almost like the same thing, like our motions, our shifts, our formations, all the different pieces we have within our play calling ability there's just weapons in every single thing that's there. And, there's so much we can do. And that's exciting to me because, that makes the defense just think, they just don't know what's coming. And when you got them on their heels, it's pretty fun.
So there's Jake Ferguson starting off the weekly with the G-Bag Nation. There's a reason we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones every week. Brian Schottenheimer, Jake Ferguson, Brad Sham. Player show. You're not getting it anywhere else.
I will say, Ferg didn't sound quite as into it with them as he has with us. I will say that,
and with us, it's like 3 hours earlier.
It's way early.
I like that one.
And, obviously it's out in California.
Oh, yeah.
So it's even earlier.
Right, it's earlier.
He just sounded really down, I thought, overall.
All right, let's bring in our boy, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Is Trayvon Diggs officially back? Nick previews tomorrow night from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Then Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone. Show of Wales continuing with the guest list. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this. And this is...
Get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Those were ladies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Lady? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Jake Riepma nodding his head. I see Aiden getting in the back. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby, Roberto Belt. Final hour as Nick Eman, DallasCowboys.com, scheduled to join us soon. Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone will join us at 9:20. Yesterday, Micah's agent, David Mulugheta, spoke publicly on television with First Take, and he was asked by Stephen A. Smith, did Jerry offer to make Micah the highest paid non-quarterback?
From an APY standpoint, if you're just looking at the average that was offered to him, I believe it was 40.5 was the offer, which would have made him at the time, from an APY standpoint, the highest paid. That being said, the way the cash flow was structured over his first 3 new years, he would not be paid as the highest paid player in the NFL. So again, that's why I say the devil's in the details. And another important part of the contract was a 4-year deal versus a 5-year deal, right? When you look at that fifth new year could be the difference in $30 to $40 million for the player. You know, if you look at where the pass rusher market was a year ago, it was at $35 million or so with Nick Bosa. Now it's at $47 million in 1 year with Micah Parsons. So 4 years from now, what do you think that number is? It's probably closer to $65, $70 million a year. And if we lock in that fifth year currently at $40 million, just that year alone is worth an additional $30 million to Micah, if not more. And that's not even counting the raise that he got for the next 4 years, or the fact that the Packers were good enough to us that they gave us the fifth-year option as a linebacker this year as opposed to a DN. So that's an additional $3 million. So, the difference between those two deals you're looking at could be possibly, $60, $70 million when it's all said and done.
It's significant. That kind of cash flow matters. Now, I think they did initially. I don't think they were like shooting for, well, we need $70 million more from you guys. I don't think that's what they were looking for. But once it became obvious that they were going to have to go out there and shop a deal, and I know the whole state income tax thing has been brought up. That was something that was considered as part of why they were trying to get a deal like they did. And then
it's
I think
like 7.5%, so it would have come out to about $15 million.
It just depends on also too how many games he plays in cities that are maybe non-state income tax on the road and different things like that. But this is talking to David yesterday and in the last couple weeks. I just think they would have been willing to make it work here for less, not less than obviously than what Jerry put out there. But I think they would have been willing to make it work here for less than they got from the Packers. They didn't need 47 from Dallas to get this done.
Because, a lot of Tolos have blamed the agent. Choppy, it felt like last night you may have kind of started steering there a little bit.
Well, listen, if Micah really wants to be, if he said he really wanted to be a Cowboy, let's just take David at his word, right? That he wanted to be a Cowboy. Guys who generally want to be with a team, and take baseball out of it, because you can want to be with the Pirates, but they offer you 10 for 150 and the Dodgers say 10 for 300. You're not in the same ballpark. Right. You can want to stay with Pittsburgh, but you're not going to stay there. Right.
Yeah.
We know that. But if you want to stay with the Cowboys and they're offering you 40 and somebody else offers you 43 or 45, you're at least in the same kind of, your life isn't changing. Your life is changing between 150 and $300 million. Your life is not changing between 40 and 45 million.
It's not 40 though. That's what his whole point was.
Yeah.
It was 40 on a piece of paper. And it was 40 on as an accounting number. But it was not, it wasn't 40 in terms of what they were offering. What they were offering in terms of the money that he would get within the first 3 years. I mean, you were talking potentially $50 million difference in terms of what he got in Green Bay versus what he got here, or what he was offered here. I mean, that's going from potentially 75, 80 to 123. That's significant.
So my question is, why would the Cowboys, I get why they would do that with Bland.
Yeah.
Injury, whatever. He's not a top end elite.
Yeah, we need to separate these Cowboy contracts into Bland, Osa over here, and then Dak, Lamb over there. It sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby, Dak and Lamb's agent was like, we ain't playing that. And then it sounded like Bland and Osa's agent was like, we'll go ahead and take that. And David Mulligetta did not want to take the structuring. I think what you're asking is why offer Micah the same structure as Bland and Osa?
Why would Jerry have or the Cowboys in general have done Micah more on the Osa Bland and not on the Dak Lamb?
My guess is they try it with everyone. Who's going to fight? Because it benefits the Cowboys.
Right.
By the way, I'm happy about that. I'm not happy if it blows up and you lose your best player. I want the Cowboys to win all the negotiations. As a Cowboy fan, I believe that's what you should want as well. I want them to pay the players as little as possible to build the better team so we can have a damn parade around here before I drop dead. So I'm rooting for the team to win, not at the expense of losing the player, having it go that sour. So I think they try to do it with everyone. It depends on the pushback. And if Micah and Jerry didn't have that face-to-face, they would have eventually worked this out to where Micah got what he wanted in the first 3 years. Jerry Jones decided that the principle of handshake, look in the eye, was more important than the Hall of Fame player. That's what that was the ultimate decision here. You lying, you reneging is more important than me re-engaging. We work it out, and the best player stays here.
So here's the other question I have, because it was the way it was explained is it's say $40 million and the guarantees were in the 130s ish
for Green Bay or for Dallas.
For Dallas.
Dallas. The report that was out there from Jeremy Fowler yesterday was that it was north of 150
in terms of the guarantees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but if it was just Jerry and Micah negotiating, and it never really got to David, would they have even had a structure involved?
Yes, they were trying to. They wanted to send over a deal. They wanted to send over something that was done.
But they never did.
No, he said, I don't even. When he found out what, just by conversations, what it was going to be, David said yesterday. It was like, don't even send it.
So
don't
how
send
would
it because
David
we're not
know
signing
what
them.
the structure of the deal was?
Because
Micah told him.
they told him. He talked on the phone with them and he told them don't even send it over. Because that's what he said yesterday on First Take was they explained what it was and he's like, we haven't negotiated this.
Mm-hmm.
That is not highest paid defensive player what you're talking about. That's funny money. Don't even send that over because we're not doing that. And then that's where it got.
Let's talk about some other things about the way the Cowboys operate from this Jeremy Fowler, Don Van Natta article. And I just want to throw out the topic, and then y'all agree or disagree. The Cowboys prefer to do trades post-draft when they believe other teams are less inclined to cling to personnel. The Pickens deal reinforced that philosophy. My natural reaction is I disagree with that.
See, I agree with it. And that's an old school, I guess, kind of take. I think it was, if I remember right, I can't remember if it was Broadus or what we were doing these draft shows, and he was always saying teams hold on to their picks as you get closer to the draft like they're gold. They're more valuable.
Right.
It's the same philosophy as a first-round pick this year versus a first-round pick next year. Because the way the Cowboys got with this deal, they didn't get 2 first-round picks for Micah. They got a first and a second. That's how it works, because the next year's 1 is next year's 2.
So why do you then advocate it? I don't want...
They got 2 ones then because it is past they're into the next draft. Like the whole idea is
the 2 drafts then.
Right. So when you're talking, the second draft on that one is like generally how you treat it just because you don't know what it's going to be. So you have to assume it's pick 32.
But I don't want to handcuff myself post-draft with the teams who have used those picks. I now can't have the draft picks on this year's team to replace Micah. That sucks. And then these teams who have gone into free agency and spent their money on the needs, I've handcuffed myself with the market. So why would I want to wait till after the draft?
It's so yes,
maybe before free agency.
Because if you're trading Micah, or any player of that ilk, you're not planning to compete this year, so you don't care about this year.
Well, I can get a win now player.
You get a win now player.
I mean, their plan is Kenny Clark to be the win now
player. But after, so let's just look at it like this. All right, you've got a trip coming up. You're going to save money leading up to your trip. The moment the trip is over, you have another year before your next big trip. You're not necessarily trying to save money yet. It's the same philosophy with that. Like, as you're getting close to the draft, you put all this legwork in, all these man hours. You want to make those picks. It's cheaper labor.
Yeah, I think what Fowler's referencing there, unless he used the wrong word, it's possible he used the wrong word in the report, but talking about personnel, generally picks are talked about as capital, players are talked about as personnel. So they're talking about Clark in that instance. They prefer to make deals with teams because they think that they're going to be able to get the player post-draft, which is why they said Pickens, is because they gave up picks for Pickens. And so they like making these trades because they think they can get teams' players away from them more easily after the draft once teams know what they have in place.
All right, Parsons continued to show up. A source close to Parsons and Mulugeta said they didn't see the value in players getting fines and advised them to be present. He continued to participate in walkthroughs and meetings, but also exhibited strange behavior, including not wearing his practice jersey or on another day wearing it around his neck and coming to practice without shoes. But for the team's finale, ate nachos, and then the table incident, the image went viral. A team source said, quote, Charles Haley would have flipped him off that damn table if he saw that. So that's how the Cowboys reacted to all those incidents.
How many? Okay, well, then we can probably narrow down who that is that said that if they know how Charles Haley would have behaved here in Dallas.
By the way, one more thing on the trade strategy, and this goes back to Luka, keeping it private. A source said, of course, Jerry gave a head fake to the media telling Stephen A. there's zero to a trade possibility. You have to go out and say we're not interested in trading him. If you say you're trading him, you don't get S. Do we agree or disagree with that approach, holding the public auction?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the approach they had of publicly saying what they did and trying to
But privately, everyone in the league knew. They contacted.
There were a lot that reached out because Micah had said it. Once Micah had said it, but they needed to create an air of just like, yeah, he wants out. It's the same thing that Nico was worried about with Luka. Luka was going to raise hell, and then that was going to limit their options because people. So if Micah's already asked for it, then Jerry can publicly go, well, that's nice, but we're not moving him. And then some team will go like, come on, he's disgruntled. We'll give you this. We'll give you this. And so the strategy there, I think, is fine.
Other trade reaction to the compensation, NFC executive in this ESPN piece. I think Parsons is a very productive regular season player. I think when teams start running heavy in the playoffs, he becomes less scary. Others in the league were more complimentary towards Dallas, especially when noting the increased salary cap flexibility and how it could impact the Cowboys' negotiations with other players. Filling a D tackle need and 2 ones is a good haul, said an AFC exec. Plus, not paying another max contract, that is a big part of this. And Mike Tirico was really on it this morning with us 2 hours ago when he goes, the 5 players. And I was like, no, Mike, this is not the Herschel Walker deal. But he was factoring in the 2 draft picks. Mm-hmm. He was factoring in Bland. He was factoring in Clark. Right. And he was factoring in maybe Tyler Smith.
Anybody else that you could get.
6 Hunter Lipke.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Look, the point about the playoffs and the run and, the teams become run first. I also think you can't discount, and you got to go back. I'm sure there's been studies on how many sacks are against playoff level quarterbacks in general. Sean Payton talked about this last year. I think you were out that week. Bobby and I were about Sean Payton saying sacks are a quarterback problem.
Generally, yeah, a lot of coaches, Payton in particular, believe sacks are a quarterback stat, not an offensive line.
And quarterbacks who get rid of the ball quick don't get sacked. And who generally gets rid of the ball quick? Good quarterbacks. Who generally makes the playoffs? Good quarterbacks. So this is the whole Dwight Freeney Colts thing. I mean, they were useless in the playoffs because they couldn't stop the run.
The streak has been snapped, but the Rangers are still on fire. Let's celebrate it with Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone. Next on Sean and RJ.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Swing, and there's a drive deep into left field. Langford going back, looking up, it's gone. That ball was tagged. Ketel Marte with home runs now in 4 consecutive games against the Rangers. He has given Arizona its first lead tonight at 5-2.
Hixie with the call. They lose 5-3, but still only a game and a half back in the wild card. On your home for Rangers baseball, it's Sean and RJ, joined by Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone, presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Good morning, Brett. Thanks for joining us. Is it 7:23 there?
It's 7:23.
What time you getting up these days normally?
I'll get up about 7:40. So just bear with me for about 16 minutes.
Who was your Ketel Marte Rangers team? Who did you just feel like you owned, or you were just in the zone against? Who was that one team throughout your career? We have the numbers in case you can't remember.
Right, Texas Rangers.
Yeah, the team he had the most home runs against was the Texas Rangers. Now the team he had the highest OPS against by a large margin was the Cincinnati
Angels.
Reds.
No, the Angels.
Oh, really?
No, Cincinnati Reds, 1120 was his OPS against them in 21 games.
Now that's weird. You know, it's weird because you're asked that, and as you get a little bit older in this game, you know, people ask you on occasion who'd you hit well against, who owned you. And the farther you get away, you have a different memory than it actually was. I always say Anaheim. I remember a couple weeks ago we went to Anaheim, and a couple of current players we were talking about. I said I used to love coming to this place, and you look up your number, you think you hit 800 there, and then you look them up. Well, I didn't quite hit 800, but I have fond memories. So late it must have been great. Yeah, there's certain cities you go to, and there's certain ballparks, and you start to, it just becomes a confidence thing. And I remember Anaheim, for instance, for me was, whether I was hot, whether I was cold, it's like, I'm going to Anaheim. I know I'm going to come out of there with a few hits. And also there's certain ballparks you go to when whether you're hot or whether you're cold, you go there like, oh, I don't do that well in that ballpark. Hopefully I can keep it going, or man, this is going to be a long road trip. So yeah, it becomes a confidence thing where you just kind of walk into a city or a ballpark against a certain team, against certain pitchers, and you have a certain swagger about you. And it seems like Marte in my short tenure here has had that when it comes to us, but hopefully we change that today.
It's funny you say Anaheim, because out of all the parks, outside of the ones you played a couple of games in, but of the ones you played more than 15 games in, you hit 350 there. Big OPS. Yeah, you had good numbers there.
Yeah, and I grew up. I went to high school right down the street.
Well,
so when I'd come to town, I'd go stay with mom and dad at the house I grew up in. So that might have had something to do with it.
So you didn't find, because some players find that it's like when they go home that it's too much confusion. You're too busy. People are asking you questions, asking you for tickets. You didn't find that to be the case. You actually relaxed you.
No, yeah, Anaheim for me. I mean, because I grew up in New Jersey. I grew up. My dad played for the Phillies early in my life, so my childhood was in Jersey. I came to California late, and I just went to high school there. So when I came back to Orange County to play the Angels, it wasn't that big of a deal. The big deal for me was San Diego. That's where my parents were born and raised. So all my relatives were in San Diego. So I mean, I'd leave 42 tickets for a game. And then after the game, rain or shine, you come out of that tunnel and you got to say hi to your aunt and your nephew. And you always got Gramps. For me, Gramps always had we had a real special bond growing up. And Gramps would be waiting in the back. And he'd wait till I got through everybody, said hi to everybody, hugs. And, he kind of was like, all right, you ready to really talk here? So I'd go over and Gramps would break it down, and I remember the days in San Diego. Good game, bad game, he always had something to say. You get 3 hits and he'll come to you and not say, hey, good game, and say, what happened that fourth at bat? Be like, come on, Gramps. But no, it never really affected me that much. Yeah, when you have a lot of family ties or friends in a city, they understand. So they know you can't sit there and go to lunch with everybody. It's more a hassle for the traveling secretary because he's got to wrangle up more tickets than normal. But no, I never felt coming home was a big deal because I still did my routine. Players are like that. I mean, yeah, when it comes to your parents and your immediate family, you gotta go out of your way a little bit when you're in town. But I never felt like I was pulled in too many directions. I still stuck to my routine. I went to the ballpark. I got up. I did my thing, and the family was very respectful and kind of sad. Once the season started, it was all business. I mean, it was like I have my routine. I do what I've got to do, and you've got to do your husbandly duties and your fatherly duties. But outside of that, just like everybody else. But outside of that, you get into your routine. And then once the winter hits, you get hit with all your side stuff where you're kind of mandated to do. But yeah, I had that excuse once the season started. Hey, I'm in go mode, so I gotta. That's how I earn my paycheck.
Brett Boone, brought to you by Granger for the ones who get it done here on Sean and RJ. I'm going to read these run totals, and I'm not cherry picking here that you guys have put up. 10, 5, 7, 20, 5, 9, 9, 7. You got the Metroplex back. We're all reinvested. The Rangers are not out of it. A game and a half back. How the hell did all this turn around?
It's amazing because it's been, in my first go around on this side of the ledger, it's been a roller coaster, as we met every Wednesday. It's amazing because we came out of the break and we went 8-1 right away. And man, here we go. And then all of a sudden, 2 weeks of just what happened? Why can't we win consistently? And we kind of lost it. And our back was against the wall. We kind of backed into a corner. You're kind of looking at reality of the season and going, well, it's right now. We either go or we're not going to make it this season. And all of a sudden, these guys just responded. And then we started getting hit with the injury bug. And it started with Evan Carter. And I remember showing up to the ballpark and hearing Evaldi. And I went to Nate on the bench. I said, tell me it's not true. And we talked about it. Yeah, it ended up being true. And then Sim breaks his foot. And then you go to the next up was Corey Seager. And he hits a big home run and a double, I think, in that 20-run game. And walked and Skip got him out of there and rested him, as we do once in a while, especially in a blowout game. I didn't think anything of it. The next day I wake up and Corey had to go have surgery. So, recently with Doley pulling up 2 nights ago, it's like, where does it ever end? But, I'm really, and I was talking to the guys yesterday, I'm really proud of these young guys and the team as a whole. For all the adversity from an injury standpoint we faced recently, the way they never stop playing. And I remember a couple weeks ago saying, hey, the one thing we do is we don't stop playing this game. I've been on a lot of teams and teams that were in similar situation down the stretch. And this is not the time you stop playing. And they definitely didn't. And it's been fun to watch these guys. Sometimes when the guys are rolling and they go on a little run like we've gone on recently to actually play our way back into contention, sometimes my job is to just get out of their way. And I do the best job I can to do that. But it's been fun to watch these guys. There's just been an energy, and it's kind of, hey, we got it rolling. We're doing what we need to do to win games. And it's kind of a feeling you get when you get to the ballpark. We got a good vibe right now. The guys come to the cage at the field, and it's just kind of in spite of all the injuries. And don't let me downplay this. I mean, I can't wait to get Seager and Simeon back, and hopefully Evan Carter. We got Jake Berger, who went down, has missed a significant amount of time with the wrist. And, he came up with a huge triple the other night. So we're kind of piecing it together, but it's kind of it's a good vibe right now. Everybody's upbeat. It's like, we're going to win in spite of all this. And hopefully we can keep this ship going in the right direction and get all our big guys back and healthy and make a real push. But the good thing is we were in the corner. We needed to make a move, and we made a move, and we're right there, and we put ourselves in contention. It doesn't get easier from here, though. As you guys know, we're coming home. We got a big series with Houston. Milwaukee's coming to town. Then we got to go play the Mets. So the schedule isn't getting easier, but I think these guys are up for it, and hopefully we get this win today to win a series in Arizona. That'd be a tremendous road trip. Which was started with a tremendous homestand. So hopefully we just keep going. Good vibes. Everybody's kind of got a good attitude when you get to the ballpark, and not talking about just taking care of business on the field.
Hey, Boone, I want to do a little hitting clinic for us. So 7th inning, Beeks comes in. He walks the first 2 guys through 8 balls in those 12 pitches, and then Helmet comes up and he swings at the first pitch. Is that Are you trying to be aggressive there, see a strike, get a strike, hit, or is that a situation where you talk to somebody after, like, hey, 2 walks in a row, be patient? How does that work?
Well, it depends. We go over this, and I'm going to go on not particularly. If a guy throws 6, 7 balls in a row, I'm always going to take a pitch, no matter who you are. If you're Corey Seager or you're the last man on the roster, if a guy's in that mode. But that situation with the game, you play to the scoreboard. What's his reputation? Is he a guy that will walk you? Does he walk a lot of guys? Not really. He's been one of their main guys in that bullpen for him. So it's a matter of getting a good pitch and what's the score? What's the score? This might be the best pitch I get in this at bat. So I'm not going to have a particular big problem with that right there. The other things are, earlier in the season, and this was talked about quite a bit. We had a 5-pitch inning, we had a real long inning on defense, and we had a 5-pitch inning, and all of a sudden our pitcher who threw 40 pitches the previous inning's got to be on the mound again in 5 pitches. So it's stuff like that's part of the learning process through and through. But if a guy, you're in a situation, you're a few runs down and you got to take a shot, that might be the best pitch you get, but you got to know the game, know the situation, just kind of have a feel for it. And that's something, sometimes you learn, especially with a bunch of young guys on the roster. But in that situation, I didn't have a problem with it. Maybe he thought that was his one shot to take in that situation, the score being the way it was.
Absolutely fantastic. The energy is back. Usually around here in DFW, we say, oh, did they get us to football season? Well, the Rangers are still leading off this morning show every single time. Congratulations on the run. Keep it going today. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach here on the home for Rangers baseball, brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Let's pack Bobby Belt for Philadelphia and figure out what is on the tourist list for Roberto this year. We'll crosstalk with the K&C masterpiece next.
Forget something else to remember the Uber Eats that broke.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys eating ice cream?
Yeah, we got some. Because I didn't think RJ was going to talk during crosstalk.
It's almost gone. Look at this. His is almost gone.
Wow! It's extreme freeze. This one's Butterfinger that Kevin has. I just had Dr. Pepper. Dude, that thing's insane. It's got pecans in it.
Was this your connection, Peyton?
Yes, this is Tolo Joshua.
Dude, this is great.
Okay.
Yeah, he brought this up. He owns the ice cream company. He was trying to go out to the firehouse last week, couldn't make it. So he said, you know what, this week I'll follow up on it. And so there he did.
Choppy's finished his. Your review, sir?
And y'all
This
can
is
come in and sit
fantastic.
down.
We are like ice cream connoisseurs. We have one of those creamies, those Ninja creamies, right? Love doing that.
I don't like the way you say that.
Me neither.
Connoisseur?
Connoisseur
Or creamy?
Creamy.
Ninja. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. This huge chunks of cheesecake, creamy, milky. This is the way it's supposed to be.
Let me pause that review, because that review is all fine and well. The review is that you got that maybe 4 minutes ago,
Yeah.
and it is entirely gone.
Yeah, how do you not have a
That's
brain
your
freeze?
review.
Do you have a hot mouth like me?
Why don't y'all find out?
I eat ice cream.
Oh, man.
I eat ice cream very fast. It's gone.
Gone.
And my wife's always like, "How did you do?" And I'm just like, my mouth must be warmer than everybody else's because of the temperature.
Now, I do get brain freeze, but this time didn't get it.
Another benefit of the ice cream.
There we go.
Doesn't give you brain freeze. What's coming up on the program?
Guys, we got Bochy today at 12:30. And then at 1:30, we have FC Dallas keeper Martin Paz. He'll be joining the show today.
And what the hell happened to Reggie? We paid him $28 million to be doing this show, and he just hasn't shown up. Was that not him?
What's that?
I don't get the joke.
That was Kawhi.
Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah,
yeah.
that was Kawhi.
Yeah.
What is going on with this Kawhi story?
Pablo Torre has documents, has collected documents in a bankruptcy case and everything else that basically it looks very much like Steve Ballmer and the Clippers funneled an extra $28 million to circumvent the salary cap through a fake
Tree company
and appearance for Kawhi Leonard. So they're basically everything everybody says they think TB12 has done with Tom Brady and the Patriots is their way of getting him some extra cash. This is what the Clippers, there's like hard documents and paper trail that says this is it. And Mark Stein already tweeted, he said, This story already is shaking the NBA like very few.
Because it went bankrupt. That's how they found out all this stuff. TB12 somehow is not bankrupt yet. And
Mike's keeping them in business.
They did the exact same thing. And so I'm fascinated that this has gotten
It might
more
have
attention.
happened with a very prominent athlete around here, too.
Yeah,
about
real
30
estate
years
deals.
ago.
Those are a great way to circumvent. the
Yeah, didn't
salary
they?
cap.
Didn't we find out yesterday from Mickey that Leroy Jordan got a Buick for his signing bonus instead of
I think
money?
they actually made him pay.
Amazing story. Fantastic story.
They hit a cow.
Yeah. So this is paying Kawhi the max and then an extra $30 million to a fake job.
Yeah, it's called a no-show job. Us in the mafia world call it no-show. The union world.
Oh yeah,
right? No-show
with the
job.
sanitation and
Yeah.
whatnot. And some people think
Like
this
Red
is
Bowman.
how they either got him or kept him around. They were like, "Hey, here's your signing bonus."
Which that's one disclosure because of bankruptcy. Are there other shell companies that are
I'm
paying
sure.
him? Is he getting way more than that?
I could definitely. See
Is this something the rest of the league wants to blow up because others do it?
I would think the rest of the we all assume that's what's been going on with TB12. So I would just assume most people are more careful with their paperwork and understand how to clean that up.
I think the problems that the league is worried about is probably that, these players and these owners know where these bodies are buried, and if he's not going to go down without bringing others down with him.
Do you think that's how the vote's going to go? Everyone who's like, "I think it's fine." You're like, "They're doing."
I mean, it's a good point. The NBA has never forced out a Clippers owner before and made him bite the bullet for everybody else.
Because they did.
Oh, it did happen. Damn it.
So the TB12 that you're trying to say happened was,
it did.
them paying
That
go, just
100%
reset it.
happened. The TB12 thing.
Alex Guerrero, Tom Brady's,
and they gave him a discounted rate in the business. So first of all, that is already giving him extra value and circumventing the cap. And whether you believe they said some players had to go there, every single player had to go there, that's extra business driven to his company, which is also outside the purview of the salary cap.
It wasn't it right next to the facility too.
Exactly.
And so they gave him a nice little price on
But
the
for whatever
rent.
reason, that wasn't problematic.
It's called money laundering.
Yeah, I mean, look.
What do you think the punishment has to be for this?
Joe Smith.
And that was
5 first-round draft picks. I don't think they're actually going to do that.
If they did this, if Ballmer,
the commissioner has to do something.
I would
harsh.
imagine
the other owners may not want, but maybe
Didn't
they
the commissioner
direct him.
move the All-Star game and pretend to be mad at something that didn't actually get changed, and then they moved the All-Star game back there, and they're like, "Oh yeah, don't worry about
This
it."
would be a massive fine and them probably having to cough up 5 picks.
They might force him to sell the team.
And still penalize them.
Yeah.
You think sell the team could be on the table?
I would be shocked if that happened. I'm not saying that is an out-of-line penalty. I just don't think that this commissioner has the stones to do that.
Yeah, he is a
literally
coward.
did force somebody, the other
Yeah,
guy
but
to
that's
sell.
because it was easy to hate that guy. He said terrible racist things, and people didn't like him anyway. People like Steve Ballmer.
The players demanded he get rid of he get rid of Donald Sterling.
I imagine-
and we know Silver does do whatever the players
want.
dictate.
I imagine that the owners don't want. I think people generally like Steve, like you're saying. I don't think the NBA wants to get rid of Steve Ballmer. I think he's generally good for the league.
Yeah.
So
He spends money.
But if this was another owner, I think it's really possible what happened.
Well, there's not going to be any player pressure, right?
I heard
'Cause
Nico
they
did this.
I could see that.
Did you guys defend Nico with Twin Peaks incident?
Yeah, that person who did that is an absolute douchebag.
Yeah. Don't talk about me like that.
That wasn't you. I know.
I would have, though.
Shut up.
I would have.
Go into a public place.
I didn't go into a public place. I'd reach through a public window. By the way, great
he's in
location,
the
Twin
wild.
Peaks and Addison. Eats, drinks, scenic views. You should go check it out.
When he's in the wild, he's off the clock.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. He's on his own time.
Yeah.
he's
not
in
the
the
GM.
arena.
Again.
He's in the arena. Whatever you want. Now they're going to kick you out. But
Again,
you
what?
know.
Again, he doesn't show up in the arena. He hides in the tunnel every single week. And this is 6 months of talking down to this city like they are stupid.
You might be stupid.
You get to hear "we effing hate you" every now and then. Sorry, that's your
might be
that's
stupid.
what you got to carry.
They might.
And if you don't
they-
like it,
here's the
please
thing.
quit.
They win a championship, right? They win a championship, and people are going to still be ticked off about it. That's ridiculous. He might be right about this.
And I mean, if I could fly, Sean would probably still yell at me sometimes. He wouldn't just look past that.
Bobby
You
is.
definitely
What does the flying have to do with it?
I don't know, just something that's also equally possible.
Bobby is flying to Philadelphia today.
Football game?
Be doing the show tomorrow from Philly. What is on the tourist list?
So I always love Philly. Philly is my favorite road city. I think that, at least in the daytime, I've never gone out at night, but with sunlight on it, it's fantastic.
I agree with that.
This is I've every year I go there, and there's always somewhere out. That's the only city I will consistently walk around in the morning and go around and check it out and everything else. So I think this year I've avoided Pat's and Geno's because everybody says it's that, like,
yeah,
they're like, no, it's tourist. It's not good, whatever else. But
I got a better
I
place
think
for
you
to
just
go.
have to at some point.
Yeah.
And compare them, and just like then I can say they're terrible or whatever else. I got a great cheesesteak last year after I listened to the locals guys and tried Ishkabibbles the first year, and that was bad. This year I'm gonna try the touristy spot.
This is an interesting like experiment you're gonna do because, you know, I noticed like if you go like where I grew up, like the Italian food, and being like an Italian, like I like the authentic stuff, but people were like who like grew up like where I was in college or even here, they go to New York, they don't really like the Italian food. They're like, I like Olive Garden better. That's what they're saying.
Ew.
Peyton would say that.
Gross.
It's
and
like
I wonder if this is the same thing because like the cheesesteaks, the locals like the local stuff. Bobby hated it. Bobby's gonna love the mass-produced squeeze cheese.
I don't think I'm gonna like that. I did go to another local spot last year, but it was clearly a little more like trendy and
Angelo's.
that was the one I went to last year. So it was that one was a lot more like, it was expensive, it was a little bougie, but it's still a local spot, and that one was great. That was fantastic. The one that first year though, I literally had to just dump hot sauce on it and pour salt over it just to taste flavor.
So are you saying you liked Angelo's, the one I begged you to go to? You're saying you liked that place?
Wherever I went, no, you told me to go to
You
Angelo's
got
last year,
pizza?
and we could. Angelo's was the pizza place.
Yeah,
pizza and cheesesteak.
Okay, so I only got pizza there. It was fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't special.
Bobby.
Last year we ended up at somewhere where they have like, I gotta look, Zero, and I ended up there. You recommended I went somewhere, and they were
place.
closed.
It's like a
they
prime
were
rib
renovating.
cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Go to the Reading Terminal Market.
The Reading Terminal Market.
It
Okay.
is effing amazing. So it is essentially like a giant, fancy indoor food court. You could live there for 3 weeks just having great meal after great meal after great meal.
They should have seen a National Treasure in there.
Did they?
Yeah.
One of the greatest movies ever.
Okay.
I do think I'm gonna have to stay up all night tonight, though.
Yeah. Nice.
Why?
Because I need to be able to fall asleep after the show tomorrow. 11 a.m. Eastern time is when we'll be off the air. The buses leave at 4, so that gives me 5 hours to sleep because we got the itinerary, and the plane is landing at DFW tomorrow at 4 in the morning. And so we're rolling right in here to do a show.
Bobby has his first negative take on Brian Schottenheimer with the airplane dress code.
How about that commitment, though? You like that commitment?
I don't even listen.
No,
Just
he
be
doesn't
here-
even care.
Be here and be on, or be in trouble.
See, he always thought I was going to be sleepy. That's the thing. He challenges me as being like, "You're going to be dragging," and then I don't. So you gotta like Jedi mind trick me. No, yeah, they did. The dress code had become a little lax in the
What is it
in the
now?
McCarthy era. It's not even that bad, but it is back to like slacks and a button down, and I don't want to do
A
that.
button down.
Yeah.
Not a polo, huh?
No, in the past with Garrett and the first couple years of McCarthy, it was suits.
Oh.
And then it was nice. Like it got freed up a little bit. McCarthy was like, tracksuits for everybody.
Yeah.
And so we did that.
Attention to detail, baby.
Yeah. But then now we are back to the slacks, which is fine. I get it. It's
Do you
personal
have
thing.
the outfit already ironed and picked out, or does Kristen have it ironed?
Yes. It is.
Well, that's what I think of first thing. Yeah. Is it ironed?
I think I'm getting rid of my iron.
Why?
Yeah, steamer.
You
I
getting a
think I'm
divorce?
just gonna
Oh my gosh, dude!
Hey, normally Corey makes those comments.
No, she actually hates ironing. No, I think I want to.
Everyone hates ironing.
I love to iron.
I don't mind it.
What?
I don't mind it at all.
Steamers?
Our steamers are awful.
Have you seen the ones
We
you
have
put
a
the
steamer.
shirt on though?
We
You
have a
put
steamer.
the shirt and you hit it,
No.
and it turns up and puffs
Absolutely.
up.
I've seen that.
We have a
I use a
steamer.
steamer
It's
at the
so-
hotel. It's
impossible.
awesome.
I
It's
iron.
impossible. Give me the iron.
I
Give me the
iron every
baby.
road trip. I might iron more than Kristen does.
Really?
Yep, because after I've thrown them in the bag and everything else, and I get out to get them out for the stadium, they're
Yeah.
all wrinkled up, and
Well,
I can't just toss them in the dryer.
She's not folding them properly.
I mean, look,
Fast.
that's what it is
That's
basically.
why I have to iron so
like,
much.
stop leaving creases everywhere.
So
Jeez.
you're getting rid of the iron for the steamer.
I think because we used the steamer at the hotel and it worked perfect. Like they didn't even have an iron in the hotel.
Yeah.
And so I was like, "What's going on?" They were like, "Steamer's safer and whatnot." And I was like, "All right." It worked amazing.
Those are popular in Cleveland.
Come on, dude.
We're
It's
back
9 o'clock in the morning.
We're eating ice cream.
We're
chocolate.
We're back tomorrow morning for game day. Your official picks: Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Bobby, have a safe trip to Filthy.
Thanks.
The KNC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Our first text of the day that I saw from the 214. I wouldn't take Kevin's food recommendations unless I'm trying to get my 7-year-old to eat.
That's a fact.
Okay. But my response, normally, I 100% agree with you. But the Reading Terminal Market is amazing. If you're ever up in Philly, seriously, you could have so many different meals there. And it's not Kevin food where you're like, oh, look at this simplistic food. I even saw some of the fancier food. Now, did I dumb it down for my palate? Yes, I did. But it's amazing. If you ever get the chance to go there, it is badass. You've got me, palateless Kevin Hageland. You got, oh man, Corey Majors. And for the first time in a week, the return of famous Alec Medford. Woo! Did you realize it's been a week since you've been on this show?
Yeah, and it feels like I'm having to relearn everything again. It's amazing how even just a week away can feel like a month. So yeah, I'm trying to learn what buttons do again. So and how my voice works.
Buttons usually secure your shirt onto the body.
That's right.
Yeah, if you're fancy.
Oh,
what?
I'm not.
Why is it that riding a bicycle became the go-to for things are easy to remember how to do?
I think
again?
once you learn how to ride a bike, you never have to relearn how to ride a bike.
Okay.
I mean, unless you have amnesia, which how many people have you ever known? Like, you know how they always say quicksand was something that you like feared as a child? I feared amnesia so much because I was like, if I hit my head, I'm not going to remember my family for the rest of their lives. And I might not even remember anything. Yeah. But riding a bike, it just seems like that's the natural thing. Once you get it, it's done. By the way, Kevin, on the YouTube, I thought that we had Paul Skeens in the YouTube. It's a different name. It is Paul, but it's like Shreves. But it looked like Skeens, and I was like, oh my gosh, Paul Skeens loves the show.
Okay.
But I like that Paul more. This Paul more.
All right. Now,
YouTube Paul.
Let's get right into Cowboys questions that matter. One day before kickoff. Whoa, I am excited. All right, I'm going to start with this. Do you have anywhere near the same level of confidence in Javonte Williams as Schotty does? Now, Schotty was asked during the presser yesterday if the Cowboys are confident in Javonte's ability to be the lead guy against the Eagles and presumably beyond. He said, I have no questions about it. I appreciate his confidence. I have some questions about it. So my question to y'all is, do you have anywhere near that same level of confidence in Javonte Williams that Schotty does?
There's a good piece on the morning news about Javonte Williams and his valedictorian era in life.
Yeah.
And that's nice. I think I'm oddly at ease with him at the position because I have watched him for a while. I've been very adamant about the same thing. If he can make a cut, he's going to be pretty good.
Sure.
Because he could get to the line of scrimmage up in Denver. That was the thing. He could get there, but it was the next phase, the next level. So I'm oddly at ease, but the other thing is I don't know what to expect.
Right.
So that's another reason I'm not stressing myself out, because if I stress myself out more right now, Kevin, it's just going to stress me out too much. And then I'm stressed. What if things turn out fine? I stress for no reason.
Okay.
And I don't want to do that to myself because what do they always say? Don't die twice, right? Don't stress about dying and then also die or something like that. Don't experience that thing 2 times. So I'll just say, you know what? I'm at ease. I think it's going to be good. I'm hopeful. And I think there's going to be a good plan for him to have success.
All right, Alex, same question for you. Bonus question, was that picture of Ryan Day clearly with a nipple ring photoshopped? So those are my 2 questions.
So that was Ryan Day's head on Alex's body?
All right.
Be.
I'm just going off what I've been told. I've never seen you shirtless.
Yeah, you could take your shirt off right now.
I could.
Prove it to everybody.
And Carter's not here, so I got rain of the fan cam, too. I can put on a show today.
All right, confidence level
it's Wednesday.
in Javonte Williams.
I'm going to say I'm erring to the side of Corey Majors here. I think I'm going to be confident until proven otherwise. I do think that he's going to have a path to succeed, and I think it's because of the scheme that they're going to run. We've talked about it a little bit throughout camp, is that I do think they're going to give different looks. I do think that they are going to have different kinds of packages that are going to allow different players to thrive in different situations, mixing that play-action game. I think everything's going to look better, and it's going to look a lot better if Tyler Guyton's playing and if he's healthy. So I do think that he's going to succeed. I do think that it's going to look good early on. I do like that they have options, though, that they can pivot should it not look good. But every now and then it is kind of fun to look at those highlight reels of pre-ACL Javonte Williams, and you're like, that was actually a pretty good running back. So if he does even feel 85% normal, I do think he's going to be pretty good.
Next question for you. Of all the players that you thought would get or needed a contract extension, how high on the list was Hunter Lipke?
Second, right after Bland, obviously.
You're such a liar.
Is it that dramatic of amount of money?
It seems like a lot. 2 years up to $7.5 million. That would be more than any of your other running backs are getting.
Next question. Jerry Jones said that the money saved would be 5 to 6 players. Is this one of them? Is that what he's saying? Is like I told you yesterday. We discussed this, Alec, yesterday. Oh yeah, no, we signed free agents, our own. We signed our own guys. We made sure we took care of them. Is this what the money's going? They're just going to filter it back into the room and then be like, we still can't add anything, guys. We're having to pay our own players.
You know, the argument that I'm going to make is you would have been capable to make both of these deals, even if you would have signed Micah. And look, I haven't seen the guaranteed money yet, so maybe it's not really that big of a deal. But this goes back to our interview with Shotty at training camp. They seem to have really big ideas of what he can be.
And if they use him, then this money's well spent. Like if they just go, well, we paid the guy and he's on the team because of vibes, like that's a problem. But if he shows up and they say, you know what, we're passing him out of the backfield, he's definitely more than just a lead blocker for our running back in I formation. You know, those kinds of things, if they use him correctly, because there are ways to use a fullback that can still be effective in this game. If they use him correctly, the money's well spent.
Right there with Corey, because I need to see what's going to happen at this point, because I expected a lot more from him under McCarthy, because McCarthy kind of said all the same things too, right?
Right,
like where it was like, this is a dude, this is a guy, you might see him line up in line as a tight end. Like, we can use him in multiple spots in different ways, and he can block his ass off. If he can do all those things, bring the fullback back. I think in 2025, why not? Start a trend. Be the one team that sticks out for the right reason for once. That would be pretty cool.
Man, I would love that if your offensive line became all the more terrifying, because you're like, well, yeah, but Lipke's going to set that block for you too if for some reason the line doesn't get it.
Yeah, once that hole opens up, Lipke opens it up even more. And now any of those running backs can run behind Lipke.
All right, fingers crossed. I'm hoping for the best. All right, my next question for you all. Will Dak Prescott start all 17 games this season? If not, how many will he start?
16.
Okay.
Because they don't even need to play in the last game this year, Kevin.
I will tell you this. If he starts 16, for whatever reason, that feels like a big, giant win for the Cowboys this season, right?
Yes. I'm sorry, from the 817. I feel like the Cowboys are using Grok to decide how to contract negotiate. Go to Twitter and just be like, Grok, how do I do this?
Why don't you give your fullback $7.5 million?
The whole key for Dak's health is to ensure that he doesn't have to get out of the pocket too frequently. All right. And when Dak needs to run, I don't need you to run for a touchdown, buddy. I just need you to run to safety. And that's really all I've ever asked of him, is just please run to safety and let the next play pick up. So if they can protect him using play action, as Schlereth was discussing, you do different things, and Alec was just talking about this too, do different things so the offensive line can be multiple as well and keep the defensive line and the pass rush off guard. If they do all those things, then Dak can stay healthy in this game. So I don't force him to run too much. Teams are going to try, but the play caller has to do things that balance that out.
Alec, What say you?
I'd say, again, Corey's pretty good at this football stuff. Yeah, that's what I would say. No, I'm right there with Corey. But if we can see that, if we can see some proof of it, then I'm okay with it. But yeah, I think I'm right there with Corey, and I'm right there with Bobby Belt messing with the fan cam behind me too.
You got what, 11, 12? Is that where you feel on these games for him this year?
I think maybe 12 or 13.
We're not at
13.
We're not at a tiring phase yet where we just like 13 is the number, no matter what. But that it does feel like, hey, things have happened in the past that put us in that mentality that he might be missing games. Hopefully, the Cowboys can do a better job of protecting him up front.
By the way, it looks like 2 years, up to $7.5 million for Hunter Lipke with $5 million guaranteed. That amount of guaranteed money is twice as much as every other running back, including Phil Maffa, on this team has in guaranteed money combined.
He's the most important running back in that room, then, Kevin. Obviously,
I guess so.
That's why he needs to be used more.
Have you? Huh. Okay. Well, I might have missed that all the times you said it. All right, my next Cowboys question for you, and I'm excited about this one, and I don't know how this leads to statistical victories and everything, but Sam Williams had talked about Matt Eberflus's defense, and he said it's violent. The main point of emphasis on his defense is to be violent, and Sam Williams said, I feel like I'm pretty good at that. So, are the Cowboys going to have a violent defense, and what does that actually look like?
I think they will be violent. They have some guys that play that style, and Sam Williams is definitely one of them. That's a fact. Now, the overdone.
Is Leafau another one of those?
Yep, he is too. I think if you watch Kenny Clark play, if you've gone back and watched any of Kenny Clark, he plays with a violent mentality, and I like it. I'm not. Ezraku has some work to do to grow into the NFL, so I'm going to be patient on him. I've seen Fowler play violently at times in Dan Quinn's defense.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
And hell, Donovan Wilson plays violent football.
Donovan Wilson might be the poster child
and he's a captain.
Violent football.
And he's a captain on this team, so he's going to be the one that kind of spearheads that. And so defensively, I do think that exists. It's a mentality more than anything else. The idea of violence, like you can be smart, you can be there, you can be fast, but the violent part of it is I'm not thinking of anything else other than pushing the ball out of your hands if I can, as I tackle you to the ground, maybe even through the ground. Hopefully that's the case with this defense because it sets up for that. It sets up to play fast, physical in the front line and in your linebackers to be strong. The one thing about violence with Sam Williams that I'm concerned about, because I know he can do it. He's a physical freak.
He is. Or injury.
Can he keep himself from doing that extra shove right after the ball's been thrown? That extra little thing. You want to be Max Crosby's always in Patrick Mahomes' head. Like we see that Max Crosby he's always touching him. Even I'm just a little tap here and there just to let you know I'm around. You want those things because that creates the doubt, but you don't want the penalty. You don't want the flag to come out afterwards.
Alec, will the Cowboys have a violent defense, and what does that look like to you?
I think they will, but I think it's going to look super inconsistent, and I hate to take the low-hanging fruit and point at Sam Williams, but if you're going to be violent, it's going to come at a cost sometimes. And I can throw Donovan Wilson in there at the same time, just not in terms of penalties, but, maybe a big swing and a miss here and there. Yeah. When you're talking about a heat-seeking missile, sometimes he is so laser-focused and tunnel-visioned on one thing and one thing only that you might not account for the other guy on the other side of the field, and you miss something, which I'm okay with that if, like how Shotty said with the morning show earlier today, where he was like, if we can get 3 turnovers on defense per game, we think we're winning. If that's happening, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a swing and a miss or a dumb penalty from Sam Williams if you're turning the ball over 3 times a game. But with the physicality that these guys have and some of the youth that they just have on defense now, I think that's going to allow for that violent nature that Matt Eberflus defense usually wants to see. So I think so.
I don't think that's going to happen, but The Cowboys force 3 turnovers per game. Safe to say they're win.
Undefeated.
Okay. I was going to say at least double digits, but I like that.
You do 3 turnovers game. You're undefeated.
That
baby.
would actually be pretty incredible. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's keep some of those questions rolling as we talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Oh, man, I love Tolos, Kevin, and I love football, and I love feasting. And
Do you love Fridays?
I love Fridays. So Friday football feast with Tolos at Uncle Julio's in Fort Worth. Can there be anything better? I think not. I want you to come on out and hang out with us this Friday because, Kevin, the other day when we were at Freebirds, one of the Tolos told me that whenever he was listening on radio, he was like, man, just hearing that, I wanted to be there. That felt like last year, what we were doing last year all over again, and I want to be part of it. You got to be part of it, too.
See, you know what? What could be better the day...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Pepper lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Major Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is all provably false. We'll see what that proof is. Right now, courtesy of Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers, Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good. Have you ever been so good at a job that they've paid you just not to show up?
I do not believe so.
That's a shame. Me neither. That's been one of my goals in life, is to be so good or so bad at something. They're like, we will pay you
not to come
around.
Yeah,
exactly. All right.
Jimmy Johnson got $2 million to go away. So
because he won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, that's probably the
way. Herschel Walker got a $2 million clothing allotment to move from Dallas to Minnesota because he had to buy a winter coat.
Oh, well, that is the going rate for good coats nowadays, or I guess back then. Now, speaking of money, have you seen 2 years up to $7.5 million extension for Hunter Lipke with a $5 million guarantee? Your thoughts? And this seems to fall in line with Brian Schottenheimer seems to love Hunter Lipke.
Oh, he does. And if, the more we watched in training camp, the more we saw all the different ways that they want to use him, not just as a fullback, sometimes an H-back, sometimes an offset tight end, and sometimes in their nickel offense as the one back. And I think I've said before, not just there to protect the quarterback on a pass rush, but to actually run the ball or go out in pass patterns. So, yeah, he's the proverbial Swiss Army knife and a guy that you like to have on the team. Pretty good blocker, too, by the way, if he's just playing a fullback position. So good for him to another guy that makes the team as an undrafted free agent to get guaranteed $5 million. I guarantee you that's huge for that guy at that position.
How bizarre is it that guarantee, and I realize it's split over multiple years, is more than twice as much as the entire rest of the running back room, including Phil Maffa combined?
I think it's maybe close. Remember, Javonte Williams has got a $3.5 million cap hit.
No, that's true. But I'm just saying, in terms of guaranteed money, he only got $1 million to sign guaranteed.
Oh, you mean guaranteed?
Yeah, that's wild.
Counting against the cap.
Yeah,
totally. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Over 2 years. Now he got guaranteed $2 million, right?
Right.
For 1 year.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So yeah. I mean, it's ability to spend some of the. See, part of the trade didn't include the amount of cap space the Cowboys opened up.
Sure.
Not only this year, but for 5 straight years of $40 million. So they're starting to spend wisely, it would seem.
Mickey, what? Let's look ahead to Philadelphia tomorrow night. What about this team has changed from last year that the Cowboys might be able to take advantage of?
Well, I don't know, take advantage, but I don't think it's entirely the same defense. I see where, they've got their corner, Quinyon Mitchell, but they're trying to figure out who's the other cornerback now. So they've got some choices there. I've seen that it looked like it was coming down to between Jacorian Bennett and Adoree Jackson. So that'll be interesting to see how they fill that spot. But chances are, you go man on one side and you can help double team with the other side. But how much do you want to just single cover either Pickens or Lamb? So that's something the Cowboys are going to have to be able to decipher on how they line up, motion, things like that, to see if they're in man or who's in a double team zone type coverage. So I think that somewhat changes. The offensive line's a little bit different. A couple spots are young. But other than that, the main guys are the main guys, right? So I think the big change, and it's not the Eagles' change, but this time, unlike last year when they played the Cowboys both times, they're going to have to deal with Dak Prescott.
Yeah, that is a different factor this time. Is it kind of rude of the NFL to shove the defensive tackles from the Eagles right into Booker's face for his first game in the NFL?
As Brian Schottenheimer said, what better way to start? You find out where you're at, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess he might have played, not against a Jalen Carter in college. I don't think they met Alabama, Georgia, but I'm sure he's played some big, pretty good defensive tackles in his day. So, yeah, now he's going to play one of the best. And, you'll see how they're handling the blocking schemes, right? Are they going to – will the Eagles try to take up the center so he can't help out with the guard on to his right with Booker? Or are they going to just send him out there and go, okay, big boy, this is why we drafted you. Have at it, right? Mm-hmm. That'll be a very interesting matchup to see how he does. And look, he's not going to be perfect. If he's out there for 60 snaps, Carter's going to beat him. He beats a lot of people, right? No matter who you are. Mm-hmm. And now he's got a raw rookie in front of him. So, yeah. The TV screen should have, like, before the snap, a circle right there on that matchup each time.
I agree.
Now, Mickey, are you about to have a column coming out talking about how either A, people forgot about how good Dak was, or flavors of the month in the NFL?
I just sent it in, so I'm not sure when they post it. But, yeah, and one of the key things, if I can tease, is, my point was when you see these top rankings of quarterbacks or top 100s, Dak's not very high.
Right.
And I asked him about it, and he said, funny you should ask. He goes, because when I did the meeting the day before with the NBC crew they were in town, College Work, Tirico, and they have their pre-game meetings with the players. He said, they pointed that out to me. He said, do you think that with all these rankings, and he goes, and I don't know that we've seen them or if you've seen them, but we understand you're not being thought of very highly. He said, do you think people forgot about the 2023 season? And Dak was like, to me, he said, well, it's all about the new shiny car. And again, it's what have you done for me lately?
Right.
And the one thing I noticed in that NFL.com poll of players top 100, there's 16 quarterbacks listed in the top 100, and Dak among those quarterbacks came in 15th.
Ooh. Did they not know that he finished second in the MVP?
Well, that was the question the NBC crew asked Dak, right? And he was humble and, upright about it and saying, well, I know I didn't play that well or that much last year. And again, it's what have you done for me lately? So, yeah, and my point is, this is a huge lift for this team. Whatever all the, and they've got their warts and they got their things that they're going to have to overcome. But getting beat 75-13 last year in 2 games by the Eagles is not indicative of where maybe the quarterback play can be or will be. And I think you have to remember the last time Dak played the Eagles, it was in December of 2023, and the Cowboys won 33-13.
Okay, I want to ask you about that. And by the way, today is the day for contract extensions, as the Mavericks have just reached a 4-year, $90 million extension with P.J. Washington. We will circle back around to that. This is something that we've talked about quite a bit, and I can wrap my head around how previous performances do not necessarily impact your, future opportunities. But I keep going back to Dak is 33-8 in the division since he came into the NFL. That's amazing. It's second behind only Patrick Mahomes. And I realize, Mick, that those are past teams and past opponents, but considering how many times you play your divisional opponents and how much carryover there can be, is that a number that matters to you, or is that like, hey, that's a neat stat, but this is a new year and it is irrelevant?
I think it's a good indicator of what can be, right?
Okay.
Because I think there's assumption that Dak's over the hill. He, can't do this, can't do that. Well, all I can go on is what I see in training camp, right? And he was awfully good. And I think, and stop me if I've said this before, we did a poll of our guys on our staff on the top 10 players in training camp, and I think Dak ended up either 1 or 2 on most of the ballots as the top or second top player in camp. And if he wasn't the top, guess who the top player was?
CD?
Micah.
CD Lamb.
Oh, okay.
So how did CD Lamb become the top player?
Yeah.
Somebody had to throw him the ball, right?
Joe Milton, obviously.
So that was the level we've seen him practice and play in a scrimmage. Now, I know no one's seen it in the preseason games. Obviously, he did not play. But I thought he was on top of his game. I saw no residual effect of the injury, the surgery, the rehab. And boy, he has worked on doing extra running during practices. Like if he completes a pass and CeeDee Lamb's running 40, 50 yards downfield, Dak's completing the play by running along with him to work on his conditioning and the ability to continue running. So I know they don't want to call a bunch of run plays for Dak, but if he's got to go, he was going in practices. Now, he knew he wasn't going to get hit. I get it. But I think he was putting in his mind, okay, if I got to run, I got to run. I trust my leg, and let's just go play football.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow for game day.
Yes, from Philadelphia, downtown.
Oh, man.
Sorry about that. All right, thanks, Mick. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we go over to the Corey News Desk for news.
According to Shams Charania, Dallas Mavericks forward P.J. Washington has agreed to a 4-year, $90 million contract extension, Kevin, with the franchise. Secures a new deal that keeps him here through 29-30 season.
Breaking news.
Thank you, Lucy. I really appreciate that.
So that's $22.5 million per year.
Yeah.
Man, good for him.
That's interesting because the conversation, I've seen a couple of whispers of, hey, Luka wants a lob partner in P.J. Washington. Would that trade happen? Would he go to the Lakers? And I feel like the Mavericks just continually go, no, he's a Maverick. But with Flag here, what's that role? What's that? How do these work together?
I absolutely think those two can play in cooperation with one another. And by the way, I know
a lot of length, a lot of size on this court, man. I like it.
And we talked yesterday off air quite a bit about that video with PJ Washington, and maybe we can pick that up at some point.
You can do it during C Block today if you want.
Yeah, if you've ever shared a child with somebody who you're not with anymore, I have lots of thoughts about that whole situation. But yeah, there you go. PJ Washington extension with the Dallas Mavericks. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be on after the Rangers game bout.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
The Rangers and Diamondbacks play the rubber game of their three-game series this afternoon at Chase Field in Phoenix. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Ted Emmerich. Our broadcast begins today at 2, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. It's baseball time in Texas, almost. So let's talk with Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Well, I want to know, and I'm going to kind of steal this from the 469. What do you think about P.J. Washington's contract extension, $22.5 million per year, plus $10 million per year from the Mavericks Tree Company, probably. What do you think about that deal?
Yeah, well, we know that Nico Harrison knows all, right? And fortune favors the bold and all these things. So, I mean, I when Nico does something, the Mavs get Cooper Flagg. Maybe by signing this extension, the Mavs will end up getting like the dream team to come and play for them because fortune favors the bold. So that's all I know.
I see no lies. I'm
a big P.J. Washington fan, so I'm excited.
No,
this is a good
I
thing
like
for me.
P.J. I mean, listen, that's not like a ridiculous. I don't think it's a ridiculous figure.
Yeah.
I like it. I think he, he's fit in really nicely since he's been here. I think the way that he can impact the game on both ends is nice. I'd like to say I think he's going to fit in really well with Cooper Flagg. The thing that I look at with this Mavs team that really kind of concerns me is I don't know who the heck's going to shoot the basketball.
Yeah.
Other than Clay, I don't know. I don't know what that's going to look like. Not necessarily just a catch and shoot. PJ's fine. He had a much better shooting year last year than he did after he came over from Charlotte the year before. But I do worry who's going to shoot the basketball for this team.
I think that is fair. Now, I know everybody after the game said the right thing and everything, but Framber Valdez drilled his catcher on purpose because he was mad that he gave up that home run the pitch before, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly there's so many. First of all, the Astros are covering for Framber. Framber is a known hothead. He's incredibly emotional.
He looks so mad out there, too.
Yeah, there are people in that organization who have had run-ins with him in the past. You could see that Cesar Salazar wanted him to step off. Framber threw a pitch. He didn't locate it well. Grand slam, suck it, Framber. And then, the way he reacted, usually when a pitcher, like the pitcher-catcher relationship is a unique bond, and the pitcher cares intently about not making life hard on the catcher. And so when Framber drilled Cesar Salazar in the chest and then just kind of turned away, that was all I needed to see. And then Cesar Salazar didn't even go out. Whenever there's a mix-up, the catcher's going to go out. He didn't go out. He instead just drilled the ball back at Framber. 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4 in this. And talking to people who were around, may or may not be affiliated with the Astros, they're kind of in disbelief that Framber is able to get away with this crap, and they covered for him. But I guess when you're as good of a pitcher as he is, then and maybe as volatile as he is, maybe you don't have a choice. But yeah, that was pretty embarrassing.
Potential signs of a meltdown incoming?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd like to say yes, Corey. I will say he's had, individual meltdowns before, and then he bounces back. I want to say, was it last year when he threw a no-hitter or something? Like maybe a start or two before he had like a Framber meltdown, and then he bounced back just fine. So guys who are hotheads, guys who are emotional roller coasters, they're used to riding that roller coaster, so they can deal with that a little bit better. So I'd like to say it's a meltdown incoming. I'd like to say he's going to crater the rest of the year. Maybe he will, but I guess I can't say that for sure. I will say, though, everyone thinks that being a manager is about writing a lineup card and making pitching changes. Moments like this can really infiltrate and impact the clubhouse. especially when there's a power dynamic with a great player and a guy in Cesar Salazar who's not a great player. And so whether it's Joe Espada or Carlos Correa, someone, and Jose Altuve is not that guy. I know everyone likes to say, oh, he's probably a great leader. That's not Altuve's bag. But that's a problem. The way it gets handled is something that could impact that team if it doesn't get handled properly.
You know, throughout the season, we've talked a lot about how to manage for the Rangers their starting pitchers with like potential innings caps and everything like that. But now the cold, hard reality of the bullpen is Milner is right up against his career high. Sean Armstrong's just a few innings away from his career high. Jacob Webb, done. Jacob Latz, done. Like, are we reaching the end of this bullpen in terms of that's why they're kind of turning into a pumpkin a little bit, or what's to be done there?
Well, you know what's weird is that because these guys have largely stayed healthy, they're in that spot, right?
Right, yeah.
You know, if Hobie Milner had some innocuous, I don't know, a hangnail or something and had a missed 2 weeks, you know, like sometimes that does help relievers. But yeah, you're right. I mean, these guys have all been healthy, so their innings counts are high. We talked about this at the beginning of the year too. You got some pitchers who, you know, maybe you're going to handle a little bit differently than you otherwise would for injury concerns with the young guys, and even, you know, with Jacob deGrom at times. So I guess we'll see. You know, there's some studies that show that this sort of thing is maybe more impactful on relievers the following year. But I don't know how conclusive that stuff is.
That's scary.
Yeah, well, and, you know, a lot of these guys are here on 1-year deals. So, but yeah, I don't know. That's, you know, Hobie Milner just, it didn't go so well for him yesterday. But the Rangers are going to need someone to step up. And I'll say, you know, hopefully they get Cole Winn back here soon. Hopefully in getting Tyler Mahle back, he'll probably start and he probably won't go deep, but it does maybe push the depth a little bit, you know, on your rotation and your staff, excuse me. And then, you know, hopefully getting Chris Martin back will help, you know, because he is a guy who has missed time. And if he can stay healthy, I mean, he's been really good when he's been healthy. It's just a matter of if he can stay healthy. If he can stay healthy, that'd be big. And then the other thing I'd say is, you know, Danny Coulomb is healthy, you know, from what we understand, but he hasn't pitched in like a week. And, you know, he gave up 3 runs. I think, what was it? 2 home runs against the Angels his last time out. And maybe they were trying to work on some things, but you know, they acquired him to be a son of a gun in their bullpen, and they need him to be that guy.
Last week, Bruce Bochy had told us he thought maybe projections of 3 to 4 innings for Tyler Mahle kind of per start. Does that sound right? Like kind of what you were just getting at?
Yeah, he just threw, was it yesterday or I got my days mixed up, but I know he had a 2-inning rehab assignment. And so the natural progression there would be, you know, to go up an inning and, you know, if he gets 3 good innings, maybe he can pitch a 4th. But yeah, I think between 3 to 4 innings. And whereas with some pitchers, that progression would keep on going 3 to 4 to 5. I don't know that they're going to do that with Tyler Mahle. You know, there's not really a whole lot of time left in the regular season anyway. But, you know, I guess, you know, who's to say that he couldn't get up to 5 innings if he's pitching really well? But I think the Rangers are at least going into this thinking, hey, if we get 3 to 4 innings out of him every 5 days, we feel good about that.
And would you not?
And also, it's worth noting with the expanded roster, it kind of allows you to take on that sort of a, you know, a pitcher in your rotation with 28 guys and 1 extra pitcher compared to with 26 and only 13 pitchers.
Do you think the Rangers will be uncomfortable with throwing Chris Martin back-to-back days?
Well, they had him warming yesterday. I think that's a great question, Kevin. I was wondering that exact same thing. Yesterday before the game, Bruce Bochy said he was available. But, you know, sometimes you're going to say that and it might mean, you know, worst case scenario, emergency situation, something like that. But they did have him warming. And I don't think that given the potential fragility, they would even bother having him warming up if there wasn't a legitimate willingness to pitch him. So he didn't end up pitching back-to-back games. Now, Kevin, I'd ask, you know, I'd be curious. I don't know the degree to which he warmed up. Like, I don't know, did he get white hot, ready to go? Was he just lightly throwing? We had a shot in the bullpen late. He was throwing on the mound. Would they day game after a night game? Would they have him pitch, warm up, and then pitch? I don't know, right? I don't know. You've got Armstrong, who's going to be available again today, so maybe you don't need that. But that will be interesting to see whether he would be used today. But yeah, it did seem like they were comfortable having him pitch back-to-back games.
Can you explain to me like the value of Jacob Latz and how he fits into this whole thing? Because his innings keep going up a little bit, obviously because out of necessity. But like I'm pretty impressed with what we've gotten out of him this year.
Yeah, no, me too, Corey. Last year Jacob got off to a good start as a reliever, and then things started to tumble, and it was because of his walks.
Mm-hmm.
He was walking. More than a batter every other inning. And, at worst, you want to be maybe a batter every 3 innings, and you'd like to be a little bit better than that. And he wasn't striking out enough guys to justify it. He wasn't even striking. He was just under a strikeout per inning. This year, he's still just under a strikeout per inning, but the walks have improved significantly. It's still an issue, and it was an issue in the 6th inning yesterday. He walked back-to-back batters, maybe at the end of his rope, and, it just kind of that gas tank went from maybe a quarter full to empty really, really quickly. Like I don't know what that part is in your car that tells you how much gas you have left, but whatever maybe that was
the
broken,
gauge?
right? And maybe whatever. Yeah, that thing. No, but like the sensor that informs the gauge. Like, on your car, there's a device that tells the thing to move, right? Like,
I got you.
I don't know cars.
No,
right?
He knows baseball. All right.
Yeah. I never claimed to be smart. But Corey, I think what's valuable about Jacob is that he is able to pitch in different roles. Now, what I'm curious about next year, or this offseason, is he going to go into the offseason with the instruction, hey, you're going to start for us next year? Because Leiter, Rocker, DeGrom, Eovaldi, those are your 4 guys. Who's your 5th? Now, you probably sign a guy or 2. Cody Bradford won't be ready until the middle of the year at earliest. And, with DeGrom and Eovaldi, maybe you get – listen, DeGrom's made every start other than the one, right? He's had a great year from like a health and availability standpoint. I don't have any reason to believe that's going to change next year. I really don't. But you still might want to be a little cautious. With Eovaldi, I think, you think about, hey, if we get 130, 140 innings out of him, that's great. Well, maybe you go into the next offseason, Jacob Latz, and maybe you need a guy like Jose Corniel to be a factor for you in the rotation beyond whatever external additions you make. I'd be curious, but he has shown the ability to do that. He's taken big steps in that capacity this year, and maybe adding a third pitch that he can really rely on will help him get through an order for a third time.
Thank you very much. As always, good sir. We look forward to hearing from you.
All right, thanks, guys.
There you go. Texas Rangers broadcaster Jared Sandler right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little NFL overreaction or reality on the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation.
never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course.
With D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some NFL overreaction or reality for you. First question. This one hurts my feelings. The Cowboys might give up the most points in the NFL this season. Overreaction or reality? I wonder if you would put them out there and the Raiders and the Panthers. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but overreaction or reality, you can see a feasible path for the Cowboys to give up the most points in the NFL this season.
I mean, I'll give Eberflus credit. It didn't feel like his Bears defenses were the lowest in the league. And now, obviously, talent's very important there, but the scheme also, if they're disciplined within the scheme, I feel like it's pretty good.
Do you think he wanted to defend that Hail Mary differently?
Okay. Do you think he would be like, hey, guy, stop pumping up the crowd and taunting them, turn around and be ready for, because he's also the one that tipped the ball.
Right.
Like, oh, great. Maybe you could have caught it if you'd have been paying damn attention. But I feel like that they are going to be a little bit better than people expect. It's not just going to be a blowout every night. That's
okay.
I don't think that they're going to give up the most points in the NFL this year.
I'm going to go overreaction because the Cincinnati Bengals exist.
Oh, that's a good one. I don't know why I didn't put them in that list, too.
And it's funny because it could look differently if they win the time of possession battle. If they just hold the ball on offense a really long time, maybe they give up 35 points a game instead of 45. I don't know. But I do think that they're going to be near the top, if not at the top, and they'll still find a way to win games, which is going to be weird. But I think that reason alone, but you did name some other good teams there, too. I think the Raiders might give up a few. I think the Panthers aren't going to be super great defensively. They're going to have a good pass rush. But outside of that, not going to stop many people. And to Corey's credit, Matty Eberflus' defenses the past few years have not been bad. Like they haven't been amazing, but they haven't been bad. I think he has enough personnel. I don't think he has a lot of personnel to be great here in year one, but I think he has enough to be an average defense.
Cowboys' defense was miserable last year.
Yes.
In points given up, they were the second worst. Carolina was the worst, 31 points. The Cowboys gave up 27.
So it's not a crazy question.
The Bears gave up 21.8 in Eberflus's defense.
Okay.
And
I'll take that
was
for sure.
Actually, Kevin, a little bit better than middle of the pack. So they were a better defense than that. I mean, damn, dude, the Niners were the fourth worst points given up per game last year. You wouldn't expect that.
Right.
So I think they're going to be a little bit better than people are expecting.
All right. This one's a little complicated, and I was really intrigued by something Sean McDermott said about all of this. Overreaction or reality? You view the Bills as a loser franchise. I realize they're a good team.
Lovable losers.
Okay, because like Sean McDermott talked about, and I totally get it, how he hates that narrative and like, you don't know the people of Buffalo, which I actually think is irrelevant to this conversation. But like, and the players are trying really hard. I accept all of that, and it's not
irrelevant.
That the people of Buffalo work hard. What does that have to do with your football team?
They're the identity of your team. Oh my God. The people, the blue collar mentality or whatever it is in the city.
That's great. That's
like Dallas is the city of Flash, right?
Okay, how many people on their team are from Buffalo? Because Sean McDermott said he counted himself as a proud Buffalonian. Did I know that that's what they called themselves? No. And it's not Josh Allen's fault that they lost 4 Super Bowls in a row in the 90s. So I pose the question to you, overreaction or reality? You view the Bills as a loser franchise.
Reality, the way you say it sounds worse. Say
that's
loser
just
again.
The way I talk, loser.
See, that sound. It's the way you say.
Way I talk.
The way your voice does things. Yes, I do look at them that way, but I also am rooting for them. It's weird. It's a weird place because I don't expect them to win. So they are the underdog in my mind. They're constantly the underdog, no matter who the opponent is, because I'm rooting for them whenever they're playing. And I don't even have that many Bills on my team I don't think I have any Bills on my fantasy team this year. So
because of that reason. Alec, overreaction or reality? You view the Bills as a loser franchise.
I've got 3 Bills on one of my teams.
Oh,
that
no.
scares me.
Welcome to the cellar.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
got
because-
Dalton Kincaid.
Oh, you're cooked. Well, welcome to the club. I'm gonna say reality because historically I don't see them as winners because they're not. And, I hate that for them because they are one of the most, if not the most fun team to watch for my money.
Oh,
I
you'd
enjoy
totally rather be a Bills fan than a Cowboys fan
right now, yeah. Just
Yeah.
because I have more hope, even though history says nothing whatsoever. I'd rather have the prospects of right here today say that I have a chance. That would be cool. I'd rather live off of the idea of a chance, if that even exists, if that's even a thing, a concept of a plan, if you will. I've heard that before. So I'd rather have that. I'd rather have that right now. But like Corey said, a lovable loser is the best way to put it. It's a team full of great dudes that are easy to root for, but historically, there is no reason to put money on them.
I'm so glad that you guys engaged that question. NFL overreaction or reality? Like CeeDee Lamb says, you would be motivated by standing out on the field and watching another team get their Super Bowl banner raised. Because the Eagles have said they won't be out there, and CeeDee Lamb's like, you're damn right, I'm going to try to watch it.
I was thinking about this morning as I was driving in. I don't know how to send CeeDee Lamb a thank you letter. I don't I thank PJ Washington all the time whenever we drop his amazing drop. Oh man,
It feels kind of I don't know if we should play that right now.
But like the CeeDee Lamb for me is everything I expected he would be whenever I was watching him at OU, and I was like, crap, man, he's going to go to some NFL team and be awesome. And he's turned out now. He's also got the competitive edge, the passion for the game, dude. What you've seen his tweets regarding all the crap, Dak's contract, his contract, Mike. It's like, can we just get past this crap and play some football?
Right.
He does not love the show, but he loves this game. And so everything about what he is as a competitor, I love right now. And he's the saving grace for me, honestly, with this team. He's the one I'm rooting for the hardest. I just love the way he prepares himself and goes about his business. And I absolutely agree with him on this. That's something right there. Dude, I was listening game day over the weekend, and Saban was talking about people talking trash on the outside, and he said Vanderbilt had won a game before us, and they said, we want Bama. And he said, so the next week, they sure did, didn't they? All week long, we want Bama all over the place. It was 52-0 by halftime. And I was like, yeah, that's the mentality you have to have.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? Much like CeeDee Lamb, you would be motivated by watching one of your rivals raise their Super Bowl banner.
Reality.
Me too.
I find motivation in some of the smallest areas. That's just how I get through life. I need like a goalpost to look at. I need something to say, that's my projection. I'm working towards that. Whether it's in radio, whether it's in live sports as a fan, there's always something I'm working towards. That's just how I work. And I wouldn't be one of those that's like, I can't watch other people's success. No, I'm going to see that and be like, that's going to be me next year. That's going to be me. Because I know I have the capability. I just need to put the work in and get there. So, yeah, finding something, even if it is painful at the moment, to be like, dang, I was that close, or dang, that could have been us.
Right.
I can say, well, that is going to be us. Just give it time.
NFL overreaction or reality? This is a make or break season for both Justin Fields and Breece Hall. Now, Breece Hall, we talked about a whole lot maybe being available. And I know Justin Fields signed the 2-year deal, but the Jets can easily bail out of that deal after 1 year. This kind of feels like potentially their last stand for being a starter of their choosing.
Yeah, and it's for Justin. For Justin Fields, it's weird because he's so traveled now.
Right.
Even
and still really young.
Yeah, still very young and but maybe all the bad habits just exist and it's never going to get cleaned up. Maybe nobody will ever be able to fix that for him. But when you're in New York now, that spotlight's bigger than it's ever been.
Right.
I mean, you were with the Bears, and that's a significant place to be. But in New York with the Jets, they're already upset. Like they come to the table upset. So they're anything you don't do, they're ticked off about anyway. So yeah, I can definitely see it being a make or break for both of these guys.
Alec?
I think it is for both, more so Fields, just because the weight of the position, the weight of where he was drafted and all of that, and the fact that he is so young that it's like, you should be a coveted asset at this point because you are still so young in terms of football age. Breece Hall, I feel like he's got enough body of work to where people are still going to be interested, at least for another year, and what could he be? In the right situation, almost like a Justin Herbert situation. We joke about it all the time, the king of what ifs. I feel like that's what he is when it comes trade deadline time, is Breece Hall is always that, but what if he got a new start? What if he got a new opportunity somewhere? What if he had the team around him? I think he has one more year of that, but I do think, in my mind, at least, it's a make or break year for him too, for sure.
NFL overreaction or reality? I'm really excited about this question. Aaron Rodgers is the most annoying player in the NFL. Now, there was a poll about this, and I have the top 5 if you want to wildly speculate, but Aaron Rodgers is the most annoying player in the NFL.
I don't know about on the field because I've never been on the field with him.
Right.
But for the sake of this conversation off the field, it's like he just seems so full of himself. And I did watch a video of him and DK Metcalf and some other Cam Hayward, and they were having conversations, and Cam Hayward had, I guess, said something about Aaron Rodgers before he got there, and they were confronting each other in the conversation about it, and Aaron Rodgers was like, I appreciate this. I've always respected your work. I'm glad we're getting to talk like this man-to-man right now, and he kind of went through the whole, you don't know me. People think they know me, but they don't really have a clue or whatever it was.
It's like Edge.
But that being said, all the things that you keep doing just kind of make me not like you more. So, yeah, he annoys me just a bit.
Now, Alec, if we go off of the conceit that Aaron Rodgers is the most annoying, who do you think would be the second most annoying?
Ooh. I know who mine would be, but he just retired. His name was Dan Skipper. I feel like some people might get a little irritated by Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh, I get that.
Interesting.
I could
see why.
Team.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the top 5 went like this. Aaron Rodgers by a pretty good margin.
Yep.
Comfortably in second place, Travis Kelce. Comfortably in third place, Patrick Mahomes.
Did anybody ever care about Travis Kelce in that way until Taylor Swift showed up?
No. And look, we talk about this. People love to cheer for you to succeed until the point where they feel like you've succeeded enough. And then our favorite pastime is to tear you down. So Mahomes is third, Dak Prescott is fourth, and Odell Beckham Jr. is fifth. That one felt random to me. Like, I get it for Aaron Rodgers because of the things he does. And then the Chiefs just get so much publicity, and whether it's Patrick Mahomes' wife or his brother or him and Travis Kelce, we've discussed that plenty. Dak, he's with the Cowboys. But is Odell Beckham Jr. in your face all the time? Get lots of.
There was a time when
there was a time,
but
not now.
He's unemployed.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so other players on the list right after that, Deshaun Watson, I get that. Tyreek Hill and Shedeur Sanders. Again, I think that's what
Caleb Williams from the 940. Micah is from the 214.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of people saying Mahomes.
I get it on Mahomes. I do.
Yeah, so there you go.
But look, Mahomes, I don't think it's entirely his fault. Like, his wife has never met a camera that she doesn't want to be in front of. And, like, that's not necessarily his fault. What his brother did is not necessarily his fault. But I've got a really good friend who thinks that Patrick Mahomes is a secret, not so great guy because of all the close people in his life kind of,
you know what,
are not the best.
I can kind of see that too, based on some things I know.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Been a long time.
It's been a long time.
But it's time for the return of AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus some of y'all are going to have to start paying for your sports again next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on.
I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Saffron Squad?
home or business with smarter cameras and better access control. DFW Security has secured Texans for 30 years with a 4.9-star rating on Google.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we get you ready for tomorrow night. And in fact, kickoff is about 32 hours away. The NFL season will start in 32 hours. Tomorrow, we're going to have Ian Rappaport at 10:20 giving his Rappaports for us. And then Tony Casillas at 11 a.m. And maybe more guests still to come.
And Kevin, I'll also, tomorrow night, I'll be at the Bearded Monkey in Lavon, 905 North State Highway, 78 Suite D, that is, for Dallas. Lavon, we're going to be right there at the Bearded Monkey having an awesome time. My sister is probably going to hang out with me a little bit, too. She said her kids love that place, so I'm going to be out there. And we have a very now rare Micah Parsons autograph helmet to give away. So if you want that bad boy, you got to be out there, Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Grill in Lavon.
That is very cool. Right now, I don't even know if I know how to intro this anymore. It's time for that? No, that's not right. It's time for them? No. It's time for this!
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus,
my question of the day, where the hell have you been?
We'll get there. We'll get there. Plus, some of y'all, probably a lot of y'all, are going to have to start paying for your sports again. We'll get to that here in just a moment. But before we get to any of that, yes, I was gone for a really long time, and I did not plan on that. I was actually on vacation the last 2 days of last week, and then on my drive to go call Fort Worth All Saints' first game of the season. Yes, the reigning, defending, undisputed state champion Fort Worth All Saints going to call the first game of the season against Parrish. Like midway through the drive, I got hit by a bus known as Sickness.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I just felt terrible. Didn't know what it was. Ended up being a bit of a flu bug, and it took out my entire respiratory system.
Did you still call the game?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
And I'm not gonna lie.
The sickness, huh?
Yeah, I was down with the sickness, as some might say. Some might say. Easy for me to say. And believe it or not, I don't have the tape yet. I haven't gotten the archive of it. I think that was one of my best calls ever because it was an incredible game. Came down to the wire, 23 seconds left. The game was knotted up at 20 apiece. Strip sack fumble recovered by the Saints. They bleed the clock and kick a walk-off field goal to win the game against a absolute powerhouse of a team in a Division I school in Parrish, who they're favorited. They were preseason number 1, not anymore, thanks to the Saints. Division II school coming in and knocking them down. So that was a really fun game to call. One of my best calls of my life. I got home and absolutely fell apart. Like I was so physically unable to move when I got home, and that was what my weekend was. I barely watched any college football because I had a killer migraine. I watched the Texas game, watched Arch Manning suck. So that was fun, and then I passed out again. So sorry, Sean, who reminded me this morning that I suck at showing up at parties. I literally could not get out of my bed all weekend, and I didn't have a voice all day yesterday. You can still kind of hear it. Still a bit nasally today, but we made it back in for the love of the game, as Cody Rhodes said, after he tore his pec, like a reasonable thing to not show up to work. I just have a bit of a stuffy congestion thing going on, so not a great parallel there. But I'm back, and we're going to try to have a little bit of fun. And as you mentioned, we'll have a really fun day tomorrow. I'm looking forward to Cowboys-Eagles right here on these airwaves, and pretty much an all morning, all midday, and all afternoon long pregame, if you will.
I can see that.
As the guests are going to be flowing and the conversation is going to be great. So glad to be back and glad to bring back AM on the FM. By the way, I did tweet this on my way to a concert on Thursday. Did a Uber situation, and my driver, Corey, who spells his name right with an E, he's a Tolo. I got in the car outside of my house, and he is blasting the G-Bag Nation right after the Micah Parsons trade. And about 5 minutes of conversation led him to realize, oh, you're the pride of Mansfield, Texas, aren't you?
Oh.
And he said that, not me.
That's
said that.
amazing.
So we have somebody on the record calling me that. So they has turned into Corey, the Uber driver, who five-star experience. 5-star experience. Shout out to Corey, the Uber driver, if he's out there doing his work right now. So that was really, really cool. But the question of the day, gentlemen, is actually going to be based off of the proceedings of this weekend in Alec Medford's life. What is something you didn't realize was super useful until you didn't have it? 877-881-1053, because for me, it was my voice. Because when that started to disappear, even like communicating with my own father, who was like trying to help me, like, do you need any medicine or anything? I'm like literally having to text him while I'm sitting in front of him because nothing would come out when I would try to speak. It was awful.
Yeah.
And it was the scariest experience because I was like, am I going to have to miss the whole week? Like, is this going to come back? What's going to happen? It was terrifying. And I was like, I kind of want my voice because I kind of use that to pay bills. That would be pretty cool. So I didn't realize even trying to like order food, answering phone calls, trying to talk to doctors. I was like, man, the ability to speak, I have taken that for granted, even in the work medium that I chose.
It's really funny how quickly I've gotten reliant on the wireless earbuds, because every time I forget them and I have to take in wired earbuds, I feel like people are looking at me in the gym. I know they're not. They're focused on their own thing, but I'm like, that guy's probably like, oh, what is he, from the 1970s? Come on, buddy.
Where's his Walkman?
Yeah, that's what I think.
I mean, I think we all take our phones for granted. The fact that we have a laptop in our hand, basically in our pocket all the time. And I mean, that's our office, right? Like our office is right here on this little phone. we can use it that way.
There's a great Simpsons flashback with Dr. Frank, and he goes, I predict in 20 years that computers will be twice as powerful and 10,000 times as large. And you're like, it's almost the exact opposite.
From the 315, I'm also Corey. I also drive Uber on the side, and he spells it with an E, but I was an Alex driver. But ironically, I've operated the clock all Saints games when Alec was in the booth. So that's wild, too.
I have met you, yes.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yes. From the 214, I wouldn't have thought this one. The cheese slicer. It wasn't until my wife got like one of the fancy cheese slicers and I was like, who cares? Get a knife and cut it. But then when you get the fancy, like you just pull it down and it's like, oh, perfect every time. Then I realized, like, if that's being cleaned or something and I have to use a knife, I'm like, what are we doing?
I think I stick with this. It's my back scratcher. That thing right there, like when I don't have it, I have to go rub up against a wall.
Right.
And I look like it's crazy, Alec. Here I am at the gym, and you're in that little area where the squat and bench press thing is, and I'm sitting there rubbing up and down up against the railing of it. I'm like, because my back itches, and I don't have a back scratcher. I don't carry it around. Guess what? Awesome back scratcher I got on Amazon for like $8. I got two of them for like $8. The one that I have, though, my dog got up there and chewed off the rubber off of it, and then he bent it all up, and now it doesn't work the same, dude. But I can't. I'm not flexible enough. My shoulder mobility isn't flexible enough to reach those spots in the middle of my back, and that back scratcher is amazing.
Yeah, I need to work on my calisthenics a little bit because as I gained muscle mass, I've lost that mobility. I used to be able to do the, like clasp your hands behind your back, up and down. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. So I've found myself looking like a bear in public places, just going up to an edge and saying, okay, yeah, I can scratch my back here. That's cool. I've definitely done it in this building before because I can't reach anymore. Yeah.
From the 682 back scratcher, and from the 559 the true MVP, most underrated device, the back scratcher. So people are right there with me on this one.
There's a lot of people.
But do you ever scratch your back and then it just breaks out like an outbreak? Where you're like, I had this one spot on my back that you needed to itch, and then you itch it, and then it's like, oh man, now I got like 3 more. You ever feel like the back scratcher is creating more scratchiness?
No, my back scratcher, for whatever reason, I don't know what the metal it's made out of, Kevin. As soon as it touches the itchy spot, it's gone.
Okay.
It might be an unobtainium.
Let's see, from the 432, water in your body. Dehydration is real. And I feel like you only realize that whenever it's too late. Whether it's you were out too late drinking too much, you were out in the sun too long doing yard work or whatever. It's whenever it's too late to actually act upon it, and the sun is beating you down, you're already down for the count, then you're like, it would have been cool if I drank, maybe like a quart of water before this. Probably would have been fine. I feel like we're all victim to that. From the 682, the backup camera. Getting too reliant on that, have to remind myself to look over the shoulder when they don't have one.
I do that a lot. I definitely use that thing like it's just amazing.
See, I got a bigger car now from Platinum Chevy. So going from the Cruise, which is, a really nimble little car that's easy to maneuver and you don't really have to think, to an SUV like the Blazer, that humbled me because I was like, oh, my car is like 2 times the size. I need to actually like pay attention when I'm in, parking garages, when I'm in tighter spaces. I need to actually look around me. I need to actually stay within the lines because I got a tank now.
From the 214, the garage door opener, and you're dead on. I remember one time my garage door, like whenever we moved into the house, the spring on it was broken.
Yeah.
And so it wouldn't open up. And fortunately, Tolbert Garage came to the rescue as always. And I was just like, oh my gosh. Because we enter in the rear. Like, that's what we do. We get in the house, in the rear side of the house, and we always use the garage door. We don't go in the front. Do you go in the front door? Or do you go in your garage door? In the back of the house?
I go in the front, but that's because the older son and the wife have boxed me out of the garage
But you
area.
would be, okay, see? And that's exactly what and they're right. If I didn't have the garage door opener, good gosh, it would just be the worst. Also a dishwasher.
Yeah.
Washing dishes. When your dishwasher goes out for a little bit, you're like, ugh, and your sink just fills up.
Yeah. That's a really good way. A lot of it ends up being rooted in technology, which is a great pathway to what we're going to talk about next, because feel like everybody's done some variation of going around the paywall to get their sports content. And the world's biggest illegal sports streaming website has been permanently shut down as of today. Because we all know, we've talked about on the show plenty, the way that, you know, sports leagues have sold their rights in different ways to get you to swipe their credit card monthly in different areas. And like, if you wanted to watch every single NFL game that's played this season, that would cost you about $750 whenever you sector it out between an NFL Sunday Ticket, YouTube TV subscription, and then Netflix and Amazon Prime Video to get all the exclusive games. Well, Stream East, the biggest illegal pirating site for any sports event you could think of, has been shut down permanently as of today after 2 men have been arrested in Egypt as part of a sting operation that has led to the decimation of this website. And hey, athletes used it too. Back in 2024, LeBron posted a screenshot of him watching a game, and what did you see at the top? StreamEast.com. Like, everybody has been guilty of it at some point, but The Athletic is reporting that this website has finally been taken down after some big-time players like Netflix, Disney, Amazon, and NBC Universal joined forces with the Department of Justice, Europol, and law enforcement agencies in Egypt to get these creators of the website in jail, and it is now down.
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the return of AM on the FM. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the top pass rushing duos in the NFL. And are these coaches also on the hot seat? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be on after the Rangers game bouts.
about something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Master.com.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Now here is Young from the 30. He's sacked again. Wow! That was Parsons, who, I mean, he exploded around the offensive left, and Bryce Young never had a chance.
And now he doesn't play for our team anymore. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with the top pass rushing duos in the NFL post Micah Parsons trade. I want to see if you think this is a fair breakdown. This is from Sports Illustrated. They say Chiefs, Chris Jones and George Karlaftis, fifth. For the Giants, Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence, fourth. Third, the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos feel like they pop up in all these different defensive categories. The joyfully named Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper. For the Packers, they're now second with Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary, which means #1, the Houston Texans with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.
Is it Will Anderson Jr.? Didn't you say the other day he's the pick for
he was
Defensive Player of the Year?
It is now shifted back to Micah, which I think this is like probably at least the third time he's been the favorite to be MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, because he really wants that gold shield on his jersey. But it's very much the Luka vibe where he's continually favored for it, but he's in the mix, but hasn't won it just quite yet.
Yeah, and that is there going to be something that keeps him from, like, are you going to be upset if he finally wins it and isn't a Cowboy?
No.
Is it going to be something that continually keeps him from doing it? And is it just that he fades late in the season? Is that what it is? Because he's had the numbers to stand up. Conversation.
I am really excited to see if Micah truly has the drive to be great. I know he says all of the right things, and maybe he does have that drive to be great, and he just needed to get out of Dallas to truly harness all of that potential. I don't know, but I am really excited to see it. And like I said, we just all need to prepare ourselves. Every time Micah does something good, it's going to take over Cowboys Twitter of like, oh, the Cowboys are so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, 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 blah.
And unless all of your picks hit,
yeah,
or you got to have one that hit. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Do you think that they are going to use one of the picks to replace Micah, or do you think they feel like they already have a potential replacement in house?
I do not think they're going to use one of those picks to replace Micah, but I am probably in the category of I think they are looking long term and have finally realized we need to reboot salary cap wise at quarterback if we're going to make this happen. But
we need high-end talent, lots of other areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing that I feel like the Cowboys lost sight of so many times is all those teams that were like maybe in position to pay a lot of their other players because they had a cheaper quarterback.
Yeah.
Not because they had the highest paid quarterback. All right. We mentioned it. I was kind of joking, but I actually do think this is super cool. The NFL MVP and Players of the Year will get to wear gold shield patches on their jersey. It's kind of reminiscent of like with UFC, you would have like the gold letters on the trunks and it would be different in the TV presentation. Do you think this is cool, and do you think players care?
I think it's cool.
I do too.
I would care if I had one on my shirt or on my jersey. Like
Okay.
I would look at it every time I was about to put it on. Will you ever notice it as a fan?
If they hadn't have said it, I wouldn't have. But now I'm going to look for it.
Yeah, from TV, I don't think I'll ever be able to see it until they're like, Josh Allen is going to get a lot of close-ups, right?
Yeah.
Because he's the quarterback. I just wonder how many other players you'll be able to see. But it is a sweet little feature. And you know what else you can add it in? Madden. There's all these. And Kevin, just think about this. Now, if you get the 1-of-1 gold shield Jumpman card or whatever.
That card's the logo patch.
Yeah.
That card's coming. Oh, man, that's a good. I hadn't really thought about that.
You're welcome.
All right. So Caleb Williams says he isn't fazed by most things that people say about him, including the nail polish and everything like that. But he did say that there's one thing that really bothers him. It's when people get caught up in his like stature and eccentricities, that they don't take him seriously and they think he's more concerned about being famous than being great. He said, I've been serious since I was 9.
Yeah, and that's the, if you want to be taken seriously, you have to be serious all the time kind of, thing, because otherwise people will say, well, if you goof around all the time, you're just the goofy guy. These guys are competitors, like beyond anything we are,
Sure.
in that mindset of the focus and effort that it takes to do this, to do what they do every day, get up and go to work out, put their bodies in this kind of shape. There's a lot there. I understand what he's saying about that because he works very hard to be where he is. He wasn't just handed all this stuff. And now he has to prove all those other people wrong by working even harder to become the champion that shuts everybody's mouth.
And we did get an opportunity to mention this yesterday. The Ravens released their flock-friendly menu, and it's items that are all under $5, including a $2 pretzel, a $3.50 hot dog, $4.50 nachos, and just for the G-Bag Nation, a barbecue chicken sando for $4.99. I know that's not brisket, but since it actually says sando on their graphic, and a 12-ounce beer for $4.99.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they've got
all of that for $4.99.
Well, those are individuals.
I know. I got you.
A soda's $4 for 24 ounces. At 20-ounce water, $3.50. We talked about this with the Falcons years ago. I still think
Did the Falcons say that this is financially stable and better for them?
Eventually, I don't remember how many years in it. It was like the second or third year.
They're turning
They
profit.
sold so many more items that they were more profitable than they were before. And that's the thing is, I don't know if people add up all the money ahead of time or if they're like $8 for a water, we're going to have to share it. And then when you see $3.50 for water or $4 for a soda, everybody gets a drink.
Get 3 of them.
But yeah,
now you paid $9 instead of $8.
Exactly. But maybe you feel like you got a way better deal, even though you paid more. And then the profit margins for those drinks are ridiculous. Couple more things for you. Do you want a crazy stat of the day?
Yes.
The NFL says this is not going to play on the opening Friday of the 2026 season. At first, it sounded like it was their decision, but people investigated. It is actually because of the 1961 Sports Broadcasting Act. Now, as a sports broadcaster, Corey, I know you already know about this, but for the people who don't, the NFL is not allowed to schedule a game that is within 75 miles of a high school or college game on a Friday night starting, I think it's like September 8th through the end of the year. Now, the last couple of years that the NFL has done this, it's because their schedule has started early enough that they've been able to get out in front of that. I believe it's September 8th deadline. Next year, the schedule will be after that. And so a law from 1961 is what is going to prohibit them from playing that Friday game.
That's amazing. And, here we have been trying to push for more Tuesday and Wednesday football.
You loved COVID football, where it was like Wednesday at 2 p.m. Catch the Vikings.
You're done with the show and there's a football game on. You're like, this is awesome.
Catch the Cowboys and the Eagles Thursday at 8:45 a.m.
What else was I going to do? Go for a walk?
Yeah, I guess not. All right, let's try to top that number with a crazier number. Lamar Jackson has gone 52 straight starts, including the playoffs, without losing by more than 7 points.
Wow. Does that include preseason games too?
Does not.
Because they're usually pretty good.
They usually are really good at that. That's the longest quarterback streak since at least 1950. Now, I don't know how much solace Lamar took in that, like after the playoffs last year.
Barely ever lose by 7 points.
But if you ever see the Ravens as a touchdown plus underdog, you should go ahead and make your play for the Ravens because he does not lose by that much.
There you go. I like that.
But he still loses.
Thanks for that advice.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That, and I learned also on week 1 of college football season, bet the under.
Take the under, baby.
60% of the time it works.
Every time.
Nope.
Now, by the way, for the Jets, Elijah Vera Tucker, he has a significant arm injury. We heard that this morning. I've not seen an update yet, but it looks like he's probably going to require surgery. And once you get into surgery, now you're missing a whole lot of the time. We will see how that shakes out for the Jets. And then Taylor Swift is welcome to do the halftime show at any time, at least according to the NFL commissioner. And he's like, yeah, just let us know. That's a crazy level of popularity.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, if there's an open invite for
just send me a text, let me know.
Whenever.
Good. I'll make sure it's set up.
Be the day before. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, scouting the Eagles. Who do you fear? And do the Cowboys hold any advantages? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Scouting the Eagles. Who do you fear, and do the Cowboys hold any advantages? I knew we were talking about part of this with Mickey Spagnola earlier today. I am really excited to see Tyler Booker lining up against Jalen Carter. And I know Mickey was like, well, he's going to get beat some, and that is inevitable, probably. But if he didn't, if for some reason we walked out of that game, we're like, did you see Tyler Booker just shutting down the Eagles' defensive line? I am going to have my mind's going to run away with me, and I'm going to be like, oh my God, he is amazing. Our offensive line's going to be so good. Blibbity blabbity.
Yeah, the hope is that Kenny Clark will stop the player I fear the most. However, I do have that player on my fantasy team, so I kind of need some points. This is a very awkward part of fantasy football.
So you're rooting for Saquon pretty hard
to do well, have success and lose the game.
You're not surprised by this, though, Alec, right?
No, not at all.
But Saquon Barkley is still, to this day, one of the most dangerous running back in the NFL.
Right? Sure.
He was I've been told he's the number one player in the NFL according to players.
True.
I was tracking that very hardcore all off season.
Mm-hmm.
He has a magical moment in time where he jumped over somebody backwards, and we all just went, how he's not human.
Right.
And then he made the commitment when he left the Giants. He was like, I want to go to a team where I can win a Super Bowl. And then he won it. He finally was with a team where he had that opportunity. So he is still the player that I fear the most, because the Cowboys said, we are making this move with Micah to stop the run. We have to stop the run. And if Saquon Barkley goes out there and has an amazing game, Kevin, we discussed this. Not a one run for 85 yards, but let's say he has 3 or 4 20-yard bursts and a couple touchdowns, and then he also does damage and he's receiving out of the backfield. He's the X factor for every game.
Look, I from the 817, of course, Corey is going to root for Saquon Barkley, and from the 682, bleep your fantasy team. I hope that your fantasy team has negative points after Thursday night, and then they can do great after that.
That's fine.
But,
I get it.
okay.
I understand.
So, and this is a little bit broader, but I hope it makes sense. I am concerned, not necessarily just like if you get run off the field. Obviously, that would suck. I'm concerned that we're going to be rocking and rolling at Uncle Julio's on Friday saying, man, we got dominated on both sides of the line of scrimmage. That's what I'm really concerned about, because we feel like the Eagles have an elite defensive line. There are a lot of questions now about the Cowboys defensive line, as if that didn't already exist pre-Micah trade. I'm really worried that we walk out of that game and you're like, we're not good enough yet on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And that just feels like that would be so defeating.
And I think you're we discussed this very early on. I think you're gonna hear Schottenheimer in his interview with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show. Which they need to come up with a cool name for that interview. The shoddy spot or something. I don't know. Something they can do.
Shoddy potty?
Shoddy potty. Yeah, if that's what they want to do.
He might not like that one.
Unless he wants to patent it and make anyway, but I think I've been saying this, at some point they're gonna go, guys, this is a learning season. This is a growing season. We're gonna grow by the middle of the year. We couldn't be ready for the Eagles game 1. Who could possibly be ready for the first game of the season?
Right.
The Eagles. That's the
what
question.
A terrible thing to hear that.
But I feel like that's what we're going to hear is guys, we're going to build. This is a building part of the year. So I think that's, on both sides of the line of scrimmage, they might get embarrassed there. But the hope is that they grow throughout the year. I don't know, though.
Alec, what would be your recommendation if I have a stat that I think is particularly relevant, but I really don't want to say it because I really don't want it to happen?
Ooh.
But I think it's relevant.
You say that trends are meant to be broken, right. Something like that? Yeah.
I like that. Trends are meant to be broken. It's been more than 30 years since an NFL team in the Super Bowl era had the league's leading rusher and the top total defense. The last team to do that was the 1992 Dallas Cowboys with Emmitt Smith and a league best defense. And then the year after that, they repeated as champions. So last year, the Eagles became...
But they didn't have the leading rusher in those first two games, right?
Oh, yeah, because he was holding out. That didn't happen until 93.
Damn it.
All right, so yeah, man, if Saquon was holding out in these two games, I'd be like, we're done. But we're going to win this game. That would be the positive. But yeah, so I really hope that does not happen. But the only other time it happened in history, the Cowboys went ahead and repeated. What I'm fascinated by in this game, I know they're not going to go directly like head to head, but Dak playing Jalen Hurts for just the fourth time. They play twice a year, every single year, but so many of these games have been missed by one, if not both of these quarterbacks. So you can go back to, well, last year the Eagles trounced the Cowboys both times. Yeah, fair. Or you can go back before that and like, oh, the Cowboys had pretty good success with blah, blah, blah. So infrequently does this matchup have both quarterbacks that it's weird that I'm excited that we finally get to see both teams at, like, I guess what you would call full strength. And I certainly understand why the Eagles are a heavy favorite being at home, the defending Super Bowl champions. But I'm excited that you like get full strength for both of these teams.
I'm right there with you to start the season. It's gonna be that's fun. How long into the game do you just go? Because Kevin, we've watched enough high school football games to know first game of the year is tough.
Yes,
cramps, all that stuff starts happening, and they start dropping like flies before halftime, and you're like, oh no, this is going to be a problem. Hopefully that's not the case because these are pros. You get your IV before the game and you should be fine. But Jerry said recently when they were discussing how to beat Micah, we got to get ahead early so we can run right at him. How long do you think the Cowboys and Eagles can stay close in this game?
So what I'm hoping is you get at least 4 minutes left in the second quarter. And I hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of the double shot, rubber band, like whatever you want to term it, with the last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second half. I think what my concern is it's going to be, whether you think it's going to be 14-13, 17 whatever you think the score is with about 4 minutes. I'm worried that it's going to be, let's say, 17-13, right? And then on the other side of that, 4 minutes into the second half, you're going to find yourself down 27-13, and you're going to be like, what happened?
It's too far away, and we got to start passing.
Exactly.
Now, so the reason I asked is the Eagles are very good. They can run out the clock on you, and that's one of the reasons you want to stop the run.
Right.
But the Cowboys, and this is from Reed Hansen on Cowboys Wire, Kevin, the Cowboys are very effective whenever Dak Prescott is down. Here's some numbers that you can roll
like trailing?
Trailing.
Okay.
As he said, this tips exponentially in their favor if they can play with a lead late, since Hurts is one of the least effective quarterbacks when playing from behind in the fourth quarter. When trailing in the last 5 minutes of a game, Prescott rates number 6 in EPA dropback since 2020.
Oh.
Hurts, on the other hand, ranks 37th. In the same situation, ranking behind Bryce Young, Daniel Jones, Mac Jones. Whenever it's all on him to come back and win a game, Jalen Hurts typically doesn't do well.
Okay. Can I play devil's advocate with those numbers?
Okay.
So I think this is since when?
In the last 5 minutes, since 2020.
Okay.
2020.
So I think, would the devil's advocate, do you think, be some of those Dak numbers are inflated just because there were several games that you and I can both think of straight away where you were losing by so many points that the defense was like, do your thing.
And I can play devil's advocate with Jalen Hurts too, because how often are they playing trailing?
Yeah, exactly.
They are a team that's built, they get their lead, they maintain that lead, they're in that conversation. I do wonder whenever it's on him to make the plays to win the game, how frequently is he doing that? But we've seen Dak do it occasionally. We've seen him. I actually wrote a long time ago he would have more comeback wins than Tony Romo by the end of his career, and he's on his way to do that. So that's a situation. But the whole key for that is the Cowboys, they got to keep it close to have a chance.
Yes.
I don't think if you're looking at this, you're not saying, well, the Cowboys are going to blow out the Eagles, but you can very well see the Eagles blow out the Cowboys.
100%.
So the Cowboys have to figure out ways to keep the game close without boring themselves to death by just running for 2 yards and being like, that's going to keep it close.
Right.
Because it won't.
Now, the other matchup, and then, Alec, I'm going to kick it over to you as well if there's any particular matchups or discussions that you want to get involved in here. I realize we were talking about outside receivers maybe versus outside corners. I want to tweak that just a little bit. I'm excited to see the matchups and potential with the quartet of CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Quinyon Mitchell, and of course Cooper DeJean. Now I know DeJean is going to be rocking a lot in the nickel, but I mean you have seen CeeDee Lamb line up in that slot position plenty before. I want to see how that combination works and how much maybe the Cowboys try to take advantage at the opposite outside corner slot if they can, or you'll see some movement from the Eagles to try to counteract that. Because I don't think we have any question that DeJean and Mitchell and Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are all top flight players. So I want to see how that chess game plays out.
Pickens in one game against the Eagles in his career, 2022, Kevin.
Okay.
3 targets, 0 catches.
Oh, my God.
Therefore, he had 0 receiving yards.
Uh-huh.
How many receiving touchdowns do you think he had?
I mean, it stands to reason it would be 0, although I guess technically he could have had like a catch for -1, but you said no catches, so 0.
That's correct. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Quick side note, by the way, Alec, about Cooper DeJean, in case you really cared. Did you know that Coop's Crunch is a new cereal that's out? It's got a pretty cool box and everything like that, and they're selling the cereal to go help out the University of Iowa Family Children's Hospital. I know I'm falling into the trap with Corey where I have to tell you positive Eagles stories.
That's the one where they all turn and wave.
Correct.
Dude, that's one of my favorite things.
And he went to Iowa
in all of sports is that thing whenever is it the third quarter, they all wave at all the kids, and the kids, I'm like tearing up right now thinking of it. Just having had the experience of being in one of those places, it's not easy. It's kind of cold.
Right.
And whenever you got something that warm happening, that's awesome. So congratulations. That's awesome. Good job.
So that is a positive off the field, but whether it's that collection of the 2 wide receivers and the 2 cornerbacks or anything else, Alec, is there any particular matchup or advantage that you see for the Cowboys that you want to dive into?
Yeah, and real quick, we do have the update that you wanted in Gridiron Gravy, Kevin, about Elijah Vera Tucker, the guard for the Jets.
Yes.
He is out for the season with a triceps injury.
As soon as they said serious arm injury with surgery, I thought it could be for the season, but you never know.
Yeah.
That sucks for them, man.
That's bad for Justin Fields and that new look offense for the Jets. That's from Jordan Schultz, by the way, friend of the station. But for me, we've been talking about stopping the run, and it's about the defensive tackles and the new addition that you made in the middle. I'm thinking about the second level. I want to see what these linebackers will look like, because in my mind, you're not going to have your best run defenders on the field for every single snap of the game. So inevitably, and Saquon is just that good, as much as I hate to say it, he's going to break off a few. I want to see what this young linebacking core does to stop that, to mitigate that, and in the pass game, because Philly's been known to have a good tight end, like every now and then come through their system, and they seem to home grow those very well. And you got Devontae Smith, who's going to be likely playing some time in the slot. You see him move around the field a little bit. How is the middle of the defense, that secondary level behind the defensive line, how is that going to look in pass coverage and in run stopping? Really excited for Maris Taliafoe. We've talked about him all offseason. But Jack Sanborn, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. You're going to have a star on your helmet. People are going to be looking at you very intensely, and they're going to be criticizing you very hard for that run defense, even though initially it's not going to be your fault because the running back is getting past that initial line of defense. But I want to see how those guys hold up, and especially because he's been touted as this guy that really knows Eberflus' system. He played very well last year in Chicago. I want to see how that linebacking core looks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And by the way, on the flip side, if you want to check out Obviously one of the Eagles' top picks was Jahad Campbell. So interesting linebacker play potentially across the board. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL teams primed to make the big jump this season and those ready to fall. Plus, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. It is a jam-packed expressway. And it's up next right here in The Fan.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break.
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Today.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Purdy scans. There's Ayuk in the middle to the end zone, touchdown. And there it is. They go up top, and Brandon Ayuk with a touchdown grab.
My favorite part about that highlight is you can hear that person in the back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They are fired up, and I like it. We are fired up as well. The NFL season starts tomorrow. You can watch the game and hang out with Corey tomorrow. Where can they do that?
I'll be at the Bearded Monkey in Lavon tomorrow night from 7 to 10. And this game, I mean, it's going to be a significant game. Plus, we have a Micah Parsons autographed Cowboys helmet. Now rare here in the DFW area. So
yeah, I guess he probably won't be signing a whole lot more of those, will he?
Yeah, and you know how that works, man.
Yeah.
The rarer the item, the better it is.
Absolutely. And
other giveaways as well, by the way.
Okay, I love it. So season starts tomorrow. The Rangers have been rocking and rolling. We get to talk with Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes. But I've got a couple of different directions that I want to go with this. Teams most likely to improve this season, and then teams that you think maybe are most likely to be on the decline in the upcoming season. Now, I want to start with the teams that are going to be most likely to improve. And we picked that cut specifically because San Francisco makes a lot of sense. And some of these teams you might just think, hey, they're going to improve through like young players getting that more experience and improving, or free agency or whatever. Then there's the 49ers. And I know the 49ers have made some moves, but this also feels like if they're going to improve, it's going to be at least partially because their injured players come back, right?
Oh, yeah, probably so. Having that happen helps a lot.
Would the San Francisco 49ers count for you? Because I did the overreaction reality, I don't know, last week, that are they a top 4 team in the NFC? And y'all said no, but you did also say they could be a team that's in the mix. This team was 6-11 last year. So,
and as we pointed out earlier, they were bottom 4 in team scoring defense.
So
that was bad for them.
So it stands to reason that they might be on the upswing, especially when they have one of the easier schedules in the NFL.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Again, their receivers, their receiving room is very unique right now because who is going to be their stud receiver, their go-to for Brock Purdy?
Right.
Their physical style of play. How long is Christian McCaffrey going to be healthy? Is Brian Robinson Jr. going to be the guy? So there's.
Did you see they put? Yeah. Go ahead.
So I think they have a lot of question marks regarding that team.
Now I hate to ask this. What about the Giants? What do you think about the Giants as a candidate to jump up? Now, them jumping up could mean if they win 7 games, like they won 3 last year, that feels like that would be a huge jump up. What do you think about the Giants as a team that could make a big jump? One of the reasons I asked that, last year, games decided by 7 or fewer points. The Giants record 1-7. And so we kind of go back
They played 8 games decided by that close. And see, that's when I looked at their defense last year. I was like, their defense is actually good.
Sure.
Their offense could do nothing.
Yeah.
And that's with Malik Neighbors on the field. Their offense, like Daniel Jones was that bad, guys. Please understand this. If you watch the Cowboys were so happy to play against the Giants because Daniel Jones existed. They knew they didn't have to stress too much about a ball being dropped on a dime. It was one of those, it's going to, Danny
Dimes.
It's good. He didn't have the arm strength to throw it over anybody, and he could barely figure out how to throw into the wind.
What does that say about Anthony Richardson then? It's like that guy you're just running down, went out, he got a different starting job.
When you get tired of something so much, you'll believe that anything else can beat it.
Okay.
But I think Russell Wilson is good enough to keep them afloat, maybe win 4 or 5 games.
Okay.
And at some point, I think Dable's going to pull the trigger and go with Dart.
What about, because I know you like this coach quite a bit. What about the Raiders? So the Raiders 4-13 last year, just absolutely terrible. And they went from Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew to Geno Smith.
Which is a legitimate NFL quarterback.
Yes, no, absolutely. We'll get back around to that in just a minute. But right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, we bring you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, fellas.
It sounds like things are rocking and rolling there. I like it. Now, I know that the team lost last night, but when Ezekiel Duran leads off the 9th with a double, and then you get that wild pitch, in my head, I'm thinking, we're going to figure out a way to win this as well. Does that sort of winning streak just breed that level of confidence of, hey, we can figure this out. We can do this?
Oh, it does, no doubt. Once you come back a few times, or if you're in a winning streak, you have that feeling. I mean, we had it. Zeke, nice job there, good at bat. He's going to play today because I think Josh Young could use a break. He's been going hard, and so he'll be at third base, and I'll keep Cody at second base. But get back to what we're talking about here. Yeah, it's contagious. It really is, and guys believe and love the energy in the dugout. It was there in the 9th. Just couldn't get it done.
Boach, a lot of our Tolos talk about the energy. They think Cody Freeman brings this great energy to the team and to the game. Last night, Jared called him and Osuna the Baby Boppers, and I was wondering, if you thought they deserve a duo nickname yet, or if they still got some work to do. And what would you call them? Or are the Baby Boppers good?
Yeah, you know what? I'll have to work on that. But you have to love the passion they play with. They're always smiling. They're having fun. They're playing the game the way you're supposed to play, and that's enjoy it. Yet they're competitive. Nobody's grinding harder than Cody at the plate, especially 2 strikes. He's a really intense player, but also has a great time. And when a teammate does something good, you look at him, he's all pumped up. And that's contagious, I think. I think that's, brought some energy really throughout everybody. Players love them. And so anyway, I just think, guys like that are a shot in the arm when they come up, and they not only contribute, but it's the enthusiasm that they bring.
Last night, there was a ball that Freeman hit, and I have the very great fortune of being able to watch over and over in slow motion as many times as I want to. It looked like it hit the foul pole. And I was kind of curious on that front. How fast are things moving whenever a play like that happens and you're trying to figure out whether or not to challenge it?
Well, that ball, he smoked, so it's it's hard to see from where we are. And Beasley, who's closer, he was coaching third base down there. He motioned that he didn't know it could be fair. So, we go to replay, and that's what we have to rely on. And in fact, after we said no, I said, I still think that ball was fair.
Yeah,
right.
From my eyes, and the way it bounced back in fair territory, I said, man, that thing, I still think it was fair, but I got to rely on our replay guys, and they're good, and so we didn't challenge it.
It appears as though Adolis Garcia is not going on the injured list. Do you guys hope maybe he could at least hit this weekend against the Astros, or what can you tell us on that front?
Yeah, we have a day off tomorrow, so we feel like we have a couple of days to see how fast he responds to this. But I think at best we're looking at maybe pinch hit or something. But we have to make a call pretty soon as we go into that series, to get maybe another player here if he is down for, let's say, 2 weeks. It is a grade 2 strain on the quad, so. But you never know with these quads. Sometimes, the guy comes in, he feels a lot better, he's playable or pinch hittable, and when with his presence and his bat, it's hard to replace that. So unless we had somebody that we thought, would be soften the blow of this injury, we would have made the move. But this guy's been playing such great baseball, getting big hits for us. That's why we're just holding ground.
Are there any rituals you guys can do in the clubhouse to let the injury gods give us a break? Because I know you're not complaining, but goodness gracious, this is a lot.
Yeah, you know what? We're trying everything. I had a kid burn some sage and playing around the clubhouse. It is amazing. It's unreal at the number of injuries and who's getting hurt. I mean, for Marcus to get hurt twice on the same trip.
Yeah.
And, the Iron Man, but it's really the freak injuries. It's been soft tissue injuries too. I think we've covered about everything. And, Corey now with the appendix, obviously that was a huge blow for us. But as I've said many times, as these things have happened, these guys do a great job of not talking about it, knowing there's nothing you can do about it. We got to go out and win ball games.
Chris Young used a phrase on Friday that I really liked as well, and he said the injuries can create a world where unsung heroes can step up. And you already mentioned Cody Freeman, Alejandro Osuna. We already talked about Ezekiel Duran throwing Dylan Moore, Michael Hellman. It does feel like y'all are getting remarkable contributions from people who maybe we did not expect that long ago.
Oh, I agree. These young kids to come up and really play beyond. And, we brought them up because we think they can help and contribute. But, they've gone beyond that with the timing of the hits, the home runs. They've been huge. And, last night, with what they were doing, they put the ball in play, and some of them weren't hit hard, but they couldn't catch them. And, they're getting triples and things like that. So, no, they're playing with no fear is what I like. A lot of times kids come up, especially, these are important games. They can, be a little tight or nervous, but they're not at all, man. They're just excited to be here, excited to play, and that's what I love about these guys more than anything. It's their attitude and their confidence they're playing with.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. One of the other guys that's kind of continued to grow with that attitude and confidence has been Jacob Latt. So I was kind of curious, what kind of plan are you starting to see for him as he was, a one-inning guy, maybe an opener, and now he's getting a little more and a little more. Where is he with this club?
No, he's done a great job in the rotation. That's where we need help right now. Malley, he went 2 innings yesterday. Got a little bumpy for him, but got his work in. But a guy like Labs is so valuable. I'll go back to Dane Dunning, for example, pitching the bullpen and started when Jacob DeGrom went down. So Labs could be that guy. He's a 4-pitch guy. He's got velocity. He was bumping 97 at times last night. Has a good slider, curveball, change up. That works up here, and he's throwing strikes. And so, he gives us a lot of flexibility. If we need him to help win a ball game in between the starts, then we would use him and adjust and figure out who's going to start on that day.
We've kind of been discussing something that happened with the Astros a little bit this morning, and that's Framber Valdez. I don't know if you happen to see him, kind of gas the catcher a little bit after a miscommunication. There was some emotion going on, and you don't have a team full of like super emotional guys. I know these young players have some emotion right now too, but when something like that happens, whenever there's, got a player that maybe there's some discomfort in the clubhouse, can that really have a big effect across the rest of the club and cause, potential meltdown?
Well, I think anything negative that happens, it can affect the clubhouse, the chemistry of the ball club. I saw it, and it didn't look good, and it was suspicious. That's something that I don't know Framber. I don't know their situation there, but anyway, everybody handles it in a different way. But their manager brought him in, and it sounds like they cleared things up. But I think anytime you get that negative energy going, or attitude, or you got conflict going on, sure, no question, it can drain a clubhouse.
Do you, as Bruce Bochy, would you have two players come in, sit down, and share a lemonade together? How are you having that? Are you having that conversation that way or something?
Well, yeah. You can't let that go. You got to find out what's going on, and what was the intent, or was it a cross up and those things. I don't know. I'm not going to accuse anybody of that, but because there are cross ups, they're a little less frequent now because you're doing it verbally. So that's something that you got to bring out and find out what's going on.
I appreciate the diplomacy in which you're handling
you're doing
this.
Great. You're doing. Yep.
We both know he did that on purpose.
It's okay. It's
but
right.
You don't have to say that. I will. I will say that. Is Chris Martin available to pitch today? Because I know he pitched Monday, and then he was warming up last night. Is he available to go today if need be?
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't get hot last night. They start throwing. Getting back to what we talked about early in this conversation, we felt like we were going to tie that game or take the lead. So we have him going along with the game, but he's a veteran. He's watching it, so he's not getting heated up until it does happen. But you got to start getting those guys ready, and that's just the confidence that we're showing that we are going to tie this game.
Yeah, I'm also kind of curious about Danny Coulomb. Is there something going on there? It seems he's healthy, but it feels like he hasn't pitched in like a week.
Well, it doesn't feel like it. He hasn't pitched in a week.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're right. Yeah, he's had some shoulder soreness going on. We're trying to get that cleared up. And so anyway, could be available today. He's out throwing right now. And if he's not, and Friday he's not quite ready, then we'll have to do something.
We've been kind of having the discussion, like obviously Jack Leiter's been a point of conversation since he was drafted here in Texas, but it looks like this kid is like really starting to find that consistency. How have you noticed maybe his mentality changing since the first time you put him on the mound?
Just the way he's attacking the hitters, his focus is on getting the hitter out. It just seems like he's doing a great job of that with 4 pitches, not trying to bull his way through them. Sometimes we can get caught up in trying to make that perfect pitch or into our mechanical stuff, and that can distract the competitive part of what you're supposed to be doing out there. And that's, getting the guy out. I'm getting this guy out. I'm going to make good pitches, and that's what it looks like to me.
Now, obviously, last night was a little bit of a different story, but for the most part, the team has just incredibly picked up its effectiveness with runners in scoring position. Is there anything in particular you would attribute that success to?
Really, more than anything, just doing a good job of touching the ball we saved. And what I mean by that is putting the ball in play, grinding with 2 strikes. Now, yesterday, now you can ask me, well, what can we do to fix that? Because we were over 9 with runners in scoring position. But it's, it's just, going up there, with the thought, I'm gonna move the runner if I have to. I'm going to give the team a team at bat, and with 2 outs, whatever, I'm going to put this ball in play. I think we're doing a better job of staying away from the strikeouts with runners in scoring position.
I know last September, Wyatt Langford was incredible. This past month, he's been incredible as well. Is this kind of the Wyatt Langford we've all hoped to see, or you've hoped to see, to really be what has been driving this offense to a large degree?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, and this guy's so talented. He's a complete baseball player, and they're all going to go through their streaks, whatever. But we saw it last year how he came on at the end. That's what he's doing now. He's throwing out great at bats, and he's going to have a great career. This guy, I've said it so many times. I love watching him, and so he's got his timing now, and that was off. Not too long ago.
What is it about this team that you have seen that makes them so capable of bouncing back from a loss in the last 10 days or so? Because there's only been a couple, but you lost to Kansas City, sweep Cleveland, lost to the Angels, and then you go on a 6-game winning streak. I know y'all are coming off a loss again from last night. What do you hope to see, and what have you seen that's led to, such success after these losses?
I'd say more than anything, just putting it behind you. It's as simple as that. Wash it off, all those things they say that you have to do after a loss. And, that was a tight ball game. Milner just had a hiccup there. But, in this game, when we talk about it in the spring, it's not going to be smooth sailing. It's not going to be an easy road to go down to get to where you want to go. And you're going to have to deal with some adversity. It may be injuries. It may be tough losses, but it's not important that whether it happens or not. What's important is how you handle it, deal with it, and these guys have done a great job of it.
Well, we appreciate it very much. Best of luck today and then heading into the series against Houston. Always appreciate your time.
Okay, you got it, guys. Good talking with you.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, a couple of things to keep an eye on there. He was just talking about, we were talking about the reliever and potentially shoulder issues or shoulder fatigue.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that for the next 2 days. And then Adolis Garcia as well. I know ideally we'd love to see him be able to at least hit in the Astros series because he frickin' owns that team. But that's another thing that Bochy said. We got the off day tomorrow. We'll see how he's responded to like the treatment and everything like that. So those are 2 players to keep an eye out on because Lord knows there's been enough IL stints this year for this team.
Yeah, let him get that rest and then get back out there and do some iconic stuff. Let him let it heal up for him.
Hit against Houston.
Yeah, and especially since they're falling apart inside that clubhouse, Kevin. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Look, I understand.
I've decided.
I understand all the reasons that he can't flat out say, "Oh, totally, Framber about this, did that on purpose." So I will say it for him. I do not have to worry about such repercussions from the league.
It is interesting though, like. He's thinking like we as fans think if we see something like that happen, you can't just let it sit there and fester. You have to immediately attack it, bring the two together, ask what's going on. Kevin, I think that's, in our relationship over the last, almost 20 years, we've learned we got to talk to each other, even if we hate each other. We got to get, and we don't hate each other, by the way. Anybody out there? Not always. But
we're not the morning show.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
The morning show with the afternoon show. But like immediately we talk about things. Communication's so important so we can get past whatever it is. So I do like the way that Boch feels about that. Is, man, we'll nip that in the bud real quick.
Now let's go to cut number 6. We talked about teams potentially likely to ascend. Do you think these are some of the teams likely to fall in the NFL?
Got to go about 50 yards now to get into field goal range. And Geno Smith wants a chunk. Throw, picked off, ball game, and Theo Jackson with his first interception of the season. Seals win number 13 for the Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings, are they primed for a fall? Now, here's the good news for the Vikings. I think they could fall, like, let's say, because they won 14 games last year. Let's say they go from 14-3 to 11-6. That would be a fall in the regular season, but still be better off because it's going to be, you got to assume for Minnesota, it's about playoff success this year. But one of the reasons I want to bring that up, besides the new quarterback, last year in those close games, they were 8-1. That is incredible, but also potentially not sustainable.
Right.
For this year.
1,000% not sustainable.
So I think the Vikings are pretty primed for at least somewhat of a regular season fall.
All right, so as good as I believe O'Connell is at being the quarterback whisperer, he had Kirk Cousins, who has seen a lot in his time. Sam Darnold, while he has not been successful, has seen a lot in his time. And Sam Darnold, towards the end, some of his old habits started to come out. And that was, you saw, oh, okay, that's the Sam Darnold that I know. This, with J.J. McCarthy, he hasn't experienced a lot. So I don't know how O'Connell works with a guy who doesn't have a ton of experience at the position in the NFL. And so the great thing is you get to build that from whatever you want. There's not a lot of bad habits already involved there. But the other thing is there are going to be defensive coordinators out there going, man, we can dial this one up because we know he's never seen it before. So they do have a lot of work to do there. I think that could be a bit of a struggle at times this season, is whenever you're in close games like that, how much can you rely on McCarthy to be the one to win it for you?
I've almost given up on trying to figure out this stat when it comes to the Chiefs. Last year, the Chiefs were 15-2. Their record in games decided by more than 7 points was 5-2. That means they had 10 games that were decided by 7 or fewer points. 10! And guess what?
They had the referees on their side.
That is true.
I've been told.
They won all 10 of them.
Yeah, they did.
And it feels like, just like we were mentioning with the Vikings, that is unsustainable. But I feel like we've had this conversation with the Chiefs going on multiple seasons, and at some point, I guess I just have to admit, with Patrick Mahomes and that defense, one way or another, they'll figure out a way to win. And
the power of Taylor,
Maybe. I mean, you know what? It'd be way crazier for that is if they hadn't been winning until she got there. It's unfortunate that, like, for her lore, that they had already won before she got there. Because otherwise, you'd been like, Chiefs hadn't won a Super Bowl in 50 years until Taylor Swift got there. But, like,
dude, the Swifties don't know that. The Swifties are just like, once Taylor showed up, y'all started winning Super Bowls, and you're like, hold on, what are you talking about here?
Yes. I mean, look, and are you going to argue with them and they'll get their army on you and everything like that? All right, 2 more.
What?
The Commanders and the Colts.
Prime to fall for the Commanders.
Prime to fall.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they're primed to build upon. I do. I wish great success to Dan Quinn and whatever he does. I really do. He was really fun watching him coach here, except for that game against Green Bay in the playoffs. But Jaden Daniels is a fun player to watch. I think that they continued to pile into the group of what they want to do. Now, there are some holes in Dan Quinn's defense. You can find those holes and expose them. So that maybe that's on the front, but I don't think that offense is going anywhere right now.
And then can the Colts fall if you didn't care about them to begin with?
I think you got a really good point there. If
they were 8-9, that feels right.
They were exactly what they were last year.
Yeah,
and no different. And who were we? Was it Alec? Was it you that we were talking about Michael Pittman recently.
Yeah.
In his
Meat church.
Good gosh. That's Matt Pittman.
Oh, my bad.
And how this is a really good receiver who's going to spend most of his career going, dadgummit, I'm just catching from whoever's throwing to me. I didn't draft the quarterback. That stinks for him. But yeah, I don't think they can fall if you never thought that they were up anyway.
Okay, you know what? It's not that I didn't think they were up. I just didn't think about them.
You rarely do
at all.
You rarely do.
Good thing the Titans drafted Cam Ward, or else I wouldn't think about them either.
I've thought about the Colts for two reasons: Peyton Manning and the Combine. And other than that, that's about it.
Okay.
And Eric Dickerson, I guess, but that was back in the day, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I think they were still Baltimore at that point.
If the Titans would have drafted Will Campbell, I would have continued to not ever think about them. And Will Campbell could be a really good player.
True, very true.
We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We got a lot of different directions to go with this. We could talk about Dirk and his advice to Cooper Flagg. We could talk about Kawhi or the P.J. Washington incident. Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, and Tune. Our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, usually G-Bags in the conference room, getting everything squared away. What's going on? Where is everybody?
There's a Rangers game after us, so...
We're leading into the Rangers today?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Is that why you were confused by what I wrote instead of crosstalk?
Yeah, usually Kevin writes crosstalk with G-bag.
I hope everybody knows that we G-bag.
I hope everybody also knows I delete all the G's.
Oh, what?
I do on my own run sheet just because I'm like, nope, I'm not doing that. But I still care for you, and that's what's most important.
Doesn't feel like it. See, did you hear that? That was a judgmental. I agree with Kevin. I read everything into that. Look,
he says so much with.
I know, and everybody's got somebody in their life that they make those noises or comments. I do that as well, and you're like, I know exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like it feels like a caveman language. That grunt, you're like, I got like 2 sentences out of that. Sorry, Alec. I
grunt.
Yeah, that's what. But I knew exactly what he meant.
Yeah, you did, Kevin, and I'm proud of you for knowing things. I'll be at the Bearded Monkey tomorrow night, 7 to 10. The Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Grill. This place is awesome, by the way, and we're gonna be watching the game. It'll be a lot of fun.
You can say what game it is.
It's the big game.
Oh my God!
We'll be watching the game, and Micah Parsons autograph helmet there. Very rare at this point now, so be ready to have that. You could register to win that. Other things you could win as well, but
and give it back to us for Peace-a-thon.
905 North State Highway 78 in Lavon, Texas. So my sister lives right in that area, and she was like, "You're in my neck of the woods," so I'll be hanging out there tomorrow night during the game.
Can I admit something to you? Up until a couple of weeks ago, I was talking with somebody from my church who lives in Lavon, Texas. I did not actually know there was a Lavon, Texas.
You knew there was a lake.
Yes. We're all familiar with Lake Lavon, but I didn't know. Sometimes lakes just have names that aren't the name of the city. So,
name one lake.
I don't know, probably. I was afraid you were going to ask me that.
White Rock Lake.
Is Lake Travis...
White Rock Lake is literally right there in the middle of Dallas.
Yeah, but it's not for White Rock,
it's not
Texas.
Dallas Lake.
Yeah, exactly. So see, that exists, but I did not know. Thank you. I was like, I hope he didn't ask me this. I did not know there was a Lavon, Texas until just a couple weeks ago.
Grapevine Lake. Where's that? Nobody knows.
Grapevine.
Good job, man. Proud of you. Some significant news. We're not going to talk a lot of basketball this year, or this.
The hell we are.
This football season, as we get rolling. But there's some interesting basketball information popping out.
Tell me,
Kawhi Leonard.
Oh yeah,
this story is absolutely fascinating to me. I don't know if it's the same for you, but according to Pablo,
can I hold on? Yep. Let me pause real quick. The only reason it's not it's not that I don't think it's fascinating. I don't think it's as shocking as other people seem to think. Like, I think this happens all of the time, but to be caught so kind of red-handed because the business that you were doing fake endorsements for went out of business, that's what takes it to the next level.
Watch this, Alec. What's more shocking to you than, Kevin?
Okay.
Finding this out or finding out that a mom would send some messages like that to her daughter? Did I just...
Dude.
It was a news story, y'all. So it was already out there. Check out Unknown Number, y'all. It's fascinating.
Stunning.
Fascinating.
I'll just say it is a stunning turn of events.
Adrian told me the other night, she said, "Hey, I want to watch this Netflix documentary." And I was like, "What's it called?" She said, "Unknown Number." And I was like, "Oh, it's a news story that I've heard this news story before."
I
did
not know the story.
From the moment I started watching it, I was captivated. So that's what I was
super entertaining.
From the moment. Why is my kid calling me right now? He knows what I do for a living, right?
You know it's not going to be important to. Well, that's the thing. But which kid?
Dad, can I have $10 for lunch? Dude, we have sandwich stuff at the house. Make a peanut butter and jelly. Grill it.
Yeah, and doesn't he realize by calling you that undercuts his case? Like, even if you didn't have food at home, if he's calling you in the middle of a segment, let alone the segment that You are running.
I don't know if he knows that 1 o'clock is the C block.
That's kind of his fault, isn't it? How does he not know the segment that's named after you?
Good question.
All right.
Oh, he just said yes. All right.
Let's have a quick side.
Kawhi Leonard signed a $28 million endorsement deal for a no-show job with a fraudulent tree planting company funded by $50 million from Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, according to documents obtained by Pablo Torre. It was their way of circumventing the salary cap.
Yes.
And I think it's fascinating because we discuss this potentially happening all the time.
Right.
Why doesn't Jerry Jones just say, hey, and you know what? I think that's one of the reasons. I think it's one of the reasons Jerry Jones likes to have face-to-face with the player rather than the agent. Because the agent is going to say, no matter what Jerry Jones told you you can have after your career's over, he can't guarantee it.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones will tell you, as long as I'm alive, as long as I'm around, you will have this available to you. And just look at Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin has been a made man, essentially, his entire career and after his career because he is part of the family for Jerry Jones. And so I'm not saying, but everybody's like, oh, why doesn't Jerry Jones just offer some land to so-and-so to become a free agent? And with this happening with Kawhi Leonard, I agree. I don't think it's shocking to the extent that there aren't other people out there doing it now. The fact that the information came out is pretty shocking because there could be other teams out there that are like, crap, we got to hide. We got to go start hiding stuff now.
And the whole reason it came out, well, first of all, Pablo Torre he's on a heater right now. Man, he's taking folks down left and right. But the whole reason all this information was available, and then props to him for getting people with the company to speak with him, is because they went bankrupt, and there's all these documents that are available to the Freedom of Information Act. And so, for companies who don't fit that bill, they're like, yeah, good luck. Yeah. But I always thought when we were building the Star, Jerry should have cut 5 crooked deals where he goes, you also get 1% ownership stake in the Star.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes. Now, obviously, you don't want to give up too much. That's a lot of stuff right there.
Yeah, I get you.
Have one of those extra businesses. Now, one of our friends, Gambo, in the Phoenix area, my wife's in Phoenix right now, as a matter of fact, but one of our friends, and Alec, I'm going to need your help on this.
Alec, were you shocked when we both said Gambo simultaneously?
You didn't just say that. It was Gambo!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it was super enthusiastic.
This goes back to a decade ago, and we've been talking with Spittle about this forever. It's we got there and you're listening to Phoenix's #1 sports host, Gambo, and we just thought that was amazing. And so every time we were there, we were like, what does Gambo think, though? And Spittle would be like, did you guys hear about Gambo? And so we had a disproportionate amount of Gambo talk. So when you said it was Gambo, we were really excited.
When you said host in Phoenix, I immediately was like, it's got to be Gambo because I don't think there's any other hosts in Phoenix.
Not any that matter.
Ouch.
I will say, I think
be Gambo or be nothing.
I think the Speed Freaks might be out of there.
Oh, actually, I really like them.
Yeah,
never mind.
Kenny and Crash.
Kenny and Crash,
love them.
You're the best.
But that being said, you said he has a new interesting report regarding the Kawhi Leonard $28 million no-show job.
Yeah, so he quote tweeted the Pablo Torre video and said, the story is fascinating. From what I know from sources, when Kawhi signed with the Clippers, the Toronto owner Larry Tannenbaum was beside himself because he believed that he'd been over backwards trying to get Kawhi to sign, including calling 3 sponsors to meet Kawhi's demand of an extra $15 million in endorsement money.
Wow. Which, by the way, when it comes to that, the if you can only pay so much because of the salary cap, hey, I'm limited to this.
Right.
If you're a player, guarantee me a couple of endorsements, and this can sweeten the pot for sure. I don't know how that's written into the contracts, but
it's not that you can't put that in the contract, or else that is easily trackable as circumventing the salary cap. That's why the thing I thought they did with Tom Brady was so amazing. And Tom Brady's like, oh yeah, no, here's the rent I pay, and then all that other stuff's just not in there.
But doesn't that seem easily trackable? Oh, he's got these endorsements with team partners.
Right.
That we already have the team, and so it feels like if Silver called up and said, "Hey, did the owner call you and say that you need to do this for them so they can pay extra?" No, the owner never called me to set this up.
So I don't know what department is in charge of that, right? We know all of these league employees and the things they do. I don't know if they have like their own specific, I don't know, like fraud division or salary cap division. They probably do with former agents.
Like a Doge.
Yeah.
If you will.
Yes. I'm not trying to piss anybody off today, but yes, if that helps.
Okay.
I don't know if they have those types of departments.
And so that's with this that's happening, I don't think this is not going to affect Kawhi in any way.
I don't think so.
I think if I'm Ballmer, I'm more ticked off that this dude barely ever showed up after I got this extra $28 million for him. I'm more ticked off about it. But
he had 2 no-show jobs.
Exactly. He didn't show up for the Clippers either. This isn't going to hurt his legacy at all. It's not going to, but I do wonder if it's going to hurt Ballmer's legacy. Not necessarily legacy, but his working efforts. Yeah. And also, is this going to open up another can of worms, or is Silver going to be like, nope, let's put the kibosh on this one as quickly as possible. We need to shut this.
We talked about this somewhat in the crosstalk. I don't think Silver has the stomach for that fight. I really don't. I think.
Well, I'm not saying he even wants to go after them. I agree with you. But I wonder if other people like Pablo's like, you know what? Let me go see if there's another team out there that has one of these.
And so if that's the case, then what do you do? I don't envision a world in which multiple owners are forced to sell their team at one time. Like, I just can't envision that. Are you going to drop an unbelievable penalty on them? Like for the Clippers, for example, like what would you say? You lose your next 4 first-round draft picks and the ability to trade a draft pick until 2035.
Right.
Like something like that. And I don't know all the pending deals they have. But if you're like, you lose 4 picks and you can't trade a pick for 10 years, that's like what
that's
makes...
like death penalty for SMU.
Exactly. And then I think that would get everyone to fall in line really effing quick. But I also think you're about to see a whole lot of agents who are like, well, hold on just a minute.
For real.
Yeah, why can we not do more of this?
Yeah, no, and I wonder if agents were already asking for stuff like this in the first place.
Probably so.
Another guy who we all love and adore, Dirk Nowitzki. And
True.
The Dirk Nowitzki Foundation, they got some stuff coming up, and Dirk was talking a little bit. He was asked by the Morning News, I believe. Yeah, he was having a conversation, and he said, "Hey," they said, "Hey, what is your advice to Cooper Flagg?" And I thought that his advice...
Don't get a chili bowl.
Don't get a chili bowl is always a good one. I learned that one the hard way.
Oh, do you have pictures of that?
Nope. But he said it was hard for me. My personality wasn't, hey, look at me, I'm the big speech guy, follow me now. I had to grow into it, learn through some mistakes. But he goes through a long kind of conversation about, look, I had AC Green. He played with the Showtime Lakers. He was an ultimate pro. He played like 800 straight games. He had the longest Ironman streak. He was in fantastic shape. He was like 38, 39 years old. He looked fantastic. I watched him. How did he stretch? What did he go through to get himself prepared for a game? His advice to Cooper Flagg, I think that'll be my advice. Learn as much as you can. Soak it all up and eventually use it and find your own routine. Find your way of leading. I don't think that there's one way to do it. I think a team can see through some stuff. I think this is not him or this is fake. You want to be as natural as possible and be yourself and find your own way of leading. So what he's saying is observe these guys, take some of it in along the way, and then become a leader. Do you feel like that with this team, he's expected to walk in and start leading, or
no,
be a guy that's like running right along with them? I think that he's still going to be a young kid learning his way through life, while also being a millionaire basketball player.
I just think because there's expectations already on this team of what they can do, even with the Kyrie injury, and because they have so many players who have been all NBA already, he's expected to continue the team's upward trajectory, or I guess restart it honestly. I don't think he's going to be expected to be a leader for at least a couple of years.
Okay.
At least that would be my guess. It's
So
not
in a couple of years, it'll be his team.
That's what I think. Because if he was coming,
he's okay with riding along.
Yes. Yeah. Because look, you look at last year,
he was being asked to take big shots and being asked to not to get his teammates involved.
No,
all the time.
absolutely. Last year at Duke, you saw him. He knew when the time was to defer to some more of the tenured players that he was capable of doing that. If he was going to Washington and they're like, hey, we're just restarting, do what you want, that'd be a different deal. But like, there's still players on this team that were like, we were just in the NBA Finals the year before. So like, why don't you calm down for just a second? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they believe in Sam Darnold? Plus, we will talk with FC Dallas keeper Martin Paz next right here on The Fan.
On goal.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Play action. Darnold surveys, finds Addison in the end zone. He plucks it for 6.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Asking the questions that matter. Like, when you think of Pottsboro, do you think of a whole bunch of pots filled with mud everywhere? Or do you think of somebody like right at the city line who's like, hey, brother, welcome?
If you're in Pottsboro right now, let us know. We appreciate
it. Absolutely. All right.
I had to go there to get my, I had to expedite my
your passport.
Passport.
So that's the whole reason this came up, because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. If your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, let us know. The 903. My buddy's flying out to Canada for a wedding, and that's all expenses paid. His flight is today. He didn't think to look for his passport until last night. It's nowhere to be found. What an idiot. I hope you're listening, Aaron.
Oh, gosh, Aaron.
He ain't going to the airport. You know what I'm saying? From the 817, my buddy is an idiot. He ditched the Cowboys for the Texans and is acting like he was never a Cowboys fan to begin with. It'd be better if C.J. Stroud would have continued his ascension last year. Then you could have been loud and proud with that and be like, nobody's stopping the Texans. But I can see how now you're like, we'll see.
I think, listen, I'm very, very serious about this. You can be a fan of whatever team you want to be.
Whoa.
You can change. You don't have to be stuck and chained to a team. It's your choice whether you do or not. Don't let people bully you into being like, oh. And
what if you were a fan of the German Olympic team at the 1936 Olympics? Jesse Owens said in your face.
Well, then, yeah, your team got destroyed, all right, by America. That being said, I've said this many times on the internet. Because of the technology we have nowadays, you can be a fan of any team from day one. You don't have to be stricken to your city. I do like what Jerry says whenever he's like, look, it's my city against your city. It's a fun idea. It's a fun concept. And we saw it play out lots of times. Plano versus Allen, Plano East versus Allen. We get to watch those things happen, and that's a lot of fun. But if you want to change and be a Texans fan, that's fine.
The 682, my buddy's an idiot. He doesn't think Framber Valdez did that on purpose. Look, Jared Sandler disagrees with you, and I got the sense that Bruce Bochy disagrees with you as well, although for obvious reasons he can't say that. Is this person an idiot? They bet on the Seattle Seahawks to win the Super Bowl at 60-1.
Okay.
They bet on the Seahawks to win the NFC. That makes sense. And they bet on the Seahawks to make the playoffs. So I probably should have read that in a different order. Don't worry about that part. But they also bet $50,000 on each of these wagers. So they bet $150,000 with the hope that if the Seahawks win the Super Bowl, they are going to clear $4.5 million.
It just makes me sad
that somebody has that much money to do this.
Can I just throw me that $50,000? I'm not going to make that. You're not getting a return of $4.5 million off me.
And if the Seahawks only make the playoffs, but not the Super Bowl, this bettor is going to lose $57,500.
Really?
Yeah. Which that feels like a very likely outcome. I don't think Seattle's going to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. I often wonder, like, what the driving force is behind something like that. You believe your team so much, you just love the bet so much that you're willing to dump that kind of money. What is the driving force for it?
Boredom.
It's probably, I got this extra cat, or family's life's on the line.
Oh, man.
They made some poor decisions, and all they have left is this $150,000, and they have to win.
Hold on.
So that their
Wait a
family
second.
doesn't die.
No. I reject your premise now. I usually accept all premises. But you have $150,000. You're fine. You can figure out your life just fine.
You owe $4.5 million, though.
Then that's how those people all ended up on Squid Game. Like every single one of them.
This $150,000 has to parlay into $4 million so you can pay off that debt, Kevin.
Well,
otherwise, your family.
You want to quit the game? I really would, but I owe way more won than that. So we're going to have to keep playing. I cannot tell you, watching Squid Game, how many times I typed one of the numbers in won into Google to figure out how many dollars that was. A disproportionate. I should have just written out a chart or something, but I did not. Now this one hurts. Joe Montana.
Oh, yeah. What about him?
Is Joe Montana an idiot?
For the Dwight Clark throw?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was asked for his Mount Rushmore of current quarterbacks. This is what he said. Also, I'm really curious if he knows some of these players' names. I think I'm taking the guy in Buffalo for his Mount Rushmore of current quarterbacks. The
guy in Buffalo.
Yeah, that's what he said.
All right.
Obviously, Joe Burrow. Believe it or not, I like the guy with the Chargers, Justin Herbert.
Okay.
He's like, there's three right there. I also like the guy in Philly. So his choices are Josh Allen, who maybe he knows his name, maybe he doesn't. Jalen Hurts, maybe he knows the name, maybe he doesn't. Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert. Is Joe Montana an idiot for maybe only knowing two of his four Mount Rushmore names, but also not picking Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes? That's tough.
Well, he can't pick Patrick Mahomes because he was once a Chief also.
What?
And that Chief has done things that he never did. So, as a Chief, if you will. So he can't pick him. As far as Lamar Jackson, yeah, I can see that. He may not have watched the Lamar Jackson season. Listen, Lamar Jackson's season last year. Lamar Jackson's season last year was the way a quarterback should play.
That's a good point.
It was the ultimate. This is how quarterbacks should play. So I loved what Lamar Jackson did last year.
Corey, can I tell you something that is not an idiot? Cowboys practice report. Trayvon Diggs, Tyler Guyton, Brevin Spanford. They all were listed as full. And when it says game status, there's nothing there. There's no questionable. There's no probable. There's nothing. That should mean, in theory, they are good to go.
Let's just go ahead and skip to the victory party on Friday, baby.
Cowboys by 14.
Yeah, let's get to the victory party.
I'm just kidding. But that actually...
Uncle Julio's, that's where we're going to be on Friday. Tomorrow night, Bearded Monkey. Tomorrow, Friday, we're going to be at Uncle Julio's.
If the Cowboys win, I will 100% at Uncle Julio's buy a chocolate piñata for folks who are there.
$4.5 million worth of chocolate piñatas?
Probably not that. That's not my bet on the Seahawks. It would never be. And then Perrion Winfrey is out, but that's great news.
Yeah, and Mickey had kind of alluded to that a little bit yesterday, too. I'm curious about the Joe Montana thing real quick. This is great news to hear about all those players. I don't know how. I don't think Guyton's going to play much.
I get you
just
there.
Because conditioning wise, he was. I mean, it's late July whenever he was last seen actually, doing his work. So I think it's going to be a little bit of time. Do we just automatically assume that these former NFL players are keeping up with the game the way that we do?
That's a great point. That is a great point.
We're going to have Tony Casillas on tomorrow. I know that dude watches. He loves this game.
He does.
He really loves this game still. But I do wonder if Joe Montana's like, no, the game's on, but I got a lot of people want to talk to me. And so
I could see that.
But I do feel like he should know Josh Allen's name.
It's probably a
And
full-time.
Jalen Hurts,
Yeah.
who's won a Super
Or
Bowl.
Patrick Mahomes. He didn't make it.
The guy in Philadelphia.
It's probably a full-time job being Joe Montana. I get that. All right. Are the New York Giants an idiot? This is probably unfair. They didn't make the number. They have a predicted win total of 5.5 at BetMGM. Only the Browns and the Saints are lower at 4.5. That is the lowest win total projected for the Giants since 1989, which is as far back as the database for sports win totals prior to the season goes.
Dang.
So this is the worst they've predicted to ever be. Well, since 89, and we started keeping these stats.
Kevin, let's do this real quick. All right?
Idiots. I guess.
Giants, opener, Washington.
Loss.
Cowboys next on the road.
Loss.
All right, that's 2 on the road, by the way. Chiefs at home. That's
Loss.
okay. Chargers at home.
I mean, they got one of the Mount Rushmore. That's a loss.
The Saints.
Oh, they'll win that game.
Eagles at home.
Loss.
Broncos on the road.
Loss.
Eagles.
Loss.
Niners.
Loss.
Bears at Chicago.
Loss.
Packers.
Oh, my God. They're not going to get to 5.5.
Lions.
Loss.
Patriots.
They're going to win. Oh, Patriots could be better. They might win that game.
All
That's
right.
2.
Commanders at home.
Loss.
Vikings at home.
Loss.
Raiders on the road.
Win.
And then Cowboys.
Loss. They're going to win like 3 or 4 games.
We have 3 games.
All right. Well, then they are idiots. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, let's bring to you FC Dallas keeper and football and NFL super fan. It is Martin Poss. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
We're doing great. Now, I know we should be talking about FC Dallas, and we will, but how pumped are you for the start of the NFL season?
Super pumped. I think, right now it's an amazing time always when the fall comes, and especially now with the first matchup being the Cowboys against the Eagles. That's going to be very exciting. And, it's what we've been waiting for for 5-6 months, I think. So super excited for that.
How did you feel about the Micah Parsons trade?
Well, I've had mixed feelings, of course, but I saw a really good reaction from Skip Bayless. He was sitting at Gilbert Arenas podcast, and I think what he break down, I kind of agree with that. I think, I think the presence of a veteran with Kenny Clark and then some future picks, and then not spending a fourth of your salary cap on a defensive guy who is of course a superstar, but I think in terms of locker room presence, what came out after, there were some doubts about that. So I think, in terms of building a winning team, I think it could be a good sign for the future.
Do you think you're the first person in the last 5 years or so to say that was a good sports point by Skip Bayless?
Normally, I just watched the documentary and he was there a lot, but normally he had some weird takes. But I have to say right now, I think he hit the point. That sounded quite right for me.
What are your expectations for the Cowboys this season then? How are we feeling?
Yeah, I think this year for me, the expectations aren't that high. I think, it was great to get another receiver that has some really good potential in Pickens. But of course, I think it's going to be a difficult season, I think. I just saw a prediction of John Gruden, who I also love to listen about on NFL stuff. And especially in this matchup against the Eagles, I think it's going to be very tough. But, we will see. As long as Dak's healthy, I think we always have a good shot if he can replicate those 2023 numbers. We will always be in the game.
I was watching my kids practice football the other day, and the coach was going, "Oh, this is perfect football weather." It started making me think, what's perfect soccer weather? Is it you like hot weather? Do you like it when it's cold, or what is it for you?
For me, 60s, 70s, with a small breeze. A little bit of sun, but not Texas heat. I think that's for me perfect. my father always told me when I was younger that the rain gives you energy, and I'm a big believer in that too. And for me, like if it's a little bit wet, I slide a little bit more with diving balls. Of course, the balls also come a little bit faster.
Yeah,
but that's what I really like.
Do you think it's silly that we use Fahrenheit and we should just fall in line with most of the rest of the world with the way we do temperature?
Yeah, maybe there's this big skit from Nate Bargatze. I don't know if you know
yes.
I think it kind of hit hit a good point of that it's a little bit weird, but I'm flexible. Living here now for almost 4 years, I'm flexible with using both terms.
I just got a chance to go to Germany, and they were like, "Oh, how hot was it?" And they wanted me to tell them, obviously not in Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I don't know. I only know our backwards way of doing temperature."
That makes sense.
All right, so can you tell us about where you are in the recovery process, but then also your FC Dallas radio debut?
Yeah, of course. Well, first of all, I'm now almost 3.5 weeks or 4 weeks in from having my injury. Going slowly but surely in the right way. I think with me having a hamstring injury, you also have to be very careful with it. But I'm happy to say that this week was the first week that I could jog a little bit outside and consume some oxygen. So I was happy with that. And being closer to the guys who are actually practicing on the field, that was a great feeling. And then in the radio booth, it was exciting. Of course, sitting next to a legend like Steve Davis and Ryan, who was really talented in what he does. I had a lot of respect for how they are broadcasting every of our games. And for me, it was a unique perspective to see it from up high there and mingle with them about football.
Did you go back and rewatch how you did, kind of like game film, and grade yourself?
Yeah, like we almost like a Tom Brady perspective on it. No, but I think I just wanted to do it my way, and I think if you do it your own way and be yourself, I think that's the best way to do that stuff.
If there was a mistake at all, would you point at your fellow broadcasters like you would if a goal got given up?
No, I don't think so. Because I'm very protective over my teammates. I'm the captain too, so I'll always be very protective. And I think I know how hard work they put in, so I will always protect my guys.
On a more serious note, then, is there anything when you watch the game from, obviously you just talked about being hurt, is there anything that you've learned differently or seen differently over these last few weeks that you're like, that's a different perspective watching it from up here or watching it from the sidelines as opposed to obviously being in the goal?
Well, it's always a different perspective. I think I'm a lot more nervous being in the stands than actually playing because you don't have any control over the game. So that's something you have to get used to for sure. And then, I think it's been a nice perspective to be with the fans, to travel to Austin, to be with the team, to sit with some fans there too, and just talk about the game. And of course, I've been there for 4 years, so I've seen some familiar faces there on the stands too. But I would say there's more nerves and more excitement because you don't have any control over the game. And then luckily my fellow goalkeeper Collodi is doing a very, very good job. So I'm just helping him, supporting him, and that's the only thing I can do.
Do you think we'll see you back in the net before the month's out?
We will see. I think what I already said with hamstrings, you want to be very careful, and I'm slowly taking it day by day. Right now, I'm taking right steps, and I think for me, hamstring injuries are physical injuries, but then after a while, it becomes also a little bit mental because you want to trust your body fully. So I'm taking it day by day, week by week. And I think, my aim is definitely to be back at the end of the month or early next month. So that's the goal.
Well, we always love having you on and appreciate the football breakdown, the double football breakdown right there. Appreciate your time very much, good sir.
Yeah, thank you for your time and have a great day. And let's hope the boys will get it tomorrow.
There you
like
go. Martin Paws right here on 105.3 The Fan. FC Dallas back in action this weekend against St. Louis. And then the next weekend, the 13th, they will host Austin. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, since we're going to lead into baseball, why don't we do a proper baseball nugget right here on 105.3 The Fan?
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, game day is finally here. Bobby does the show from Philadelphia, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, and your official picks throughout the entire morning. It's a football Thursday on The Fan.
Have you ever had an aha moment? That feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Here's yours. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending upside down when you go to trade in. D&M Leasing can help you skip the long terms with smarter, lower monthly payments. Join over 50,000 happy customers on the road today. Call 817 or 214-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
I'm Michael Jenkins, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Cubs on the money line against the Braves and backing Cade Horton, who is on the mound for Chicago. 9-4 with a 2.92 ERA, but that ERA drops to 1.71 when at home, and he has been dealing with just 4 runs allowed in 6 starts in the month of August, and the Cubs have won 5 of those games. Take the Cubbies on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old health.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long.
Here we go.
Starting with a Week 1 NFC North rivalry between the Lions and Packers.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm...
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And it's a little pop to short center field. This could be trouble. Diving for the ball and coming up short is Alexander. Around third and heading home is Freeman. Here's the throw. It's high. Freeman slides in safely. And all the way to third base goes Osuna.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan will lead you into Rangers Diamondbacks. Got time for some quick baseball nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. And we start with Jim Bowden being a hater. The man who tried to destroy Mike Bassick's career, put out his prospect rankings. He has Sebastian Walcott at 15th.
Really?
What the hell, Corey?
Well, I think one of the big factors with Sebastian,
be mad along with me.
I'm furious about this, and I can't believe it, and I'm furious again.
I like that. Yes,
better?
Thank you very much. All right. Shohei Ohtani. Did you see Shohei Ohtani, his 100th career home run, his 100th home run with the Dodgers? That's better. He had an exit velocity of 120 miles per hour.
I believe Cody Freeman's hit that wasn't a hit was a hit 120 miles an hour also. It was somebody last night hit one 119.6. And Jared was like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. And then, it was Ketel Marte hit a line drive.
Of course it was.
And he was like, I don't think I've seen anybody do that before. And he goes, by the way, everybody's texting me and telling me Shohei Ohtani just hit a home run 120 miles an hour.
And that was the hardest hit ball the Dodgers have ever had in the StatCast era. So I'm not saying of all teams, but he continues to be absolutely incredible. You know what?
Balls are juiced.
Let's talk about the Diamondbacks. Lourdes Gurriel, if you go back to not yesterday, but I believe it was the day before, it turns out he actually did tear his ACL on that weird play. And now not only will he miss the rest of this year, he's going to miss a big chunk of next year. I would assume then that he would opt in to his 2026 player option for $13 million, since he'll probably be out a good chunk of the season. Yeah,
that's a smart way to take advantage of that.
I mean, I guess so. And now you talked about this, so I decided to just look up what one computer said. The strength of schedule the rest of the way. The Rangers have a .507 win percentage going against them the rest of the way.
The middle of the package, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And the worst among the teams that we care about is the Mariners at .494. And the best is the Astros at .510. So point being, it's not like crazy different. It's definitely an easier schedule down the stretch for the Mariners than the Rangers, but the Rangers have an easier schedule than the Astros by a little bit.
Yeah, and it's the Mariners.
Look.
You just have to... I've been going off what you've been saying.
And don't you kind of think it's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, their history proves it.
Yeah.
Their history tells us what they're going to do.
And maybe if they get it done, I would say good for them. But obviously, I don't mean that. And no true Rangers fan does mean that. All right, Corey, are the Rangers going to win today?
They are winning today. Jack Leiter's he's going to pitch 7 shutout innings.
Woo! Okay.
Starting with the first inning.
I like it. Rangers, Diamondbacks. Well, that makes sense. 2:40 first pitch. Pregame coming up next. We'll be back tomorrow. Full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Cowboys, Eagles will be leading into it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate.
Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg ladies?
Freak Club?
No. Just said that.